1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome to Gameday Live. We're looking out over the beautiful Chicago skyline, home of the 14th edition of the Windy City Weasels signature tournament, Weasel Moot. I'm your host, Brian Preval. I am the prime weasel of the Windy City Weasels, one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and I've been playing diplomacy for over 30 years. Joining me on the live stream are Adam Silverman and 2016 world champion Chris Brand, who won his world championship right here in Chicago. Adam, why don't you introduce yourself and then let's hear from Chris.
Hi, Adam Silverman. I live in the Bay Area. I've been playing diplomacy for about 25 years. I'm a founder of the Bay Area Diplomacy Association, the local group that gathers to play in the Bay Area, as well as the inaugural tournament director for the Whipping Diplomacy Tournament, which was started in 2004, actually, and ran that tournament for many years. It's now being run by Siobhan Nolan. I'm an avid player, have been playing in tournaments since 2000, and enjoyed playing with Chris on the top board in 2016, as well as several other top boards.
All right, and Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris Brand. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, although I'm originally from England, so don't be discouraged by the accent. I first started playing diplomacy back in the 80s, face-to-face with school friends, switched to email in the 90s, and then my first tournament was 2004, and I've been playing tournaments since then. I guess the highlight of my career so far anyway is the 2016 World Championship right in Chicago, which was a lot of fun. I'm a big fan of the Weasels and what you have there, and Chicago is a great place to play. So,
well, thank you very much, Chris. And Weasel Moot is the signature tournament of the Windy City Weasels. It's been a two-time host of the World Diplomacy Championship, the first time in 2012, the second in 2016, which is near and dear to your heart. And this is the first time that the event's ever been held virtually. This was due to coronavirus, unable to have face-to-face tournaments, and the hobby joined with several other clubs in the nation and kind of developed this face-to-face, virtual face-to-face format, and it's been a huge success, and appreciate each of you being a part of it. This is also the first time that the event's been held across two separate weekends. One of the experiments for this tournament is to say, hey, with the virtual environment, does it make sense for players to play one game over multiple weekends, or is it easier for people to go one long weekend with multiple games? One of the things that we're trying to do with this tournament is allow for untimed games so they don't overlap. Adam, can you talk to us a little bit about the structure of this tournament?
Yeah, so this tournament has two qualifying rounds and a top board. So the top seven players with the top seven scores going into that final round will get to play on a board together. This is really interesting because the winner of that top board is the winner of the tournament, regardless of the scores going into that round. And so really the goal from those qualifying rounds is to make it to the dance. You got to get onto that top board. So this has some really interesting dynamics, particularly in the second game, where everyone has already seen the results from the first. They know where they stand. If they're asking around, they probably know how the other boards ended up and know where other players stand.
And Adam, you were part of that top board along with Chris. Chris, what's it like to play on a top board for a big tournament like Weasel Moot?
Top board is a little bit different to the other games. You're guaranteed that everyone there is a very good diplomacy player who's having a good weekend. You know, they're on their top game that weekend, that day. So you know, the very good strategy, very good tactics. The pressure is something amazing. Like you're on adrenaline the whole time they're playing, basically. Yeah, it's kind of terrifying in some ways, but it's a lot of fun. It's a very different game. It tends to be very dynamic because you're all, I mean, there can only be one winner, right? Everyone's jockeying for that position. As soon as anyone starts to pull ahead, the rest of the board's going to react in some way to that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun at top board, sure.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing that, and you'll be able to watch it here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We'll be broadcasting that game on September 6th at 5 p.m. Central Time. So we're hope to see you there. So going in today, this is the first qualifying round, and today we have 49 players playing on 7 boards, and we've got some of the top players in the world in this tournament. So the Diplomacy Broadcast Network is starting a new series called the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, or DBNI. And for this event, it's basically a tournament of tournaments. So players will play in qualifying rounds or qualifying events, such as DixieCon or Liberty Cup, Weasel Moot, and the Virtual Diplomacy League counts. But in addition to that, we're trying to extend this to some of the extended deadline or asynchronous online games. So some of the larger online tournaments, such as the Nexus Cup and the WebDip has a series that's running right now. The top 7 qualifiers for those events are also entered into our rankings. And basically, it's similar to golf in its rankings format. So the size of the event and the number of players will rank higher scores, and then you get points based on how well you place for it. So currently, right now, we have Tommy Anderson, who has played in several of our events and scored very well. You see the TSE, or the top survival elimination, and then the DBNI rank alongside that. So Tommy's had 2 board tops, 2 survivals, and 3 eliminations in all DBNI qualifying events that he's played in, and he is currently the top ranked player going into today's event at 3rd place. Adam, do you recognize any of the players here, and is there anything you'd want to say about them?
Well, obviously, this is a group of really top players in the game. I mean, a lot of these players have played many games. And there's actually a few new faces on this list, too, who have really shown up during the virtual league and really made a big splash and had some really great results. I'm looking specifically at Tommy, who's been playing for a couple of years in the Boston area. But this is, you know, it's great to see him up and coming and having some really great results. I believe he had the win at the Massacre recently. Mm-hmm. So it's great to see him. Maxim is a teenager, I believe, in Iowa, and you know, he's shown up at several of these Virtual Dixie, Virtual Massacre, and had really fantastic results at those. Steve Hogue, I believe, was playing amongst his first games at Virtual Dixie, and again is really making a splash, having some great results, playing some great games. So it's going to be exciting to watch how they all do today.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out Russ Dennis, who I believe is the editor of the fantastic Diplomacy Briefing. Should definitely check that out for the latest information about what's going on in the diplomacy hobby right now. But he's come to us from the online world, and so he's made a really big splash in the virtual face-to-face league as well. Chris, so this is a new thing. This is the first time that we've introduced the DBNI rankings as part of a tournament event. What impact do you expect that might have for players?
I think it depends a lot on the player. Some people will basically totally ignore it and it's just another thing that happens in the background and doesn't influence their play at all. other players will take notice of it, and mostly you'll find that it'll have an impact where you've got people who are similarly placed in the rankings and they're on the same board. Then you might start to feel, well, the important thing is that I finish with more points than they do, because I want to pull ahead of them or something like that. You might also, some of these things, you get the effect of someone who's doing really well. At the very least, you know that they're a strong player. They're having a good year. You need to watch out for them. Maybe you need to deal with them early rather than let them get too big and be difficult to deal with later on. That sort of factor.
With the the projected number of players for Weasel Moot, we're expecting that this will be a pretty large points value for whoever wins this tournament. If you come in second, third, and fourth, you take a percentage of those, and all the points are added for all of the events. So they all contribute to that overall score, and it'll be interesting to see, especially for the players on the bubble. The DBNI will take the top 28 players and will invite them to a tournament in February. It's an invitational tournament, and to qualify, you'll have to be in the top 28 in the overall league standings. So even if you don't come in first at an event like this, second or third place, those points could matter. With that, let's get into some games. Let's look at what's going on today.
Brian, I believe we're playing Tribute for this particular tournament.
Yeah. So Tributes, I believe this is the first North American Diplomacy Federation tournament to run the Tribute scoring system. It's something that the Windy City Weasels have been playing around with for about a year now. And it's been used in the Virtual Diplomacy League and at some of the online games. In essence, it's designed, it heavily rewards topping the board. That's the most important factor. It also provides some incentive to survive the game if you're unable to win. And it encourages the rest of the players to kind of maintain a balance of power and to avoid the leader from running away with the game. So it's been interesting to watch. It's a new system. People are learning how to play it, and it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on the games this round. So, all right, well, let's bring up our first game.
Tribute is one of those systems where it can be hard to really understand the nuance, but I think the top the board at all costs is definitely on people's minds.
Yeah, definitely topping the board is the most important. If you can't top the board, that's when it gets interesting.
Right.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring up the first player list. So on round one, board one, Wrigley Field game, this is our players. Again, we see the power they were assigned, the player, their location, and their DBN rank. Chris, you want to run us through these players? Anyone you recognize? Anybody stand out?
I recognize a few names there. Eric Grinnell is a well-known face-to-face player, very strong tactically and strategically. I'm hesitant to pronounce. Claes de Graaf, I believe. I recognize he's played a lot online, I believe, but he has also played a number of these virtual face-to-face tournaments as well. Russ Dennis, as we pointed out earlier, the diplomacy briefing person, and the others I don't recognize, although I feel like I should recognize Hal Schilt if he's up at 44. That's not a bad ranking. So.
Yeah, Hal and Morgante have played several games with us, so they definitely are familiar to people who have watched this stream or participated in the Virtual Diplomacy League. So, all right, well, let's begin. What we usually do for our games like this is divide the East and West between analysts. Adam, for this game, why don't you go ahead and take the West, and Chris, why don't you take the East? All right.
Sure.
So we'll begin in spring of 1901.
All right. I think, there's a few really surprising things actually that you don't see very often happening here. One is that bounce in Piedmont. Obviously, this is kind of an east-west spanning move. You have to, well, I mean, you believe that it was maybe arranged, except that the move or the order for Rome went to Venice, which makes you think that maybe it was something that was sniffed out by the France as a result of diplomacy. Either way, it's not a great start for Italy, who has that army stuck in Rome. Otherwise, no movement to the English Channel. It looks like the English and the French probably work something out over that. And then we see the Germans go up to Denmark and move to Silesia. Could this be a Western triple? Maybe.
If it's going to be a Western triple, it's going to be one where Germany is accepting a huge amount of risk. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens there.
Sure enough, yeah.
Chris, what's going on in the East?
Yeah, we've got a couple of fairly common bounces. The Black Sea is very common, spring 1901 bounce, and Galicia is very common as well. It's they're both a little unfortunate for the Russian in some way, because it's always nice to move your units rather than have them end up sitting where they were to start with. But equally, Galicia and the Black Sea are both very sensitive places. Russia brought the other army down into Ukraine, so tending to focus on the south rather than the north. Turkey moved Smyrna up to Constantinople, which means that they're focusing more on the Balkans. We'll see whether they've got any arrangement to move the Bulgaria army any further. Very often, that's just the second army ends up just supporting the first in place or something like that, but we'll see. Yeah, Italy playing more to the west, going to Piedmont, and I agree with Adam with that second army following up. Mm-hmm. It's hard to see that would be an arranged bounce.
I wonder which player tipped off the Frenchman.
Yeah.
You know, it's also possible this was just. I mean, the West certainly looks very Western Tripoli, and so it's certainly possible that this was an agreed move with the Western Triple, and you know, maybe this was completely surprise on both sides that it bounced.
And yeah, I mean, that German army to Silesia is the very interesting move. You don't often see that, but Silesia is a great place for a German army. The question is whether it's a little early.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. In some ways, I feel like it may be a mixed blessing that Warsaw bounced with the Russian in Silesia.
Yeah, Russia's probably not too sad about that with that. Although, I mean, you're only going to be one move away, so you're always able to cover it, right?
Yeah. All right, well, let's check in and see what happened in the fall. Let's stay in the East. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting that Austria chose to cover Trieste rather than Galicia. That's always at this point in the game, that's always an interesting choice to have to make. So he's allowed the Russian into Galicia. Whether he knew that was coming or not, we don't know. Or whether the Turkish moves, they get into the Black Sea because Eric takes Romania with the fleet. Now, moving the fleet in unsupported, that implies at least that Eric wasn't expecting the Turkish army or the Austrian army to move to Romania to bounce that. And yet at the same time, Ukraine goes to Galicia. So this is aggressive from Eric, definitely. Taking a bit of a chance and going in against Austria pretty early on.
What do you make of the support from Silesia?
Yeah, that says that Germany was expecting a bounce. Germany was expecting Austria to bounce Russia in Galicia. So it's difficult to get in Austria's head at this point. Was there an arranged bounce that then at the last minute they panicked and decided, oh no, maybe I'm more worried about Italy than I am about Russia. Maybe it was a miscommunication with Russia. Maybe it was one of those things that changes multiple times during the negotiations, or we're going to bounce. No, now we won't bounce. And then Russia either took advantage of that or yeah, very hard to tell. But
what's interesting to me
Germany
about
was obviously involved in those negotiations, is what you can say from that.
Absolutely, and Klaus is a fantastic player, so that wouldn't shock me at all.
Right.
What's interesting to me though is if you're playing the Western Triple, that I don't know that you'd really want Germany or Russia in Galicia.
Yeah, and maybe that's why they supported Austria. Maybe the thought was that it helps the Western Triple more if Austria is in there rather than if it's empty.
Yep.
And the other interesting thing from a Western Triple point of view is allowing Russia into Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure whether that's good for a Western Triple or not. So, yeah.
Adam, how about
one thing I'm wondering as I think about the narrative of this game so far is whether there's any history between some of the players on this board. Certainly Eric is a player who's very good and played a lot of games, and some people have very strong opinions, and Klaas has also played a lot of games, and if whether there's some history there that may have led to this type of opening aggressive against Russia. But then again, I think the puzzling part is that Denmark hold move that Chris pointed out. If there really was a lot of aggression, you might not have expected to see that. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays. I think the West is maybe not super surprising, but again, doesn't look that Western Tripoli at this point. The convoy to Belgium on the part of England is not really something you normally see in the context of Western Triple. This is England saying, "Hey, I'm staking it out on the continent. I'm going to try to do something here." If he wanted to go to work with the Triple, you'd see Barents Sea and an army in Norway right now. So England is making his play. France moves Picardy to Paris, which is really, really unusual. I am not, I obviously not privy to the negotiations, but I'm not sure under what situation you would want to do that and block the potential army build. I would think that if you don't want to do anything with Picardy, just support the English army to Belgium or something, or hold even. So I'm not quite sure I see a lot of logic there. Certainly it still gives leverage on Burgundy if you need it, but I'd probably rather still be in a position where I have influence on the Low Countries. Otherwise, again, we know the Italians do basically the same thing they did in the spring, except it works this time because France takes Iberia. I'm expecting some anti-Italian builds on the part of the French at this point. I'd be really surprised to see something else. The question is England now going to jump in with Italy now or do something else?
Yeah, Germany doesn't seem to be very anti-French. And there's often that feeling with France that you need all three in order to go against France. So if they've just got Italy and England, it'd be a tough call, basically.
Slow going. So England's probably got that. Going to have to be thinking about that. But then again, France hasn't shown any willingness to do anything helpful against Germany, right? You'd want them to be in Picardy and building an army in Paris, so you got that leverage on Burgundy, and that's pretty much not going to happen at this point.
Yeah, I don't see any advantage to being in Paris over Picardy.
This is definitely a turn where I would love to have been the fly on the wall listening to these negotiations, because I'll be honest, I don't know how to read this board right now. All right, so let's take us to the winter. We have, it will begin in the west. Russ built an army in Eddy and a fleet in London. We've got an army in Brest and a fleet in Marseille, as you predicted. We've got an army in Kiel and a fleet in Berlin. That's very interesting. It almost still feels possibly like an odd Western Triple. We've got a fleet in Naples. Austria built 2 armies, fleet in Smyrna, and 2 armies from Russia. We'll start in the west. Adam, anything stand out to you?
If this is a Western Triple, it's very well disguised. England building in London, Fleet London Army Eddy says to me, I want to see what goes down on the board. And when England sees the army in Brest and not a fleet, probably smelling a little bit of blood there. There's still opportunities to go after Germany or go in a different direction, but certainly it's going to be a lot harder for England to do something productive against Russia without getting up into Norwegian to be able to convoy over. Or at least it's slower. It's slower.
I don't know that it's much slower, though, because you could always put London into North and North into Norwegian. This is more flexible, I think. I like these English builds. It keeps your options open.
Yeah, I like these English builds a lot. They've got so many things that they can do from here.
I think certainly from a diplomatic standpoint, you can tell everybody what they want to hear, and then the moves will come out. So I think from a diplomatic standpoint, it's a great set of builds. I think it's maybe not the best tactical moves, but certainly the diplomacy may trump that in cases particularly like this.
How about you, Chris? Anything in the East stand out to you with the builds?
I think if you're Italy and if you're Turkey and you get one build, you build a fleet in Smyrna and you build a fleet in Naples. Those are pretty much expected. Austria doesn't have a lot of choice with 2 armies. Russia getting 2 builds, that's always nice when you're Russia. 1 army in Moscow. So this is they've got 3 places open. Sevastopol. They obviously had some sort of deal with Turkey because we saw the unsupported move into Romania in the spring. So this is not I'm not playing against Turkey for sure. The Moscow army can go just as easily against Austria as Sevastopol. Sevastopol keeps Turkey friendly. So that's the way I would read that one. The northern one, that army, again, it can go against Germany or it can go against England. It's not a fleet. It's not a South Coast fleet, which is definitely anti-German. It's not a North Coast fleet, which is definitely anti-English. And also, of course, an army is a good defensive unit to have up there. So it's difficult to read what Eric's playing here, except I would say it's not anti-Turkish. It's friendly towards Turkey. Maybe we're seeing a strong RT coming out of this.
Yeah, quite possible. Let's find out.
The German builds are interesting. That to me, more than anything, says pro-English. It's friendly towards England because you can put the fleet and the army either way around. If anything, it's more powerful to put them the other way around. But putting them this way around says, England, you don't have to worry.
And it also says Russia, you do have to worry.
Well, if you're going against Russia, even then, having them the other way around is often better because you can push both of them into, then you can move into Prussia and the Baltic.
All right.
But you have to convince England that's what you're going to do.
Well, let's, Adam, talk to us about what we see here.
Yeah, so it looks like France doesn't have very much to worry about. England certainly is. It looks like they're making a play either on the Russians or the Germans. I love Skag for England. It's such a great place to be. It gives you so many options. I love that set of moves. I really do. Germany goes up to Baltic like you would expect. Interestingly, vacates Holland and goes down to Ruhr. So getting a little bit more leverage against Burgundy or Munich, but saying, "Hey, England, I'm not threatening you in Belgium. I didn't go to, I'm not in Holland and Ruhr. I'm just in Ruhr. So Belgium is safe for me." So sending a pretty strong message again to England. France now brings the armies out, right? And we're in Picardy and Burgundy and Marseille. Clearly, France does have something in mind, whether that's to make a play on England or Germany. It's hard to say at this point.
Oh, and we've got a complete reversal of this Italian position.
Yeah, and is that anti-Austrian or is it not? Very hard to say, right? It could be either.
No way to know.
Again, it's a nice keep your options open sort of move. You've got play against Austria, you've got play against Germany, you've got play against Turkey.
Either way, Austria's not happy.
Right. Well, they could be invited there.
And it looks like a potential NMR from the Russian.
Yeah. It's not terrible for Russia if that is an NMR, which I'm assuming it is. The only downside is losing Galicia, which is unfortunate for sure. Although, no, they would have lost Galicia anyway. So it's actually very little different to if everything just held for Eric. So if you're going to NMR at some point in the game, this is the place to do it, right?
I hear you. Anything else stand out to you in the East?
The Austrian army heading south is interesting. That's presumably to try and push the fleet forward and follow up to infill behind it with the army. It'll be interesting to see where Austria plays for now. Do they go for Romania or do they go for Bulgaria? And also whether they're working with Italy or not. I'll be interested to see the fleet moves in the south next turn. to see whether we've got support between Austria and Italy, and of course whether the Italians take advantage of empty Trieste and empty Vienna with their two armies sat next to them.
A lot of love between the Russians and Turks, though, as you predicted, Chris.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, it's definitely. I mean, even the extra support from Bulgaria to Romania.
I can almost hear the Toy Story theme. You've got a friend in me. All right, so we've got. Let's stay in the east. What happened to those fleets?
I can't see what's the Greece? What did Greece order?
I think it's supporting the Italian into Ionian. Yep.
Greece supported Tunis to Ionian.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. That's weird. So I suppose that's this could all have been. This could be a case where the Austrian knew what both the Turk and the Italian were going to order, and decided to. I can support one or the other into the Ionian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those Italian armies move back again, and down to Apulia, and then Tyrolia tries to go back to Piedmont. Yeah, I think this is an Italian who needs to make their mind up. One of the things I say as Italy is you've got to know where that fifth dot is, and I'm not seeing an Italy who knows where their fifth dot is. It might have been Marseille, but now it's not. It might have been Trieste. It might be Smyrna. It might be Greece. Who knows? But hopefully they know, because I don't.
Well, and look what it forced Austria to do. I mean, Austria is supposed to be your best friend here, and you just forced Austria to cover their backside. And this is such a momentum killer. And there's an RT. You saw the RT, the moves last turn. So unless you have some confidence that that's broken up, this does
tell us a lot about the negotiations between Italy and Austria. It tells you that Austria didn't know that the move was coming to Tyrolia, and that wasn't agreed to, because Austria's backs off to cover themselves, whereas they'd got into Galicia, right? Is that going to happen again? Yeah, it's very unfortunate for stalling that RT. And it looks like it's Italy's fault.
Okay, so what's going on in the West, Adam?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
Wow. I don't even know how to interpret any of this. This is just such a wild set of moves. We went from the opening moves thinking that maybe there was something Western Tripoli is going on, and now everybody's attacking everybody else. This is just such a tough read, right? We have a bounce in Munich. We have a 2-on-2 bounce in Holland. We have France trying to go into Belgium behind England, which maybe was agreed to. I can't tell what's going on in Scandinavia, but Sweden was not taken. So the Germans were trying to put the English into Sweden, and the English didn't go for it. What did Skagerrak do?
Skag supported to Denmark.
Supported Sweden to Denmark. Skag went to Denmark.
Yeah, Skag went to Denmark, and Sweden supported.
And did the Baltic supported Denmark? I see. So basically, this looks like Germany may be the odd person out. It may be an EFR against Germany, perhaps. Certainly, the move from St. Petersburg to Livonia tells you very strongly that the Russians trusted the English this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Germany looked like they either knew it was coming or they played some very strong defense there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I feel like we've got an English player who had all the options in the world and was, in my opinion, set up to potentially work with Germany very well, but then got a little devil on the shoulder from Russia saying, hey, I'll help you into Sweden, you can take Holland, and thought, ooh, that looks like a good opportunity. And then I wonder if maybe the devil on the shoulder also tipped Germany off to help slow down and maybe regain some momentum.
Yeah. I guess if there's going to be a play on Denmark or a play on Holland, I would have loved to see that army, make a play with that army, get that army somewhere, right? But this is rough, and this puts Germany in a position now to renegotiate with a lot of his neighbors. So that's well played by Klaas to sniff this all out. I mean, how many times would you just see the attack on Sweden and, you know, one goes to Holland or something like that? I mean, really, he sniffed it out. He defended the right way, and he's even for it. And now, and so is everybody else in that theater. No, there's no builds in that theater at all. In fact, I am not sure any centers changed hands this year.
And just look at all that red. Like that is fantastic defense from Klaus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So for our builds, as you said, no centers exchanged hands, so we don't really have anything major going on. Spring 1903. Let's stay in the West. Adam, what do we see?
Yeah, and here's the problem for England. You know, you're holding the cards and you don't use them right, and now we're kicked out of Belgium. I can't tell what Belgium was actually trying to do. Supporting Ruhr, supporting the French to Ruhr, probably, right? Yeah. So, you know, Klaas does a great job here. Again, he trusts but verifies, right? He covers Munich, he covers Holland, but he you know, lets the French go into. He says, you know, show me that this is what you're doing. Go into Belgium. Show me what you're doing. Meanwhile, we've got total disaster for Italy this turn. Just a total utter disaster. Retreats to Naples for some reason instead of going to the Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis. That's really just a mistake. I think you need to cover one of those. And risk the. I guess he's doing it because he wants to make sure he gets that fleet back out of Eastern Med. But boy, this is a rough position. I mean, this is just a huge advantage for the French right now. What else do we see? Up in Scandinavia, the Germans continue to play conservatively and are thanked for it by an all-out attack by the Russians. Yeah, that's maybe not a surprise at this stage.
Yeah, Russia looked like they may have had their back to the wall a little bit a couple turns ago, and now they are just coming down on Germany. So, Chris, talk to us about the East.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great position for Russia to be in. They've into Prussia and Silesia with follow-up in Warsaw and Ukraine, easing the pressure off Austria a bit, which is nice for Austria because Austria is now left fighting the RT by themselves, basically, because Italy has to go defend against France. So everything sort of follows on one to the other. Yeah, Italy, very unfortunate position. Basically, that whole thing where you go east and then the person on the west moves up behind you, or you go west and the person on the east moves up behind you, is very hard to balance that. Commit the right amount of units in the right direction at the right time, right? That's why you really need that extra unit, that fifth dot. Yeah, I'm not sure. You could play it either way. I agree with Adam. You could have bounced either Tunis or Tyrrhenian. I mean, Tunis was lost anyway long term, but you could have bounced Tyrrhenian. Going to Naples, bringing the other fleet back, I don't think it's terrible. But, I mean, Italy's playing defensive for a long time now because I can't see anyone attacking France in the north anytime soon. So I think Italy's just going to get ground down over time.
Yeah. I you know what? After I look at this, I mean, I think the move to Naples is probably is reasonable. It's not, you know, there's not really. It's one of many bad options, so I guess it's okay. I just want to point out the Austrian moves being a little bit strange. If you look at the way that was done, I mean, this could have been achieved by Trieste to Budapest and using Vienna to either support that or to support the army in Albania up. It was a little bit of not the most economical way to do what they were trying to achieve.
I just want that hints to some mistrust still between Italy and Austria.
Yeah, but you can make those moves in a more unit efficient way by moving Trieste to Budapest instead of doing this kind of circle around thing.
Vienna doesn't need to move. Vienna could do something different.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Turkish move's interesting, bringing their second fleet down to Constantinople. So, I mean, it's the right time for it. You've got a good alliance with Russia. Russia's committed against Germany. Italy's pulling back. You want to get those fleets into Ionia as quick as possible, basically. Yeah,
it's a great time to be part of the RT right now.
Yeah, it's a nice. I mean, Turkey. This is nice. You want that alleviating of the Austria-Italy pressure, so that you can then expand and find your own fifth stop. Right?
Yeah. All right. Well, let's find out. We'll go ahead and stay in the east. Chris, why don't you lead us off?
Okay. What did Bulgaria do? Bulgaria actually made it into Apulia, convoyed by the Ionian and Aegean. That's an awesome move.
Wow.
well done, Turkey, I would say.
Wow. I love it.
I don't need to put my own feet in the Ionian if the Italians are going to put my army through there anyway. So that is an awesome move. You don't often see something like that.
That's is it Paul Revere shouting out the French are coming?
And I mean, to be fair, yeah, Italy's in a desperate situation. Desperate situations call for desperate measures. Here's a desperate measure. I wonder whose idea it was. I would suspect it was the Turk, but you never know. Maybe the Italian suggested. Yeah. The Germany again does a very good defense, but looks like they're finally out of Denmark. And this Italy's still attacking, or rather, Austria kicking Italy out of Tyrol. That I don't know. I mean, I guess Austria has the advantage of not having any other. They can sort of pick their enemy at the moment. They're not being actively attacked by Russia or by Turkey. My worry with it going after Italy is you don't get most of the dots there. I think France has already got the advantage there, and France is going to pick up. Maybe you pick up Venice, but if France picks up Rome and Naples and Tunis, then you haven't really won anything. It's probably not the right thing to do from that point of view. But we'll see.
This smells a lot to me like RT are selling Austria on a short-term rat.
Yep.
And it's not going to go well for Austria in the long run unless they can really make a strong case as to why they should not be the odd man out of it. I think this is going to be a really tough one for Austria. They're going to make a little bit of short-term gains. But really, I have to envision that this is Russia and Turkey really just trying to take advantage of the situation and making sure that they can push west before France gets too much of a head start there.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And I mean, Austria is in a tough position because Austria can't fight Turkey by themselves, and they can't really fight Russia by themselves. So what options do you have, right?
Well, I mean, Bulgaria has been undefended for the last couple of turns. I mean, Bulgaria is there. I mean, cut Romania, 2 on Bulgaria is going to do it. And you have to look at the position with the Fleet and Khan figuring that they're going to try to get that out. So, you can try. I mean, does that get you anywhere? I don't know, but maybe it gives some incentive to Russia to say, hey, maybe this can turn the tide a little bit and maybe I can get something going with Russia. But going after Italy is probably not the way to make your position stronger in the long term.
Yep. So Adam, we've got a lot of red in the west again. The only move that I see is Skag. What do you make of the west?
Well, this is a tough situation for Germany. This is you're going to lose tactically here. There's nothing you can really do about it from a tactical standpoint. Really what you can do is decide who's going to get your centers and how you're going to defend. And you can make a conscious effort to defend in a particular way while you continue to still try your best to turn somebody. But this is working well for everybody. Now that the French are up in Burgundy, they're going to have to cover Marseille, so I guess they can't really cut Munich. But this is not a winning tactical position. They'll figure it out how to crack it if that's what EFR really want to do. You can see we're out of Denmark. We're going to start pulling units this year. It's a rough position to be in.
All right. So for our winter builds, we've got a disband from Germany. They choose the army in Holland. We've got a French fleet in Brest and a French fleet in Marseille. So Hal feeling confident in his ability to safely build fleets. We also have a disband of the Italian in Rome. So we'll move on. Adam, let's stay in the West. Let's talk about 1904.
Yeah, I just a comment that I think the double fleet build by France is really interesting. I'm not sure if I like it or not, to be honest. I think there's a case for the army in Marseille and bringing the fleet in Brest around because you can't really get that fleet in Marseille out very quickly. But now we see Brest go to the English Channel, so not sure what that means. I'm sure England is happy they kept the army home just in case. Nonetheless, you can see Russia is definitely starting to crack here. We've got England taking Holland, and really what we see, it looks like Klaas is mainly trying to defend against the Russians. So, like I said, there's a choice in how you want to defend, and that was the choice that it seems like he's making here.
Punish the Russians. Chris, what's going on in the East?
I'm wondering if we've seen the end of the RT. That Romania to the Black Sea is, if it was a pro-Turkish move, it would have gone to Sevastopol. Let's put it that way.
Wow, I did not notice that. That's big.
And the timing of it is perfect because the Turkish fleets have just got into Ionian and Aegean. Constantinople's gone to Bulgaria. Turkey itself is empty, so Eric can walk into Ankara in the fall. He hasn't made any progress in the north, like in Germany this time. Italy did pretty well considering. Got dislodged by Turkey from the Ionian, retreated to the Adriatic, and we've got that Austrian move to Venice, which is not exactly a surprise. But if Italy wants to take it back, they can. I mean, Italy's kind of in that same situation that you were talking about Germany earlier, where they can kind of choose who takes their dots. And it's a question of, are they more annoyed with France or with Austria? Clearly, it's not Turkey because they invited Turkey in, basically.
And they're still working with Turkey, which is, yep. I don't know if it's to Turkey's benefit at this point.
Yeah, Turkey might be regretting that they managed to make so much progress west at this point.
Staying in the east, what is the result of that progress, Chris?
Oh, this is kind of interesting. So Turkey knows they're losing Ankara, so turns on Austria and takes Greece. But at the same time, Greece
and Bulgaria.
Yeah. The Austrian takes Bulgaria.
You've got to wonder how much of that was arranged and how much wasn't. Because I mean, Turkey and Austria have been working quite well together the last couple of terms, so that could have been an arranged swap. I don't know. But then, I don't know whether I would have moved that fleet, the Aegean fleet, to Greece if I was Turkey, or whether I would have gone the other way.
Yeah. Well, Russia either knew about it or was made a guess.
I mean, it's the only nice thing for Turkey at this point is that Russia put the fleet into Ankara, so at least it can only worry Constantinople. But they're going to build in Sevastopol probably. That's not good for you. And Russia also putting the army up into St. Petersburg, giving them an option of moving against Norway or defending. That might have been worrying about a possible bounce there. And again, Germany. Oh, Germany does lose Munich to Austria. That's interesting.
The French supported Austria in.
Yeah, and Italy did in fact kick Austria back out of Venice. So Austria still hasn't managed to take anything from this attack on Italy.
Wow. So Adam, we've got the Austrian in Munich with French support. What's going on in the West?
Well, I made the comment about not being sure if I like Fleet Marseille or not, and now this is kind of shows why. Now you've got a fleet in Piedmont, which is not necessarily the best place to have a fleet, though. You're advancing the position a little bit, but I think it's really interesting that France is now in the Irish Sea of all places. Maybe expecting to get a build to get another fleet up there, but the Irish Sea is a pretty weird place to be when you don't have anything in the channel. So we'll have to see how that actually plays out. They made a play on Holland this turn and did not get it because England basically went into turtle mode and just supported everything. And so,
but yeah. Holland and Rome were both quite long shots, so I wouldn't have gambled on either of those paying off if I was France. Right?
I mean, it was a guess. Like, I think Russ made the right call here, but I mean, France could have easily gone to London, and I would assume France was assuming London would get covered and Liverpool would be open.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Yes, because if England covers London, then you've got Liverpool open to walk into in the next spring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So good,
you're right.
good
Yeah.
guess by Russ there for defense.
Yes.
Sorry, folks. Little technical problem there.
Not a problem. So we're going to go ahead and pause here at the end of fall of 1904. We'll go ahead and play a little Who Do You Like? Adam, if you had to pick any player in the West, who would you pick?
I think France probably has the strongest position right now, but I could see this being recoverable for England. So it's kind of tough. I mean, I think Russia has the strongest position on this board by far.
Yeah, Chris, do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think it's between Russia and France, and I think the Russia is looking better. I mean, they've got a nice open Austria. They've got gains to make in Turkey. They're one of the few people with builds at this point, and they've got no one attacking them at the moment. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll pause here. We like Russia and we like France, and we'll come back to that and see if we're right. All right. Next up, we'll go to round 1, board 2, our Navy Pier game. Chris, is there anyone on this board that stands out to you?
The one name that stands out to me more than any other is Nikola in Turkey. World champion from years back. I don't remember what year, but
2006, I believe.
Sounds about right. About when I was starting playing tournaments, anyway. Very strong player still. Still shows up to a lot of big tournaments and has a good showing for himself. I'm not at all surprised to see him ranked 14th in this DBNI ranking. Yeah, I recognize Stephen's name. I recognize George's name. George ran a tournament. Was that last year?
It was, I believe, in February of this year. One of the last face-to-face tournaments that we
I think
had.
it was the last face-to-face tournament this year, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, so good crowd at Georgetown University.
Yes. And when he appeared playing face-to-face, made a very strong showing, I think.
Yeah, George has played with the Windy City Weasels for a very long time. He started in high school and has just been a really, really fun player. I love how creative he likes to be on his boards. And he's had one of my favorite Austrian boards that I've ever seen. I believe he had 4 Austrian fleets at one point. It was a beautiful thing to see. So. Ed Sullivan, of course, from Houston, is known online primarily as Go Horns Go. He and Russ Dennis have a podcast, which is the Diplomacist, I believe. It's a really good listen. Look him up on YouTube. Really, really fun show. Adam, anybody jump out at you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris hit on the people that I'm familiar with. I know I've seen Karthik's name in some of these DBN broadcasts previously, so I know that he's played. Allison and Ben, I don't recognize the names, so I don't know if they're new to the circuit or recurring people that I haven't met yet. But I'm obviously interested to see some new faces and how they do.
Yeah, we'll find out how they do. We'll go ahead and proceed to round 1, board 2. We'll look at the spring moves. This time, let's mix it up. Why don't we start with Chris? Why don't you take the West?
Interesting. We've got that bouncing Piedmont again this game. It seems like a move that I don't see very often in Spring 01, and yet here we've got it in both these two games. And also a bounce in the channel. This is a little unfortunate for France because you've got 2 units not moving. Third one going to Burgundy gives you play on Belgium. It's not terrible. You've still got 2 neutrals you can pick up. And it's probably better than having England in the channel. The key question, of course, that we can't answer is whether either or both of those were arranged or whether they were defensive moves. So England played the more southerly opening to the Channel and the North Sea. Germany put the fleet into Denmark, giving them the option of bouncing Sweden. Went up to Ruhr, which is always a interesting question. What do you do with Munich? So going to Ruhr with France in Burgundy, that's probably not what you would want to see as Germany, but it's not terrible.
I'm a little like it's a pretty gutsy opening for France because what would have happened if it gotten into Marseille and bounced in English Channel? Like, he's really lucky that bounced. So I hope he had to have been pretty confident that was going to bounce.
Yeah, I mean it's an anti-everyone move kind of thing. It's a very defensive play, I think.
French hog.
Yeah, French hedgehog, right?
Maybe arranged in this case, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, you might have been expecting all three of those to bounce. They're all perfectly reasonable places to arrange a bounce, right?
All right, Adam, talk us through the East.
Yeah, the only thing, Chris, the interesting thing about Italy is the move of Rome to Naples, just a little bit non-standard. Normally goes to Apulia, which has some play on Venice, and a little bit more of a flexible move than Naples. I'll just point that out.
Yeah, I mean, if Venice had made it into Piedmont, then you might be worried about having to defend Venice, which you can't do from Naples. Yeah,
that's right. I think that we're seeing a lot of normal, typical bounces in the eastern side in Galicia and Black Sea. Austria moving south to claim the Balkans. I think there's probably not a lot to talk about. This seems fairly standard for what we see. Of course, usually when you see something like this, something unusual happens in the fall. So let's take a look.
All right, we'll stay in the east. Adam, anything unusual?
Well, I think it is interesting that the Russians and Turks decided to balance in the Black Sea, and that looks certainly arranged because you see the Turks supporting the Russians into Romania. Not something, normally you would see the Russians supporting themselves. So it seems like there's some trust there, or just a strong desire not to see the Turks in the Black Sea. The Russians also managed to take Galicia because Austria chooses to cover Trieste against treachery by the Italians. Really, what's unusual is we're seeing that the Italians move into the Aegean Sea without actually taking a center. Certainly, the move to the Aegean Sea is something actually that I think has not become that uncommon, but normally it's accompanied by an agreed upon taking of Trieste by the Italians so that they can build a second fleet. I think this is probably ill-advised. In this case, we're going to Piedmont, we're going to Aegean, we're sitting in Naples. This is a real spread-out set of units that really can't do very much effectively on their own. It may be that Allison is a fairly new player, or it may be that she has something diplomatic in mind. But I think that this is going to put Italy in a difficult situation come the next year.
Yeah, Allison's definitely going to need to talk one of either Austria or Turkey into getting them a center for sure. So what do we have going on in the West, Chris?
The Scandinavia is interesting. Russia walks unopposed into Sweden because Germany went into Skagerrak, which I don't know that I've seen that before. I don't mind it. It's not a bad move. The German moves are interesting. Skagerrak follows up with Kiel to Denmark, so they take Denmark. Ruhr to Holland, take Holland. Leave Munich open. They obviously trusted France. Knew that France was going to Belgium, maybe. So that's good play from Germany, picking up 2 dots. And in some ways, they've made an advance. They've got that fleet up in Skagerrak already, where it's got play on Norway or Sweden. The other thing I quite like about not bouncing Sweden is you make a friend of the Russian, right? You could deny them a dot, but then you're making an enemy out of them. And realistically, you can take Sweden anyway, even if they're in there, right? It's not that big a deal.
Especially now you're in Skag.
Sorry?
Especially now that you're in Skag.
Right, especially in Skagerrak, yeah.
I would not be shocked if we see Sweden move to Norway next year.
Well,
There's
with the
arrangement.
I guess that's an English misorder, that the convoy to Norway was misordered there, because in which case that's quite unfortunate, because it leaves England with no build. But they've still managed to annoy Russia by trying to put the army in there. It's not as bad as you succeed, but it's still not going to make you any friends with the Russians. And the channel is interesting. France decides that they don't need to cover the channel this turn. They can put the fleet into mid-Atlantic. I think this is probably the right fleet move for France, because you've got to build anyway. You can build in Brest if you need it. So whether England goes to channel or not is kind of doesn't really matter that much. They pick up Spain, pick up Belgium, 2 builds. I expect we'll see a fleet Brest.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would not want to be England in this board.
Yeah, England. The German can easily move against England as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fleet Kiel.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a two fleet build France in this position.
Yeah, you could definitely build 2 fleets. There's no reason to annoy Germany. I don't think you need another army, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's find out. We've got a fleet and an army, which is probably the most flexible. We've got a fleet in Kiel, army in Munich, 2 Russian armies, Austrian armies, fleet Smyrna, and poor Italy left out of the builds. Let's go to the east. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay. So we see that the Italians did have something in mind. They worked with the Turks to take Greece, of course, leaving the Ionian Sea open for an Austrian retreat, which is sort of interesting because it looks like the Austrians might be the first ones to take Tunis in this game, which is super exciting. And I don't think I have ever in 25 years seen that. So bravo. If it happens. Of course,
it could be unopposed, right? There's no reason not to do it, I don't think.
Of course, the Austrians walk right into Venice, so that's kind of fun as well. What else do we see? The Turks go into the Black Sea because they have nothing else to do with Ankara, which is seems perfectly reasonable, and the Russians are coming south, but getting kicked out of Galicia. So this looks like an RT versus Austria, maybe, but kind of hard to say how it will develop, because I think there's still a lot of negotiation that has to happen, given the weirdness of this situation.
All right. How about the West?
This is an interesting game. England is going to suffer because of that misorder, I think. They tried again, but now Russia's got the supported attack into Norway. I would imagine that was probably arranged with Germany. Russia takes Norway, Germany follows up to Sweden. The fleet in Kiel went to Heligoland, giving them a supported attack on the North Sea in the fall. And the English Channel has been dislodged to London. So, they're England's big time playing defense at this point.
What else are you going to do, really?
Yeah, I mean, they've got no friends. They need to turn one of those people into an ally. Because right now they've got three coming after them and 3 dots to share between them.
This is great. This is great Russia Germany alliance play right here. This is something you don't see very often. This kind of effective play with them working together like this. It requires a good deal of trust on both of their parts, but it's moves that are in everybody's interest. So really just nicely arranged, great diplomacy and great tactics by both.
I really like the Germany-Russia alliance. It'll be nice to see how far they can push it.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's stay in the West. Chris, go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing that stands out is that Germany is in the North Sea. What did London do? Did London support the move? I can't see what London did.
London supported fleet north to English.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Unfortunate. That's just, I guess that's, well, you pick your enemies, right? Like we said in the other game, if you're being attacked from all sides, you decide who's going to get your dots. apparently they are more annoyed with France than with Germany at this point, which is probably reasonable. I don't know. The two French armies just sit still. One in Marseille.
Three French armies sit still.
Three French armies. Well, the one in Belgium hasn't got anything else to do, right? The one in Marseille, I guess, stays there in case Piedmont tries anything, and the one in Portugal picks up Portugal. So it's fairly passive move from France, but you're getting a build anyway. It's no big deal. Hold the channel. They could have tried to convoy an army over into Wales, which is apparently what England thought they might do. But there's no hurry, really.
Yeah, I think that George is showing some good patience here. They know if Germany's in North Sea, they'll probably be able to pick up at least one English dot, I'd assume, possibly negotiate for more. It'll be interesting to see who ends up with London.
Yeah, I mean, as France, you've always kind of got the advantage in going for Liverpool anyway. It's hard for any other power to get Liverpool.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Adam, in the East, what do we see?
Well, for Italy, it's easy come, easy go. The Turks, after supporting the Italians into Greece in the spring, now support themselves into Greece in the fall. So
that's not a big surprise, unfortunately.
No, it's not. So, I mean, this is a very sensible RT. There's no reason for them to be fighting right now. That may change very quickly now that Turkey is getting their fifth build and, has the potential to get out of the box. I think we're likely to see a fleet and continue to see the same sort of thing rolling. But if we were to see an army, that could suggest something else about to happen.
Yeah, and we're going to see Steve Hogue pick up, looks like 2 builds.
Down
build. Yeah, down. But that one build will make a difference. It'll be really interesting to see who ends up allying with whom against whom in the East.
Yep.
It's worth noting that the North Sea Fleet didn't actually retreat because it's a full move. They can rebuild that as an army or a fleet in Liverpool or Edinburgh.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
My money will be on an army.
Mm-hmm. That will be annoying.
I think that's a sensible removal.
That's a very sensible retreat.
It's a good play. Yeah.
Good shout out there. Well played. All right, so let's find out what happens with our builds. Yep. Starting in the west, we've got a army in Eddy, as you predicted. We've got a fleet in Brest. We've got an army in Trieste, which surprises me, actually. Albania is the disband, an army from Turkey in Smyrna. That's interesting to me. And that's it. Chris, let's start with you. In the West, anything stand out?
It's interesting. England's looking pretty well defended at this point now. That's not looking like some easy source of dots anymore, right? I think you might see that retreat and rebuild might have made the difference for England, because at this point, I think you've got a very strong case to argue to all of Russia, Germany, and France that it's not worth coming after me anymore. There's much easier dots elsewhere, and I'll help you get them with my one fleet.
The old Texas flag, come and take it.
Yeah. So I think we may well see some changes of the relationships between the powers in the West at this point.
It'll take a lot of effort to break through that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right. And in the East, Adam.
Germany could move against Russia. Yeah.
Adam, in the East.
Well, I think certainly the Turkish build stands out there, choosing to build an army there. It's hard to say what it means, right? I mean, it's a flexible build, and it's it makes a lot of sense. But so a fleet would have made a lot of sense as well. So obviously Nicola's got a play in mind, but it's hard. It's hard from where I'm standing to predict what it is. I think
I would have wanted a fleet at that point, because I don't see where you're pushing the armies to.
I feel that way as well. I mean, I feel like unless you're just going up to Armenia, it's going to be hard to make a rapid play here. But on the other hand,
it's Nicola. He may well be teaching us something here.
Nicholas, one of the most patient players that I've ever played with. He's makes very smart moves, and I one thing to watch out for. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be really interesting to see Smyrna move to Armenia and Turkey and Austria make a play on Romania or something like that.
I guess
Romania and Sevastopol could fall, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of salivating at the prospect of there being two fleets in the southern Med right now, and I mean, I understand, there's clearly something going on that he has a plan here, but being able to early take a dominating position there it would have been sort of interesting, right?
Yeah, you can argue that both ways, though. You can also argue, as there's only one other fleet in the Med, there's no hurry, right? And there's no point in starting an escalation in the Med.
Yep.
Those French fleets aren't coming over anytime soon.
Yeah, and you could certainly see that fleet.
Maybe they are now with England's defense.
All right, well, let's find out. We'll start in the West. No, they are not.
So, Germany is still, Germany and France are both still going off England, is the first thing we see from here. But Germany's hedging their bets here. They've got the convoy to Edinburgh, which doesn't go. But they've also pushed the army into Finland, an army into Silesia. There's no reason for them not to take Norway in the fall. But they didn't really even need the army in Finland to do that, I don't think. So interesting play from Germany for sure. They're going to gain out of this. I wonder whether they'll continue to push against England or whether they'll give up at this point. I would keep the fleets in the North Sea. There's no reason not to, but you might not bother sending anything else against England at this point. Marseille to Piedmont is interesting as well. That's the first sign of France showing an interest in anything in the south. It's not accompanied by a fleet, but it gives them something to talk to Italy about regarding Venice, at least.
It's really interesting to see the French players' moves, trying to figure out how to crack this shell around the English Isles.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up his third fleet. That's they can't bounce you in North Atlantic. They can't bounce you in the Irish. So I think that's the right way to approach this. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get a convoy into Wales or London at this point, right? I suppose you could have tried a convoy into London if you got Germany's support.
So why didn't the Holland army go?
I was a self-bounce in Yorkshire, right?
Oh, yeah, self-bounce. I missed that. Yeah, smart. Good defense.
Yeah. It's going to be harder in the fall, though, with all those French fleets around.
All right, and in the east, we've got the RT continuing on. Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's really, again, an RAT. We'll see if somebody ends up being the odd person out, but, this clearly shows a lot of coordination between those three powers. And this is sort of, what I was thinking when we didn't see the Turkish fleet build. This seemed very logical for Turkey to advance their armies in this way, with getting the fleet out into the Ionian, with Austria going up to the Tyrrhenian Sea. This is interesting. I guess there's some play there's quite a lot of plays here. There's also a lot of potential of people leaving things unprotected. So it's not good to be Italy right now, I guess, is the main point of this situation.
I guess if Italy's distracting Austria enough, then maybe Turkey can pick up Serbia as a result, right?
It's possible. I think, especially if they have help from the Russians, it really, I think you need to have the Russian help. But Russia's playing pretty passively and now has some trouble of their own in the north, which may impact their decision to make an enemy in the south at this stage.
Russia did nothing that turn, basically, right?
Pretty much nothing, yeah. Warsaw held, bunch of supports. So very passive. I think we're trying, and we also have a German army in Silesia, right? So this is dangerous for them at this stage.
But no more Austrian army in Galicia, so that's kind of a trade-off, right?
Yeah, what a great position for Turkey, though.
It is, and with armies in the Balkans, which is sometimes tempting for the Turkish player to just overload on fleets and never really have a play on those Balkan centers. So it's a great place for them. All right, so we'll stay in the East. Adam.
Yeah, and so Chris made the comment before of Nikola being a very patient player, and we see that here with him really just kind of standing by, putting the Austrian into Naples, which I guess that's good for Austria, but they have nowhere to build. So for what it's going to do for progress, what else do we have? There's not a lot going on. Russia is pulling something else north to Moscow to protect St. Petersburg next year because Norway is lost. So great plays up north by Germany, continuing to make some progress.
Yeah, and it is interesting to note also that the Italian tried to support the French unsuccessfully into Venice. So with their dying breath, they're trying to punish the Austrian.
Yep.
In the West, Chris, we talked about the German move into Norway. What else is going on?
Yeah, I'm surprised they did it that way. I would have cupped St. Petersburg with Finland just on the off chance that actually goes. It's the same effect, but you never know if St. Petersburg happens to move out or something. But that's a minor detail. It was guaranteed to be able to take Norway anyway. I see also the German match needs to make it into Edinburgh. So England expected a supported attack on Liverpool, but France instead played it more patiently and just supported themselves into the channel, which meant that the German was able to get into Edinburgh. I'm not sure what North Atlantic did. Supported Edinburgh to...
Supporting the self-bounce, Chris.
There was a self-bounce then. So that was arranged with Germany. And this is a big advantage to Germany. Germany picks up 2 with France's help, and France isn't growing. So that's not ideal from France's point of view. But they've got a very strong alliance here. They've been playing very well together. And that's the last German army out of Germany. So it's not like they're a big threat to France at the moment, even with 2 builds. They're not going to be a threat. Sending that army down to Piedmont was obviously exactly the right thing. You've got a friend in Italy, of all places.
Chris, do you like 2 army builds for Germany here?
I might be tempted to have a fleet, actually. I'm probably going after Russia. I definitely want an army to go into Prussia. I might want a fleet to head into the Baltic.
I guess how much do you want a the extra fleet is tough if you're thinking long term on the alliance, which maybe you have to be thinking given what's going on in the south.
Yeah, it is a tough call. I think 2 armies or a fleet and an army are both. You can make good arguments for both of them, I think. And you're right. In the long term, that 3rd fleet it's a short term piece rather than a long term piece, probably.
Well, let's find out what they did. 2 armies. We've got one army in Kiel, army in Berlin. We've got a disband in London, disband in Tyrolia, and that looks. And a disband in Norwegian. That looks like everything. Anything stand out to you, Chris?
I hate pulling that northern fleet as Russia. If I'm Russia, that's the last thing. Like, I want to keep a fleet in the north and a fleet in the south for absolutely as long as I can. And I would have probably pulled Moscow at this point rather than Norwegian, because you can cause a lot of hassle from behind the lines with that fleet, and you'll never get it back again. There will never be another northern Russian fleet in this game, barring something bizarre. Right?
Yeah.
We've also got with England pulling the fleet, that leaves England with all armies. So be interesting to see whether France and Germany decide to kill them or just leave them alone at this point. I've seen that done before.
That might be the worst stab of all.
You can just stay there. We can deal with you later.
That's fascinating. Adam, anything stand out to you?
No, I mean, I think, at this point, I'm sort of looking at the Turkish position and saying what next, and I'm very curious where we go from here. because I like the position, but there's a lot of interesting options, and at some point you're going to have to anger somebody because there's just all the dots there are either red or they're either Austrian or Russian. So if you want to gain, you got to go somewhere.
Well, let's find out where they go. Adam, why didn't you go ahead and start in the east?
Well, there it is. Turkey sticks with Austria and makes their play against Russia right here, moving to Romania with their own support and support from the Austrians. Of course, this could be a short-term move that's setting up to take Serbia in the fall, and that's actually seeing the Russians move from Romania to Galicia suggests that may actually be what's going on. So let's stay tuned on that one, because we also have a free take on Tunis with that fleet in the Ionian. France just walked into Venice. There may be some opportunities here for this to not be what it immediately looks like. Meanwhile,
that Bulgaria went into Romania with 2 supports and didn't actually need any.
Yep. And we see, the German position is continuing to get, the Russian position is continuing to get more difficult in the north by Germany bringing one of the fleets up. But they did not go to Prussia, so, opting instead to keep 2 armies back at home, which is a little bit of a slow play here. And
Yeah.
You really would have put Russia in a much more difficult position if they were in Silesia and Prussia going into the fall.
Well, it's the move of Gascony to Burgundy and Berlin to Munich. I wonder if there's a little stress on that alliance structure right now.
Certainly can't be feeling bad about the decision to do that. I mean, it looks like the right decision when you see the borders play on the board.
I mean, if I was to guess as to how the negotiations went, it was something on the lines of France saying, I'm going to move up to Burgundy just because I've got nothing else to do with that army. And Germany then saying, oh, I was going to go to Prussia, but now I've got to cover Munich instead. Because you can even see the support for the move to Prussia is still there.
Yeah, I right. They probably just didn't change the Silesia order.
Yeah. All right. Well, staying in the West, Chris.
Oh, interesting. A whole lot of supports for Germany, but France moves to Holland and gets in. That's got to be arranged because Germany could have covered that. So that's because Germany is picking up more of the English dots, I guess. The French fleet North Atlantic comes down to Mid-Atlantic. It's no longer needed in England. So that seems reasonable. In fact, this is a deal with France. The French-German alliance still seems pretty strong. The deal now is, okay, Germany, England obviously wants you to have the dots rather than me. You just take all the English dots, and I'll take Holland and go elsewhere. The German fleet continues its trek to Bothnia. That's going to allow them to force St. Petersburg next season. Or is it anymore? There's a Russian army come north as well. It's not going to be as easy for Germany in the north. They're going to have to bring another army up now.
Well, they have another army with the from the French army in Tyrolia.
Yep. That French army, it nearly took Venice, but now it's kicked out, which was kind of inevitable. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about the East. Adam, what's going on over here?
Yeah. So the Turkish move against Russia looks like it was real. Again, not playing aggressively, but holding on to Romania, not doing anything funny against Austria. The move to Serbia is a little bit. It doesn't seem no harm, no foul, I guess, is probably how what one would explain it. I guess if Serbia did do something else like go to Trieste, then you can say, well, I wasn't expecting you to leave, so I just ordered it for fun. But it's clear that that he's continuing to play on the level with Austria. Did not go to Tunis, and now Austria, which is what's really interesting, is Austria now has 2 builds coming, because there's one that was not used last year, and then the second build from Rome, while holding on to Venice. And so we're going to see two new Austrian armies. I can only assume maybe we'll see a fleet, but I doubt it. And so if this is an AAT against FG, we're going to see a lot of units pushing up towards Germany very, very quickly, and that will be, it's going to give some play to the Turks and Austrians moving up into Russia. It's going to give some play to the French moving down in the Med. It's going to be a little bit of a race.
It would be really interesting to see. You could argue there's reason to build an Austrian fleet at this point.
There's reason to do it. I mean, I'm sure we're going to. Well, I'm not sure of anything, but I would expect to see a Turkish fleet.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could see a second. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you want the second Austrian fleet. I think you want to be able to fill in.
I'm not sure either. But...
I think you want to fill in Piedmont and Bohemia and all that kind of jazz. I mean, France is in Tyrolia now.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not a threat to Austria, right? My question is, why didn't Turkey take Sevastopol?
Well, let's pause the game here, and we'll find out about those builds our next go-round. Right now, we're going to go ahead and bid Chris a short goodbye. He's going to be replaced by Randy Lawrence Hurt. Randy, let's add you to the stream. Say goodbye to Chris. Hey, Randy, how are you doing? Oh, Randy, I think you're on mute.
I was indeed. Sorry about that.
Here we go.
How you guys doing?
Welcome to the stream. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's Randy Lawrence Hurt. I'm a player and organizer out of Boston. Organized the Boston Massacre and the Total Con tournament for the last few years. And I started playing Diplomacy 16 or 17 years ago. Started online. And I've been playing primarily face-to-face for the past decade or so. And I commentated on the Philadelphia tournament about a month ago, and been to Weasel Moot as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these players have to show us.
All right. So round one, board 3, named after the 606. If you've ever heard of the High Line in New York, that's kind of the Chicago version. It's a converted rail line. It's beautiful to run on. We've got a couple of ranked players and several players. It's the first time playing in a DBN covered game. Randy, we'll go ahead and start with you. Anybody you recognize? Any names stand out?
Couple of names, yeah. Peter McNamara out of Australia, a very strong player. Played with him a few times, so it'll be interesting to see what he has to do. Melinda Holly is another very strong player who's been in the hobby for I think quite a while, and Maxim Popov as well. Actually, I think it's a relatively recent entrant to the face-to-face or digital face-to-face hobby, but he had strong showings at both Dixie and Boston. So I would expect to see some good play out of him as well. I don't recognize the other players' names.
All right. Adam, anybody else stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Peter many, many times. He is one of the most tactically gifted players out there. He's a good negotiator. He's a incredibly strong player, and really knows how to read a board. I recognize Jake and Paul. I think they're both Weasels. And Maxime, I've certainly seen on the broadcast several times and has done very well in these virtual events. So, and of course, Melinda is a longtime hobbyist who I've come across on numerous occasions.
Peter McNamara, a former Alpha Weasel, winner of this Weasel Moot tournament, and David Spanos is in Nashville, but he's a former Windy City Weasel. Jake Trotta, and I all joined the league right around the same time, around 2015, 2016 timeframe. Paul Pignotti is a longtime Weasel. So these three players have played many games together. It's going to be really interesting to see if they use that to work together or to tear each other apart. So we'll go ahead and get right into it. Okay. So we have our spring 1901 moves. Randy, would you like to take the west or the east?
I'll take the west.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Sure. We see England and France managed to avoid the channel, which is usually a good sign for both of them, good sign of things to come. France keeps Germany out of Burgundy, which makes me wonder if that was an arranged bounce, given that he used Marseille to do it. And I don't often see Germany go into Burgundy unless it's arranged or he thinks he'll miraculously get in. Otherwise, the moves in the West look fairly typical. Germany picks up Denmark, although he's not going to be able to guarantee himself Holland if England decides to keep him out of it in the fall.
All right. And in the East, Adam.
Well, it's wonderful to finally see Russia and Austria agree not to bounce Galicia. There's a lot of other more interesting things that you can do than bouncing units, and Russia shows us that by sending Moscow up to St. Petersburg. Always creates some fascinating dynamics in the north and changes the negotiation and the dynamics going into the fall of 1901. So that's great to see. We also see the Italians walk right into Trieste. Obviously, not being privy to the negotiations, this very well may be arranged. It very well may not be. So we'll have to see what it does from there.
Yeah, in my experience, if it is intended to be anti-Austrian, it's typically followed up with a move of the army to Venice. But we'll find out. The other move that I thought was interesting, just to point out, this particular French opening Paris to Gascony, I didn't really see that a ton in face-to-face. It would come up occasionally. But I think this is a sign of how integrating the online community with the face-to-face community is somewhat changing the meta of these virtual face-to-face games. This is a very common opening in gunboat games in particular. I have definitely noticed a trend for this opening becoming more common as we've welcomed some players that are new to the face-to-face hobby.
That's very interesting to me, since personally, as a French player, I don't typically like moving Paris down to Gascony because if, as happens here, you get bounced in Burgundy, you forgo any say over what happens in Belgium. And as France, I usually like to have some sort of say over that.
I think I don't play gunboat as much as a lot of other players, but I think it's more common for England to open to the channel. And so I think Gascony gives you some protection if English does go to the channel and still gives you some flexibility over Iberia. I think that's the logic behind it. All right, so moving on, we'll stay in the East. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so the Turks take the Black Sea, the Russians support themselves to Romania, the Austrians support themselves to Greece, and the Italians sit and hold in Trieste but move the army back up into Venice. So not a lot of unusual movement right there. Maybe Apulia to Venice is, some decisions there whether to convoy to Tunis or to do something else, and so elects to do that. We do see the French move into Piedmont, which is exciting, and a German move into Silesia, which is also exciting. Certainly going to impact how people think about builds.
Yeah, and I think it speaks a lot to what's going on in the West. Randy.
All signs say Western Triple.
Absolutely.
France picks up Iberia, gets an early jump in Piedmont. I think we can expect to see a French fleet in Marseille in the winter. England throws that army into Norway, preparing to go over the top, grab St. Petersburg. It doesn't hassle Germany for Holland, obviously, and Germany puts into Silesia. So all signs are go for the Western Triple.
Absolutely. All right, let's find out how the rest of the board reacts to that. We've got a fleet in Eddie, an army in Paris, a fleet in Marseille, two fleets from Italy, including one in Rome. We've got an army in Munich, army in Berlin, army Warsaw, and fleet Smyrna. Randy, anything stand out to you in the Western builds?
That double army build from Germany is a commitment to the triple. That is, they are pretty much only useful against Russia. You could argue that they could be used against France, but probably not. This looks like Germany is full on for the triple.
Would you argue in favor of the army over the a fleet?
If I'm Germany, no. You need or you want the flexibility usually, and the extra army doesn't necessarily help you all that much.
All right, and in the East, anything stand out to you, Adam?
No, I mean, I don't think it's a surprise to see an army in Warsaw and a fleet in Smyrna under these circumstances. I think that's exactly what you would expect to see. And I'll just reiterate what Randy said. I mean, that army in Munich, in the case of a triple, where is it going to go? Bohemia or Tyrolia or something? I mean, I'd rather have the fleet in the Baltic, be able to secure the position up north, be able to convoy something into Livonia if you get Sweden this year. It's just not. There's just not as much to do with it, I think.
That army is probably better for the triple. It's not necessarily better for Germany.
There you go.
What do you make of the double fleet build for Italy? Do you like that?
Yeah, it's the right build. It's the right build with an agreed upon taking of Trieste by Austria. You don't want to put more armies down. You want to have the fleets. There's a Western triple coming with the moves last turn. You need those fleets to defend against France, and you're probably going to need one in the Ionian to deal with encroachment by Turkey. So you need both of those fleets, absolutely.
All right. Starting in the west, Randy.
England throws the army over to Barents, walks into Sweden unopposed. So he's going to be able to pick up Sweden. Won't be able to grab St. Petersburg. Russia wisely bounced England out of Norway there, so Russia prolongs things a bit in the north. France and Germany's moves are all consistent with the triple, as Adam alluded to. That army in Munich drops down in Tyrolia, so presumably to help France pick up or try for Venice at least. Meanwhile, the French fleets rotate around to get better position on the Med.
I like it. All right, in the east.
I'll just, looking at this, I would have maybe preferred an English army there. What do you think about that? To try to just get a second army up north. Do you really need that extra fleet right now?
No, I mean, if I'm England, I probably would have built an army instead of that additional fleet. You're right. If you're England, armies are precious resource. So anytime that you can build them, you generally want to. And obviously, the fleet in Eddie isn't doing anything right now. It's just bounced out of the North Sea.
Yeah. So looking at the east, I'll make a comment on the Italian order. So Italy opts to support the fleet to Tuscany rather than making the attack, supporting the attack on Trieste. On Tyrolia. Probably regretting that at this stage. I think there's an argument for why you go to Tuscany instead of Tyrrhenian Sea there. I can definitely appreciate that, but I think that protecting Tyrolia at this stage is much more important because there's all kinds of bad guesses you've got to make when you have a German army there that affects both you and affects Austria, having to potentially cover centers and pull units back. Notably, the Austrians and the Russians are working together to attack the Turks. This makes sense. There's a Western triple. Turkey really can't do a lot to help you against it. They're really just behind you, being a pain in the neck, trying to get out of the box, slowing you down. So I'm not surprised to see that. The Austrian move to Galicia is not anti-Russian. It's covering Galicia in case the Germans move there. And it's potentially supporting things moving forward. This is such an obvious Western triple. The East is taking absolutely the right steps to hold back against it, but may get overwhelmed tactically.
One thing I want to point out just real quick here that I hadn't noticed before, but Peter McNamara in England is a very tactically sound player. And he, as we noticed, instead of moving Eddie to the Norwegian, which clearly would have worked, he probably deliberately bounced himself out of the North Sea. So I wonder if that's going to rapidly lead to England throwing fleets into, for example, Helgoland and the North Sea and turning on Germany if after he picks up Sweden and figures there's nowhere else to go up north.
Yep.
Oops. So one thing that stood out to me was the Italians' move to Ionian. What, Adam, do you make anything out of that?
I guess I don't have a problem with it. I think, you want to be in the Ionian. You know that Turkey's going to bring their fleet out. It's certainly, you'd certainly rather be in the Tyrrhenian Sea, but I can understand it from sort of a sort of just general principles standpoint. I think if you're going to go Rome to Tuscany, though, you probably want to go to the Tyrrhenian Sea. If you're going to go Rome to Tyrrhenian Sea, then the Ionian makes sense. So that's kind of how I would look at it from here. But you do have to worry about the French going to Tuscany and, doing some funky stuff from there. So, it's a lot of guesses. It's a lot of just taking your best shot there.
Yeah, I wonder if we're looking at an air alliance and they're going to maybe feed Greece to Italy to help him fend off France while Austria picks up builds or something along those lines.
It's possible.
All right, so let's find out. Adam, go ahead and take us through the East.
Yep. All right, so... okay, so we have the Germans are actually decide to cover Munich from Silesia, and the Austrians don't go there, so Germany's moving in the wrong direction for where they want to be, but they do go up to Livonia. So now Russia's going to have some problems. Some futile attacks in the north by Russia, and some attempts in the south by Turkey's not even really making an effort to get Bulgaria back and opts to support the Austria, and maybe seeing that as a potential path to hang out at three centers for a while the Western Triple does its thing and then get back into the game later. So whole lot of not much. The Italians do manage to get into Tyrolia this time. And yeah, it's hard to separate the West and the East here because of this triple, but I'll let Randy talk about what's going on around France because that's also kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, France does a good job covering the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. That would have been a huge problem for him if Italy had walked in there. So he covers it, drops the army to Marseille, but it's gonna be a slow going for France down there. He's gonna have to he can't force the Western Med without risking the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So that Italian fleet in the Western Med is just going to be a real problem for France. And I don't see France picking anything off of Italy in the near future. One thing I noticed that is good or interesting, England moves to the Norwegian Sea, finally. I'd be willing to bet a large sum of money that the build is an army in Eddie. And I would also be willing to bet a large sum of money that England is going to stab Germany in 1903. It looks like he is setting himself up. Germany walked out of Denmark. Prussia walks to Livonia. He covers Munich, but he's up in Bohemia. He's not in a particularly good position, even with his build. If it's another army in particular, I wouldn't be surprised to see this Western Triple fall apart very rapidly.
There's such a strong case here in the interest of the triple to give the Belgian build to France instead of Germany. And if England could have pulled that off, wow, what a dominating position he would have on Germany. It's going to make it a little bit harder with Germany having the build. But, man, if you're France here, you've got to make that argument that I got to put another fleet down to cover Mid-Atlantic and to be able to make any progress. Germany's got the armies they need. I mean, this is really, if you're playing a triple, you really want France to get the build here.
But either way, Germany almost has to build a fleet here, right?
You would think so.
This is the problem, though, right? And this is the problem with not building that fleet in 1901. It becomes harder to justify building the fleet the longer the game goes on. The only reason you're building it at this stage is to defend yourself against England. And if you're defending yourself against England, you're not advancing the triple. So England says, screw it, I'm going to just attack you. You don't build the fleet, and England says you're completely defenseless because you only got one fleet. So screw it, I'm going to attack you. I mean, you put yourself in such a bad position, and it's just damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point.
But that's the danger of Germany with the Western Triple. So, all right, let's find out what happens. Okay, we got an army. Wow.
There it is.
Playing the diplomatic game. I am going to be valuable to the alliance, and the alliance is more valuable than my dots. We'll find out. We've got the army in Eddie, and we've got army in Budapest, and that looks like the only changes on the board. We'll go ahead and just move right on. Oh, go ahead.
And there's an argument for England to say, you know what? I can still get some dots that aren't German. I can get some armies over the top. I don't need to stab Germany right now. He's the front line here. This is okay for a couple of turns. So, I'm not sure we're going to see it.
We'll find out. Let's go ahead and start in the West. And go ahead, Randy.
Yeah. just as Adam called it, England throws that army into St. Petersburg, and it gets there immediately. Double convoy via Norwegian and Barents, which is not something you see every day. So that's fun. And it wasn't guaranteed either. Russia chose to cover against Germany instead, probably figuring that if England slow plays it, then St. Petersburg is lost anyway. So might as well just give up the ghost there now.
That's the kind of play that shows why Peter McNamara is a former Alpha Weasel. Like that's a really, really smart time to make that guess.
Yep, very savvy. France covers the Mid-Atlantic unnecessarily. Italy gives up the Western Med, which I'm not sure I understand, honestly. I think the Western Med was a much better position to be in. He didn't need to come back to cover Tunis. Tunis was in no real danger since Turkey can't force the Ionian. So I think maybe Italy just got nervous about being kind of outside of their dots there, but I think that is somewhat detrimental to their position.
All right, and in the East, Adam.
Yeah, I think, what strikes me is this chain of arrows starting in Budapest and going out to the Tyrrhenian Sea, where we've got this crazy chain. Now, it works, and the ending position is actually fantastic for Italy and Austria. It's actually exactly where they want to be. They've got Tuscany covered, they got Tyrolia covered, they've got Vienna covered, they've got Bohemia covered. They're everywhere they need to be right now, except Galicia, which is probably okay. The problem is with ordering chains like that is if Leon goes to Tyrrhenian Sea, that's all gone. But like Randy said, I really don't like the move of Western Med to Tunis. You're not covering it from anything. Maybe there's a diplomatic reason for this that we're not seeing. Maybe there's something negotiated with the French that says, hey, let's try to de-escalate. I'm going to let you into the mid-Atlantic, pull my fleet back from the west, and let's see if there's a way to do this. So that's the only thing I can think of here. As far as everything else, there's the Italians support the Austrian fleet into Aegean, so continuing to make some pressure on the Turks, but they're not going to really make any progress from here. So okay, Why not? But why not?
We'll stay in the East. Do they make any progress?
Well, the Italians go from Ionian to Eastern Med, so now you can crack them. So that's good. It's also really interesting that they dislodge Piedmont, which elects to disband. Makes sense. They can rebuild it in Marseille as a fleet or something else. But clearly, this was a case where the French were interested in moving backwards. The Italians had something else in mind, and really just clobber Western Med, Lyon. And so this is the way it goes sometimes. The Germans are really just decimating. Germany and England are decimating Russia. Something's going to change really soon because now the Russian dots are owned by Germany. Germany takes 2 of them. England takes 1. Who's the odd man out?
Well, I think France has just made themselves the odd man out.
I think
one dot off of Germany, but Germany's still building. They throw a fleet into the Irish, but England is building, and they just lost Western Leon and Piedmont. So I think France is about to have a.
They're going to build 2 though. They're going to put 2 down. They are going to
put 2 down. That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
But any hope of any further progress against Italy, obviously, is
there's no Western. I mean, I can't imagine this continues to play as a Western triple. I mean, this is just.
This is an EG now.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right. Well, we get a army and a fleet. Ooh, that's interesting.
Another army from Germany too.
Yeah.
Wow. That's an EG.
And then we've got the fleet in Liverpool, which makes sense. Disband from Russia in Stev, and Livonia and Bothnia. Poor Paul Pignati. Welcome back.
Here for Paul.
All right, so we'll start in the West. Randy.
Well, England pulls back as expected to fight France, and France is all in, fighting both Germany and Italy, and does not look like they're going to get the best of it. They get Holland, but they can't hold it if England and Germany work together. They are unable to get into Lyon. In fact, they almost lost Spain. If Italy had done it right, they would have taken Spain instead, and also walked into Marseille. So unfortunate from Italy's perspective, they didn't see that. Germany gets into Burgundy. So yeah, as I said, France may have bitten off more than he can chew.
All right, and Adam, I see Russia looks like they're moving to defend Sev. What is going on in the east?
Well, Russia's making their last stand. But I think what's interesting is that the Turks managed to get back into Bulgaria from Khan because Bulgaria is not supported. Instead, the Austrians decide to help the Italians into Smyrna. This makes sense because Aegean would have been cut had it supported Bulgaria anyway. But this maybe offers some life to Turkey. I mean, Smyrna's down, but it's down to a fleet. Hard to say where it goes from here for Turkey, but I wouldn't. Turkey's a hard nut to crack from this position, so there still may be some play there for them. Otherwise, the AI is solid, right? They're covering all of the middle ground, Tyrolia, Bohemia, while Italy is continuing to make some plays against France. Obviously, they guessed wrong in their attack there, but they've got a shot going forward.
Randy, do you feel that France does flip sides and tries to go in with the AI here?
You got to wonder. You got to wonder if France's pitch to them is, look, you can keep clobbering at me in the med, but England will get to my dots faster than you will. Meanwhile, Austria and Italy, if they cooperate, could force Munich, and then Austria could probably get Warsaw after that. So France has got to be making the pitch to somebody. He's clearly ticked off all of his neighbors, so he's got to try to sell somebody on the idea of picking a different target.
Either upset them or everybody's just smelling blood in the water.
A little bit of both.
All right, so we've got wow.
So that's,
Adam, what is so entertaining?
a lot. Where do you start?
Let's start in the east.
Oh, yeah. Well, the East is a little bit less exciting, so I'll go quickly. Austria does retake Bulgaria, and that's and Austria also takes Munich. So that, in combination with what else happens in the West, I think is really the story of this turn.
Yeah, because we see Italy manage to force Marseille. We see England walk into Denmark and apparently stab Germany. I suppose it's theoretically possible that was arranged, but I wouldn't count on it, given that fleet in Denmark is going to be moving to the Baltic, if I know Peter. So France is still not in a good position, but now neither is Germany. So this is all really good for England and the AI. The AI are also in a very good position.
Well, Austria did pick up Serbia, but I think they lost Greece. I think Bulgaria retreated to Greece.
But that's retakeable. That's a Turkish army in Greece has got nowhere to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a matter of time.
I'll just point out that one other interesting thing to note is that France opted not to cover Paris, correctly predicting that the Germans would cut Gascony. Not clear that was really in Germany's best interest to help Italy take those dots, but there you go.
Especially since Germany had to be looking at those 3 units on Munich and wondering if they were going in there. If I'm Germany, I wouldn't help anybody get dots right now except me.
Right. Belgium's not covered. Paris is not covered. Think about what that unit could have done, right?
Germany's down 2 now. Germany just lost Holland and Denmark.
Yep.
So this is what the board looks like for winter of 1904. Let's play a game of Who Do You Like? Randy, we'll let you go first. If you've got to pick one power in the West, who do you pick?
Oh, you got to pick England. They've got no natural enemies. They just walked into a dot. They're building again. France has just lost a dot. So, I mean, England England's in a great position.
Absolutely. Adam, anybody in the East that you feel like might be able to compete with England?
You know, the AI is pretty strong, and I think they've got very little incentive to stop to not continue working together. And they, you know, I could see this being a long haul alliance. It's a question of whether one of them can overtake England on this board, and I'm not certain about that. But you know, they can probably do pretty well sticking together for at least some time. There's a lot of dots there. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 3 Turkish dots, 2 Russian dots, those two German dots in Russia. There's a lot of gains for the two of those countries if they stick together. So I would anticipate that that's going to happen.
If you had to choose between Italy or Austria to have the best chance at that top, who would you pick?
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I probably like Italy in this position a little bit better, but it could go either way. But I'd probably give the edge to Italy. A little bit more flexibility in terms of you know, where their units are and what they can do.
All right, well, let's keep going with this game. For our builds, rough turn for Germany. We've got Belgium, Warsaw, and Moscow all disbanded. We've got the army build in Eddie, fleet in Paris, army and fleet for Italy, and that's it. Anything stand out to you, Randy?
Well, there's a remote chance that Russia will be able to get back into the game now. Germany pulling those armies. Maybe Russia talks to Austria and says, hey, leave me alone. Let me slow England down, or you could even help me back into Moscow, and I'll happily keep England tied up there, and that gives you more opportunity in the middle.
That'll be fun. Adam, anything stand out to you?
Army Naples, fleet Rome looks a little backwards to me, or you know, why do you want the army in Naples when you got nowhere to convoy it to right now? You know, I'm sure there's a reason for it, but you know, would you rather have it in Venice than Naples, so it can maybe go somewhere, maybe follow into Piedmont if you try to shift that way or something like that? But you know, it's okay.
That might have been negotiated with Austria. If I'm Austria and I see Italy throw down an army in Venice when I've got nothing to defend the homeland, I might be nervous. So that could have been agreed upon.
Fair.
It feels like it's got to be a diplomatic reason that we just aren't seeing here.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's begin in the East. Talk us through it.
Yeah. So yeah, we can. so the Turks go out onto Bulgaria. So choosing to give up their homeland, but making the play against Austria. So clearly we can see who their main enemy is. They go all out against Bulgaria and take it, while the Italians take Constantinople. It does look like the Russians and the Austrians have a deal to work together. We see the Austrians go into Warsaw. I wouldn't be surprised to see them support the Russians into Moscow come the fall, but you never know. You know, it's really interesting to see Italy move Tyrolia to Trieste in this position. I don't know why you would do that. It seems diplomatically a rough move. It seems not like a good setup for a stab. You can stab for a dot just as well from Tyrolia in the fall. So I'd be curious to understand what the reasoning for that. Maybe it's going to go to Albania to try to kick the Turks out of Greece. But conversely, if that was your goal, why not build the fleet in Naples and go to Ionian to do that? So, you know, I don't know. But I think also the Italians lost the Western Med, so that's also not super helpful for them.
And I think in some ways kind of answered your own question there. I think Tyrolia to Trieste is exactly what you said, heading down to Albania. And the reason they did that way is because if they build a fleet in Naples, move to Ionian, they knew they couldn't hold the Western Med, and they wanted the fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea to protect Tunis. What Italy's done now is they'll be able to hold Marseille for another year now.
Then why not put down two fleets, though? Why do you need that army in Naples? Why didn't you put down two fleets? You're in the Ionian, you're in the Tyrrhenian Sea, you've got flexibility over how to cover Tunis, you've got flexibility over Greece, you've got, you know, just a lot more to do. I think that's probably, at least in hindsight, looking stronger to me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Elsewhere in the West, as mentioned, France gets into the Western Med, but will be, unfortunately for them, unable to retake Marseille. They do get into Burgundy, and Germany gets back into Munich. So we're seeing some setbacks for the AI as France and Germany appear to have more or less resolved their differences, or at least decided, let's sort out our own home centers before we continue to fight each other. And England positions very well and will be able to take one of Kiel or Berlin. I'm going to guess Kiel. I assume England will be taking Kiel in the fall.
All right, let's find out. Go ahead, Randy.
England takes Kiel in the fall. Austria retakes Munich. So overall, a pretty rough year for Germany because they also lose Warsaw. And as I suggested earlier, Russia walks into Moscow with Austrian help while also taking Budapest, but I'll let Adam talk about those ramifications. France does manage to retake Marseille, but at the cost of Spain. So that's certainly some very fun play by Italy right there.
I can't really overstate how much I dislike the move of Romania to Budapest. It's a build you can't use. Mm-hmm. You've got somebody keeping you alive, helping you out. It's just such a poor diplomatic choice. It's the kind of move that many players will spend the rest of the game ensuring you don't have a fun time the rest of the game, because it's really just not a. It seems to me it's just a very undiplomatic move in this standpoint. If you can use the build, okay, maybe, but you're already getting a build from Moscow that Austria is giving you. You know that you're getting that. You're going to put something down in Sev. Why do you need to dot the guy that's been helping you out and that earlier on could have done a lot more to hurt you? So I really don't like it, but it is what it is. The Austrians are unable to retake unable to retake Bulgaria. So I'm not sure if they're actually they're probably not going down because they take Warsaw. So they're down 2 and up 1, so they're going to have to pull this turn. So not great news for the Austrians, even though they do manage to retake Munich.
That's actually where I play a little bit of a devil's advocate here. I agree that diplomatically speaking, remaining to Budapest is probably not a great move, but Russia would be benefited here by causing as much chaos as possible. And an army in the middle of Austria, when Austria has to pull and Turkey is still putting up a very solid fight, could play out to Russia's benefit. It's not at all obvious that Russia will lose Moscow, and it's not entirely clear they'll actually lose any dots. And if they can free up one of their home centers, they might somehow get another build next year and be right back in this.
Yeah, I could see it. Paul's a good enough tactician that he could definitely make something happen. So. All right, so we'll go ahead and stay in the east, figure out, let's look at the builds first. We've got the army in Sev, another disband from Germany. It's pretty much, is that it? Is that lights out for them? Did they lose?
That is game over for Germany. Now, pulling Berlin means that it will be. Yeah. But it was going to be anyway. There was nothing to stop England from forcing it.
So David chooses to keep the more interesting build, and he'll probably be asking all of his neighbors who wants to do something fun with that unit. We've got army build in Eddie, fleet in Naples, and that's it. We'll go ahead and start in the west. Randy.
France continues to battle Italy and is not getting the better of this battle. Italy walks into Marseille, retreats to Portugal, while France retreats to Tunis. So those two are extremely entangled with each other. And if you're England, you've got to be loving it. As long as they're fighting each other, they're not going to do anything useful to you, and you can continue to position yourself, take Berlin, get yourself an army in Livonia, so maybe you get Moscow if Austria decides to help you. So you still got to be loving England's position right now.
It's a mess, and I love it.
that is quite the mess.
All right.
At a certain point, you've got to imagine that they have had multiple conversations with each other, agreeing how much they hate this position and not being able to think of any way to untangle themselves.
I have had so many conversations like that as Italy and France, and they continue to just can beat your head against the wall. Adam, let's go to the East.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on what Randy was saying in the West. I mean, look at how beautiful this is for England. Norway to Norwegian. Where do you think that fleet's going to go? That's going to go to the Now, to the Mid-Atlantic, because hey, France, we're working together. I need to get something down there to help you block things up. I mean, this is just going to play out so well for England unless something really changes. I love the convoy to Livonia. It's always a great move. And, you know, this is a situation where you figure you can probably get away with it. I might have more expected St. Petersburg to just support that, but, you know, can't say anything wrong with what he did. So in the West, you can see that Italy and Austria arranged a bounce in Trieste to prevent the Russian from moving there, but Russia actually pulls back to Romania. So maybe something was arranged there. Hard to say. But the Austrian does pull back into Bohemia out of Munich, basically freely gives it up so that they can defend Vienna in the fall from the Russians. So really big setback for Austria. This is going to be very tough for Austria to come out of this well.
So if you're playing the chaos game as Russia, isn't Vienna wide open?
Yeah. On the other hand, being in Romania means Austria now has to guess between Budapest or Romania, unless Turkey does something strange there. And presumably, Russia might decide to take the gamble that Austria is not going to support England in Moscow. If he moves Seb to the Ukraine and is able to keep Budapest and Romania, he just got himself another build.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that it will be interesting is Russia can defend Moscow without any interference from Austria. So maybe that's a pullback for some kind of arrangement there too. So. All right. So moving on to the fall, we'll stay in the East.
Yeah, so England does indeed not get to Moscow. It looks like Warsaw supporting Livonia in?
I think it may be the other way around.
I think Warsaw was supporting Moscow to Livonia.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and Russia guesses correctly, and you know, so Russia again is going to be playing short here. Again, I personally don't like this style of play, but I understand Randy's point about it. But I think that if you're trying to get something going on your side of the board, you can't do that in a way where you're basically destroying your diplomatic options, and you're really going to make life difficult for yourself. But we actually do see some love between the Turks and the Italians. This makes perfect sense for Italy to be doing this right now. It makes a lot of sense. Austria's pretty much finished in this game. So yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to take Vienna and Serbia, lose Trieste, take Portugal. I think you're going to be up a couple. He's up three down.
Retook Spain and Tunis, picked up Portugal, Vienna, Serbia, only lost Marseille. Up 3.
Okay. You got that French.
Maybe 2.
I think he's building 2. I think he's up 3 down.
Right.
3 down 1. But you got the French fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea, which is annoying, but you'll be able to deal with it. It's a single unit over there. France is going to be disbanding. It may disappear anyway. France is
going to be building.
France is building.
France picked up, retook Marseille, lost Portugal.
No, but Marseille was French. Marseille was French.
Right. So picked up Munich, lost Portugal. So you're right. France is even.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the messiest, but probably the best stab that we've seen of the tournament so far. Just really
excellent. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Russia offered by walking into Budapest last year.
Absolutely.
That just completely set Austria off their game and gave Italy this opportunity.
Yep, it's great. So let's find out what they do. They build in Rome and Naples. Army and fleet. I personally like that. Now it's officially goodbye, Germany. Thank you for playing, David. We've got the Austrians disband in Silesia. Peter in England just continues moving right along with another army. Excellent call. And yeah, anything stand out to either of you?
This is a race between England and Italy. They're both playing fantastic games. I mean, there's so little to critique about the way either of them are playing. They're taking advantage of the opportunities. They're building smart. You have to love a game like this, and they're going to be playing hard to the end because these are both players who want to win this game.
When we've got very differing styles also, and I love it. With England, we've got a very measured, consistent pace, just methodically moving along. With Jake in Italy, we've got just a wild, like, dots everywhere, and playing to the like taking advantage of the chaos. It's fantastic. All right, so let's start in the West. What do we see?
England realizes that he's in serious danger of losing his race for the top to France, and he's trying to pull down to pop up France before Italy can get all those dots. So probably coordinating with France to keep Italy out of the mid-Atlantic there, dropping to the English, and then dropping his armies down in Silesia. So this is England propping up France until such time as Italy has maybe lost a dot or two. Looks like Italy and Turkey might be in some issues, although I'll let Adam talk about that. So this is a good play from England, keeping France alive for future use.
All right.
Let me just give a shout out to Turkey in this game, because what a great way to continue to fight out from a really rough position, and actually starting to look like they might have some play in this game. Certainly diplomatically, I'm sure they do. From a center count, their home centers aren't looking so good. But look, we've got 3 dots in the Balkans, or we're about to have 3 dots in the Balkans, and that's probably going to play out for this turn, right? We're Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia are just as likely to end up Turkish at the end of this turn. I'm not sure what Armenia is doing, but I guess I do know what Armenia is doing. It's going to support. It's going to make the attack onto Ankara now that the Italian fleet is stranded there. So that move looked pretty weird, but I guess if this was a trap that was being set, it's about to be sprung.
Yeah, it's great. So let's find out what happens.
Okay. Well, see, this is why we're commentators and not playing the game. Okay, so clearly ITR are actually working together here. So it's all been diplomacy. So now we have Turkey in the Black Sea from Khan. Again, it's a little bit puzzling why Turkey would want to have that second fleet in there. But again, if this is the diplomacy to keep Turkey in the game, why not? If that's what Italy's asking you to do and it's going to keep you in the game, why not? But again, you just gave all your home centers to Italy, so it is a little bit strange. I mean, I think I would have preferred to see Khan supports arm to Ankh, or even vice versa. But it is what it is. And moving to Trieste. So keeping Serbia Italian, just getting that kind of pirate army up there. Is this the end of Austria? I believe this is the end of Austria. So sadly so.
Well, we will bid farewell to Melinda, and I will say I've played many games with Jake, and he can be quite a charming player. He has a way of asking for things that other people might think are just ridiculous, and people want to do them. And I think that's what we're seeing right here. All right. So we've got fleet build in Rome. We've got an army build in Naples, and a fleet in Liverpool, and an army in Paris. We're going to go ahead and pause here. Let's go ahead and just take a minute. We'll do another round of who do you like? I mean, clearly it's between England and Italy. Randy, if you had to pick one, who do you think has a better shot at the board top?
I mean, I would have said England if it wasn't for the fact that Italy is performing absolute miracles with his diplomacy down there. Board position wise, I think England has the stronger, more solid position. He's got a bunch of French dots that he can grab whenever he wants, but Italy clearly has Turkey and Russia on his side, at least for now. So, I mean, I have to say England. I would rather be playing England right now than Italy, but I would not be surprised to see Italy pull out this board top at all.
Adam.
You know, well, I can easily count to 15 or 16 for England, but you know, if I'm gonna count that way, that means I can count to about 18 for Italy. So, you know, I ultimately still think I give the advantage to England, just because I think the way it's going to, because of how the game's likely to play out. But you know, it's razor thin margin here. It's a razor thin margin, and I think it could go either way. And this may be a game where diplomacy trumps tactics and Trump's position, and if that's the case, you know, it looks like Italy has had the advantage in this game from the diplomacy side. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I love the contrast in styles. It's fantastic.
Everything could still go wrong for Italy, but that was true for the last several years, and it hasn't yet. So he's pulling miracles out of a hat here.
I think there's a lot more risk for Italy. There's very little risk for England's position.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, England is just completely solid here.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's move on. We've spent enough time with the 606. We'll move on to round 1, board 4. This is our Millennium Park game. Millennium Park being the home of the Cloud Gate Bridge, better known colloquially as the Bean. It's a beautiful park you should visit if you ever come in town. On this board, we've got several players that are known to me. Anybody stand out to you, Adam?
Well, obviously, Doc Binder is a world champion, fantastic player from Florida. You know, he has a very interesting style. He tends to play all around the board, get units into lots of positions where he can make things happen, not sort of a traditional grinding type of player. So it'd be really, he's always really fun to watch. Of course, as Austria, you know, that style can get you into trouble, but we'll see how he does. I believe I've come across Ali before. I think he's a pretty strong player. And I actually don't know too many of the other folks on this board.
Okay. Randy, anybody jump out to you?
Same as Adam. Obviously, I recognize Doc's name, but I don't think I recognize or have much intelligent to say about it.
I'm also seeing a note in the comments that Ali actually didn't play in this game. He was replaced in France by Hunter S. So
I think it might be the other way around. We'll have to get some clarification,
okay.
But maybe Hunter started the game and then Ali may have come in as a replacement.
Okay.
So Doc Bender, world champion, won his world championship in 2012 here at Weasel Moot. So he is also an alpha weasel. Ali Adib is a former member of the Windy City Weasels. He was in that same group that came in the club around the same time I did. Really strong tactician, won the Weasel Royale. So he was the league winner last year. Consistently plays very well. Christian Brown is a new member of the Windy City Weasels, joined this year. He's played in a lot of games on the Virtual Diplomacy League as well as the Weasels. I am not as familiar with the other players on the board. Looks like Andre and Tristan, this may be their first game, certainly the first game that the DBN has covered. Carl and Dave look like they've played some games. I'm confident I've seen Carl. I don't know if it was during a VDL game or if it was one of the other tournaments. So
I'm seeing a comment that it's actually Matt Sundstrom playing France.
Okay. Well, Matt is, if that's the case, Matt is also a really, really good player and a former Alpha Weasel. I believe he won in 2008, maybe. He is a longtime club member and is probably most famously known for popularizing the Turkish opening to Armenia that is the Weasels have kind of become known for. He is a really strong technical player and loves that opening. That's why we call it the Sunstorm opening.
Okay, and I'm obviously clearly getting confused here because I'm getting another message that says that Ali replaced Matt, so it would not the other way around. So sorry about that, viewers. So France actually is Ali. The board as showed here is correct.
Let's get off the screen before we screw it up anywhere.
Yes,
Right.
seriously.
We are clearly professionals.
That's right.
All right. So for a Millennium Park game, we'll go ahead and swap. So Adam, if you'll take the West.
Sure. Okay, so we see in this game, we see England opening south. We got the Channel and we got Wales, so we're committing to getting an army somewhere down there. We've got Germany making the opening to a full play out, an all play on the Balkans. Going to Holland and Ruhr for going Denmark in the spring, so Russia will get Sweden. And we also got Piedmont here. So it looks like maybe coordination on the part of England and Italy, maybe tried to get Germany to move to Burgundy, and Germany saw this opportunity to pound into the Balkans instead.
All right. Randy, the East.
Yeah, loving some unusual openings in the East. Turkey throws the army into Syria, which you certainly don't see every day. I have seen it before, and if it's not an outright error, then it's usually a way of signaling to Italy, don't even think about trying the Lepanto. I'm already here. You're not going to get in. But it's certainly one of the more unusual openings for Turkey or for any power. So interested to see how that plays out. Otherwise, pretty standard openings, bounces in the black. Austria covers Galicia and puts down to Serbia and Albania. Italy moves to Piedmont, which is interesting when combined with the Italian move to the Channel. Wondered if that was coordinated or just a unhappy circumstance for France.
I think we've seen a majority of games feature a Italian opening to Piedmont. That's a fascinating little anecdote there. I would also say the Smyrna to Syria opening is popularized by Andrew Goff. World champion, multiple, 3-time, I believe, world champion Andrew Goff. I'm curious to see if us mere mortals can be successful with that opening. We'll find out. Staying in the East, what do we see?
We see Russia and Turkey apparently agree on what they should do about the black, and that is nothing. So that certainly plays to both of their advantages. It allows Turkey to get his fleet into Khan. Presumably that'll come with a fleet build in Smyrna and defensive posture against Austria and Italy. We see Russia also force Galicia while taking Romania. So this is looking like an early RT in the East. Russia also got into Sweden, which was guaranteed thanks to Germany's opening. So overall, a pretty solid opening for Russia.
Adam.
Well, to me, this looks like France is saying to Italy, hey, I'm going to put my fleet on the south coast. You really coming for me? Is that really what you want to do? I see England there, but if you're coming too, England's going to have his way in the north. So, you better choose something else. And Italy, seems not that committed to attacking France because they convoy into Tunis, which is not the way you want to do it. If you're going to be making a attack on France, you want to have that fleet in Tunis so you can move up to the Western Med, come 1902. So France opts to cover Brest. This is always a coin flip kind of situation, but it's not an unsensible move. Many players in England will try for the direct convoy into Brest, but England instead opts to go to Piedmont. Germany takes their 3 dots. So good start for Germany if they don't get the attention of everybody else on the board. England and France are going to be at it would seem, unless France can convince England, Germany's the bigger threat, go after him. So we'll see.
All right. So from our builds, we see England builds a fleet in London. France builds an army in Paris and a fleet in Marseille. We've got a 3 builds from Germany, a fleet in Kiel, and 2 armies. We've got a northern fleet in St. Pete by Russia and an army in Sèvres, 2 Austrian armies, and fleet Rome for Italy, and fleet Smyrna for Turkey. Adam, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean the Italian fleet Rome is extremely anti-French. So it's if that's really what they're thinking, it's really hard to understand the lack of moving Ionian to Tunis and convoying to Tunis just as a strange move. Of course, Rome, it's fine. Rome can go to Tyrrhenian Sea and you can convoy the army back, but this is kind of a strange way to play it, to my mind. France builds the second fleet in Marseille, of course, again, saying to Italy, bring it, come on. If you want to come this way, go for it. You're not going to get anywhere. And I think that England now has serious things to worry about, and that attack on France may just not happen.
Yeah, that north coast of St. Petersburg build by Russia, that is a statement. And we'll see if that statement is one that makes a lot of sense after we see the German moves, because those German builds look like they are armed to the heart of Russia, and Russia did not exactly build accordingly.
I don't dislike the Fleet St. Pete build in this situation where England has nothing in the North Sea. I think it's a pretty solid build, but I would have really preferred to see the second build in Moscow if that's what you want to do, so that you can bring the army up. Because what are you going to do? You're going to kick them out of Norway, let them retreat to the Barents Sea, and then you got to take a guess in the fall. So this is not super productive. You also got to be really confident that you got Germany on your side, which, maybe there's some confidence there, but right. Who knows?
What I expected going into the builds was that Russia had made nice with Turkey and was going to be inclined to make nice with England, given England's opening against France, and then Russia puts down the builds that would seem to contradict that entirely.
Yep.
Yeah. So we did get some clarification. It looks like Ali Adib took over for Matt in spring of 2002. Matt had to drop due to some technical difficulties. All right, so we'll continue on. We've got spring 2002. Let's start in the West.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like the Italians do not go after France. They pull back. And again, this shows the limitations of that Fleet Rome build, because you would really rather be in the Ionian and the Eastern Med than the Tyrrhenian Sea and in the Eastern Med in this situation. But definitely pulling back here. The English make the attack against the Germans. The Germans and the Russians seem to be collaborating to attack the English. And so you have an EF versus a GR with something going on with Germany going to Tyrol and Austria going to Bohemia. I don't know what that's all about, but I'll let Randy figure it out.
Oh yeah, I know what that's all about. I can see right through it, but I'll let you guys figure it out. Germany and Russia are working together, which is which you kind of would have expected, seeing the Russian build in the north coast of St. Pete. You would hope that Russia at least believed that he had a strong German alliance. Looks like he does in reality. Germany keeps England out of the North Sea, allowing Russia to take Norway and not have to worry about losing either it or Sweden. So very fortunate for Russia up north. Down in the south, we see Russian moves that are, it's not entirely clear to me at least, whether they're anti-Turkish or anti-Austrian. Normally, you would think the Black Sea, the fleet moving Romania to Black Sea would be anti-Turkish, but Russia could have also dropped Sèvres down into Armenia and taken Romania from either Galicia or Ukraine. So I actually am inclined to think these moves are really aimed at Austria and not Turkey, but we'll just have to see, because right now they could be effectively used against either of them.
Yeah, I initially was looking at that as anti-Turkish, but I could definitely see an argument of, hey, that fleet's not doing anything for me against Austria, and I'm going to work with Germany here, and we're going to team up on Austria. All right, let's find out if that happens. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, Adam. Let's talk through the West.
Yeah, I mean, what's notable is you've got because Germany bounced England in the North Sea. Norway now has to retreat to Norwegian instead of Barents, so that potential convoy situation, guest situation in northern Russia doesn't happen. So this is a strong position for Russia in the north. They got 2 fleets. They got a German ally. We'll see how that goes because it can be very unstable, especially if Russia opts to put another fleet in the north. Then we get Germany probably very nervous.
I'll note that England did pick up Belgium, and unless France has something to say about it, can't lose it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they can keep it by just supporting from the English Channel. You're right. Yep.
All right, we'll stay in the west.
Yeah, so England supports the Channel out to the North Sea for some reason, and France takes Belgium. So kind of a strange choice, especially considering the Mid-Atlantic didn't go to the Channel, which is what it should have done if he really wanted to make sure that Belgium was forced. So kind of a strange set of choices by France. If you're gonna make a play like that against the English, why not go to the Channel or the Irish Sea, actually, for that matter? What else do we see? So England does indeed get the North Sea. Why does England get the North Sea? It looks like a 3-on-3. Did somebody screw up a support?
Both London and Norwegian supported English Channel there. Yeah, I'm guessing Holland.
Oh, so Belgium went
Belgium
to
cut Holland.
Belgium cut Holland. I see. Okay.
All right. Moving on, we've got our builds. Germany disbands Army Ruhr.
Just want to back
Russia
up real quick. We didn't get a chance to say anything about the East. We saw some interesting stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. You touched on it quickly, but as we suggested might happen, Russia did attempt to attack Austria, and Austria very wisely saw it coming and chose to defend against Russia. Was unable to defend against Turkey taking Greece, though. So you gotta like how this year went for Turkey. He committed. He got Russia to commit against Austria. He picked up a build, and Italy is not in a great position. So Turkey is going to have a fairly defensible position. Meanwhile, Austria is looking a little surrounded at the moment.
All right. And I did get word that Doc Bender actually filled in for another player who was unable to play, Hunter Stillman, left and winner of 1902. So Doc will be picking up from this position.
In Austria.
In Austria, yep. All right, so we've got an army build in Warsaw, army build in Ankh, army build in Marseille, and the disband in Ruhr. So anything stand out to either of you for these builds?
France has got a lot of armies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably too many.
Well, they're not going to be cracking into England anytime soon, that's for sure.
It's an interesting choice that Germany removes Ruhr instead of Tyrolia. Given the fact of what you're trying to do in the north, you might want that army up there, but yeah.
All right, well, let's stay in the east for this one. Randy, go ahead.
So Turkey rotates a little bit. That army in Ankara, it was unfortunate. Turkey definitely would have preferred to build another fleet, but both of his good fleet spots were occupied, so we went with an army. But he rotates it again, got a solid defensible position, keeps Italy out of the Aegean, but isn't able to actually. Well, actually, no, he does not keep Italy out of the Aegean. Italy has seized the Aegean, and it does look like Greece is going to be in some trouble next year, or this fall, I should say. Russia, meanwhile, a very good set of moves. Sneaks into Bohemia and forces Galicia as well. So he's going to be able, has a bit of a 50-50 guess, but has a real good shot of picking up one of either Vienna or Budapest in the fall. So that was some good tactical decisions by Tristan over there in Russia down against Austria. And up north, continues to help Germany just batter against England, and also drops that fleet into Skagerrak, presumably to guarantee that Germany gets into the North Sea in the fall.
So Doc coming in as a replacement player here. What's your strategy in this kind of situation as a replacement, Randy?
You just gotta talk to everyone, and you got to try to you got to make sure your alliance with Italy is strong, or solid, which clearly he has done here. But you got to convince Russia and Turkey that only one of them is actually going to get any dots off of you. And right now, it's looking most likely that's going to be Russia. So if you're Austria, you want to, you kind of got to get Greece. You kind of got to force Greece, and then you got to just try to get Turkey on board with slowing Russia down, saying, look, he's got a great alliance up north. He's making inroads against me. You're the only one who can slow him down.
All right. Adam, tell us about the West.
In general, one thing that strikes me is there's a lot of units holding that could be doing something productive. And, I noticed one in the East, which is Bulgaria, which could have offered a support to Greece that was left kind of hanging there. I see Munich hold while France just walks into Burgundy, Ruhr, Piedmont. It's interesting, and it would be interesting to know what the dynamic that's going on here that's causing Germany to be spending so much effort harassing Austria rather than defending his homeland. Unless this was completely unforeseen, but you've got a France with 4 armies. I mean, how could this be unforeseen, right? So yeah, that really strikes me as interesting. It also, the fact that France is now in the Western Med and North Africa and is going to have a play on Tunis is interesting. So you see England and France kind of trying to straddle both sides of the board. England is really just hanging on, but France makes that the decision that, hey, it's worth it more to me to have England holding at 3 centers and stymieing Russia and Germany than it is for me to just try to take Liverpool, which would have been a freebie.
I really like France's position right here. Definitely feel like they've got some good play on the middle of the board through Germany if they choose to go that way. And I don't see a situation where Austria is able to help protect that. So
and Germany really just hasn't shown any inclination to do anything except harass England and Austria. So there may be really fast opportunities for France to gain, especially if Germany. These kinds of situations I've seen people walk out of dots, because that there's some kind of blood feud on the board, over something that we're certainly not privy to. But certainly Munich is pretty likely to be toast right now, if not Holland or Kiel or something.
All right. So staying in the West, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah. So indeed, Munich falls. Again, there was not really much of an attempt to hold it. Instead, the Germans went to Vienna. It's very odd, actually, to see the French went to Tuscany instead of cutting Tyrolia. But I guess, again, they probably just were not anticipating that Germany was going to cover themselves. It's also interesting that Tunis falls with help from the Turks, who cut the Ionian, which didn't support Tunis anyway. So, wonderful position for France. Really just great. You're in Munich, you're in Tunis. England is alive, but not doing much, just helping you out by holding up the other powers in the north. Really, really strong.
Yeah, and similarly, great turn for Russia as well, who gets into Serbia with Turkish help, clears out the Black Sea, obviously agreed to with Turkey in return for getting Serbia. That would be my guess. And also Germany wants to just continue battering its head against the North Sea door, and Russia is more than happy to let that continue. So I don't know what Andre might have said to Christian, but apparently it rubbed him the wrong way.
Wow. All right. Well, let's see what happens for our builds. We've got a German disband in Helgoland. France builds another army and a fleet in Marseille. Italy builds fleet Rome, and we've got another northern fleet build for Russia. Anything stand out to either of you?
France is scary strong. France is just really scary strong on this board. Russia can be a counterweight to that. Russia's not doing too badly. But where are the armies that are going to hold the middle of this board in 2 years or 3 years? I don't know where those armies are coming from. Maybe Russia can slow things down a little bit with the fleets. I'm not sure that maybe South Coast would have been worth considering there, but certainly, or even an army in Warsaw. But it's a really dominant position by France right now.
I guess the counter argument for the northern fleet build is, nobody else is in Russia. In England right now.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think it's, I'm okay with it. I'm just saying there's probably other considerations as well, but I think it's not a bad choice at all. You've also got 2 English fleets, Norwegian and North there, that maybe it can try to make a play on Norway. So you want to get up to Barents and be able to do something. So I think it's a very reasonable choice.
All right, Randy, anything stand out to you?
No, everything that Adam just said is great. I agree. I think I would have built a fleet on the south coast of St. Petersburg. I think if you're Russia, you've got to compete for those German dots to have a chance of keeping up with France, because you're not going to be able to get over the top of France very quickly without German assistance, and Germany just pulled one of his fleets off the board. And you do not have an easy road into any Austrian dots either. So, I think that fleet in St. Petersburg is going to be very strategically influential over the rest of the board, and probably to France's benefit.
Yeah. All right, well, let's find out. We'll start in the east.
I think it's you, Randy.
Yep. Russia is able to get his way into Budapest at the cost of Serbia, which it appears that Turkey actually supported Austria back into Serbia in connection with the move to Armenia is interesting. So I'm not sure what Turkey's game here is, but it's possible that Austria and Italy just went to him and said, "Look how big and scary Russia is. Don't you want to do something about that?" Meanwhile, up north, Russia gets into the Barents Sea and is no doubt going to try for Norwegian next turn, which is probably going to fall. But it also looks like England is picking up Holland with French help. So France is very wisely keeping England strong to slow down Russia, while just marching right into Italian dots in the south, or Italian position in the south.
Great play by Ali there, I think, to prop them up. All right, and how about the east?
Sorry.
Yeah,
so the west. The west.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we covered some of that, but again, strong play by France. You're going into Kiel, you're kicking them out of Holland. I think this is just you lost Tuscany, which is not a big deal right now. The important thing is you're in the Tyrrhenian Sea, you're in the Gulf of Lion. You've got a lot of play down there. You're forcing Italy to make some tough guesses now, which is going to make their life very difficult. You're in Piedmont that can convoy to places, it can tap on things. I like this play. I like the support of North to Holland. You're getting in to do exactly what you want them to do. Bolster them up just a little bit for now.
And one of my favorite things is the German continues to be hell-bent on taking Austrian centers.
That's just that's a choice.
That's a choice. That's a choice.
Your game is going down the tube, so might as well make it rough for someone else too, I guess.
All right. So this is our end of the spring turn, going into the fall. Adam, why don't you talk us through the West?
Yeah, so Germany probably wisely decides to cover Denmark, because somebody easily could have tried to go there, and obviously France retakes Munich. It would have been interesting to to think about Bohemia supporting Munich to help the Germans there, for Russia to help the Germans there and slow down France, but that doesn't happen. Instead, the Russians and the Turks continue to work together, as one would expect. And the French take the Ionian Sea, which is just, chugging along. I mean, this is just chugging along. Continues to be a strong French position. The Russian position is not bad either. They built, 2 this turn? Budapest and Vienna.
But lost Serbia, so building 1.
Building 1. The Turks are building 1. So, I mean, there's a decent counterbalance to France, but I don't know. This is a strong position.
Yeah, Russia fails to get anywhere against England, and now that England has picked up Holland, you can expect to see that situation continue. Depending on what Russia builds, England might ever actually be able to get into to Norway or take something off of Russia up north. So that is just really excellent strategic play by France to make sure that England stays alive and is keeping his main adversary for the board top busy. Other than that, nothing to add to what Adam said.
All right. Well, this is where we will end it for this go around. Randy, who do you like in this game?
Oh, France. It's got to be France. Russia's in a pretty good position as well. But France is already all up in England. Italy is about to have all of Italy's dots for all practical purposes. Already has all of Germany's dots, basically. So yeah, this is France's board to lose.
Adam, any difference of opinion there?
No, I fully agree. But we could see a play for a strong Russian finish as well.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. There's some play in the East still, but yeah.
Now that Austria is out of the picture, it would be interesting to see if Russia sets up a stab of Turkey.
That's what it would take.
Throw those fleets against France and the Ionian, and once they're out of position, just drop down the Black Sea, convoy into the homeland, and take 2 or 3 Turkish dots.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll pause here, and at this time, Adam and I are going to take a break. We're going to rotate in Brandon Fogel as host, and we're going to welcome back Chris to the stream.
It's a party, all of us.
Hey, how's it going, Brandon?
Full broadcast team. Guys, you're doing a great job. How are you feeling?
Doing good.
Ready for
Incredibly cool games. Incredibly cool
good
games.
stuff. Yeah, that the Italy-England battle between Jake Trotta and Peter McNamara. That's going to be an awesome photo finish. It'd be really fun to come back to that.
Epic game, yeah.
All right, well, so Brian and Adam, why don't we let you guys have a break here, and we'll see you a little bit later on the broadcast.
All right,
Cheers.
Sounds good.
Take it easy, guys.
All right, and we're welcoming back Chris to the broadcast. You already introduced yourself earlier, but now you've got someone else with you. Can you tell us?
Thor is with me now. He needs some love.
This is the God of Thunder.
Yeah.
All right. Who just showed us his little thunder maker. All right. My name is Brandon Fogel, and I am one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I'm also one of the organizers of the Windy City Weasels. My official title is War Weasel, which means director of competitions. So I help organize the league, and I did some help in managing this tournament, but most of that credit goes to Corey Nesland and Christian Klein. I've been playing Diplomacy for a few years, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to some games. What do you guys say? All right, so fancy graphics, and game number 5 is named after Cloud Gate, also known as the Bean, famous structure downtown Chicago. In Austria, we have Saren Kwok coming to us from London. In England, we have Mitch McConaughey coming to us from Brooklyn. In France, we have Jackson Roberts from Orange County, California. Germany is Evan Hegerud from Calgary. In Italy, we have Owen Bragdon from Shelburne, Massachusetts. In Russia, we have Daniel Ravinsky from Minneapolis. And in Turkey, we have David Leschner from my hometown, Washington, D.C. And we have a bunch of players here who have not done a lot in the tournaments that we've covered so far this year. So we've got 3 players who have some record either in the Virtual Diplomacy League or in one of these tournaments. Saren is the only name that I recognize from those. She's made a big impression, actually. She just picked up the game in March during the lockdown period, and she's been we've interviewed her a couple times now, including after the Liberty Cup in the wrap-up show. She's very sharp, and she's an economics student, and she's picked up the game very quickly. She is definitely one to watch. Mitch McConaughey is a player that is familiar to a lot of us from the face-to-face community, but this is his first time playing in a tournament this year, I believe. I think he's done a lot of GMing before, prior to this. So it looks like I'm going to have to restart this program right now because
I wanted to say, did you mean to be sharing the screen?
A little bug there. Let's see what happens here. Come on. Nope. All right. This is the nightmare scenario.
We're professionals here, folks. We get paid a lot of money to do this.
We're worth every penny.
All right. Let's see if I can get this back really quickly. This may not work right. Oh dear. Okay. Can you guys tell us, while I try to get this fixed really quickly, can you guys tell us a story? Can you, let's see, do you guys, Chris, can you tell us a bit about the top board that you were on here in Chicago?
Oh, what do I remember about that game? Okay, so one of the things I really liked about that was that the place we were playing in was this enormous fancy ballroom with all like huge decorations and everything. It was absolutely amazing place to play in, basically. And there were just diplomacy boards everywhere, it felt like. We were down at one end by the doors. Yeah, it was a weird game because we had Chris Martin doing the recording lots of video to then put up on YouTube. So he was following people around and listening in when we were negotiating, and then every so often when he thought fortunately he's very experienced at this kind of thing, so it wasn't too disruptive, but he was able to sort of, when someone had a little bit of downtime, he would sneak in and quickly ask a couple of questions and do a sort of mini interview when otherwise you might have been like staring at the board or writing some orders or something like that. So it was a little bit different. There was that extra distraction to just throw you off a little bit. It was a very well fought game. I mean, I feel like myself in Italy and Nathan in France were sort of, once the game sort of developed a bit, we were kind of fairly even a lot of the time. He was slightly ahead for a lot of it. I just pulled ahead at about the right time, but he was probably going to pull back ahead again sometime later. And that feeling when it was suddenly over, and because we didn't know exactly when it was going to end, we knew there was a rough time frame when it was going to end. And that feeling when Jim O'Kelly came over and was like, "Congratulations, we have a new world champion." And it's just because you've got all this stress and adrenaline pumping through your veins, and all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, it's over," and I won.
And you had been playing diplomacy for how long before you won that championship?
Well, I started as a teenager playing at school. We used to play in a lunch hour. It's amazing how much of a game you can get through with like 5-minute deadlines in an hour. But then my first tournament was 2004, so 12 years of tournament diplomacy. That was actually my, I think it was my 9th world championship and my 3rd top board at a world championship. I figure there was something to do with threes there.
To be clear, your 9th World Championship tournament.
Yeah, most time I played at the World Championship. So
yeah.
My first one was 2007 in Vancouver, and then I tried to make it to all of them since then. I missed out on Milan, but apart from that, I've been to every face-to-face one since 2007.
So real quick, I got one more question for you, and I think I've got this back working again, at least well enough for us to use it.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot on these broadcasts about people having the guts to go for it, sort of to feel that whether they deserve it or not, the why not me decision, right? And with Tommy Anderson, he won Liberty, and this was sort of the theme for him, because we had called him out in this way in the previous tournament, the Boston Massacre tournament that Randy had run, and then he really went for it in at Liberty. And I'll bring this back to this game for a second, because Saren is somebody who, this is a problem I often see in new players, that they don't feel like they have the confidence or that they deserve to go for it. And Saren is somebody who does not have that problem at all. She believes she deserves it from the beginning, and it's fantastic to see. Like, she's just got a real strong natural confidence. Was that something that you struggled with at points during your career, and like, was that something that you consciously had to get over in order to win the championship?
Yeah, very much so. I used to find that I got told all the time what a good player I was and everything, and I didn't really believe it. I was like, yeah, they're just saying that, you know. And I used to get intimidated when I was on a board with someone who I knew was actually a good player. Actually winning the world championship made a huge difference from that point of view, because I finally convinced myself that, okay, maybe this actually is real.
Wait, so the why not me came after the
worlds a couple of times, didn't do it, but actually winning it did it.
So you didn't need to get over this in order to win the world championship. You're saying no. It didn't happen until after. Okay.
No, it didn't happen until after. I literally played my third top board, still feeling like I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm totally outclassed by these other people.
All right. Well, let that be inspiration to people out there. All right, let's take a look at some moves. Now, let's see. In the last game, you guys have both done both at this point, right? So let's just pick one. Randy, which one do you want to do, East or Western?
I'll pick West.
All right, so you are West. Chris, you'll be East. And let us see what happens. Randy, you take us away in the West.
All right, second time that we've now seen England open full-on against France with the English Channel and Wales. That's always exciting to see. It's not a terribly common opening, so it's fun when England picks a direction like that. Otherwise, fairly standard, solid openings by the rest of them. Germany does my personal favorite opening, grabbing Denmark, Kjellver, good position for Holland. Russia only throws one into Bothnia, so there's going to be negotiation over Sweden there. And France moves up into Picardy, so we'll now have the option of either covering Bray if they're worried about England, or having some say over Belgium. What you might see is France saying, all right, England, you move to the Channel and Wales, no big deal. I'll support, you can convoy to Belgium and grab that. I'll even support you in while I cover Bray and pick up Spain and just take a slightly slower start. So be interesting to see how England and France work out the consequences of England's opening.
A little surprising to see Mitch open so aggressively, right? This is a little bit out of character for him.
Agreed. I've played quite a few games with Mitch, and he's a solid player, and he doesn't always pick a direction immediately. So this might be him trying out something a little bit new.
All right, Chris, tell us about the East.
Nothing stands out as hugely exciting in the East, to be honest. We've got a bounce in Galicia, which is very probably an arranged bounce there. Bounce in the Black Sea, same thing. The Russian sends the Army Moscow south, which implies that they're more interested in playing in the south than in the north, to start with, at least. Turkey follows up the Army Smyrna to Constantinople. Venice holds.
It's a little surprising now, isn't it?
Yeah.
To not go to Piedmont?
I mean, it's a very common move overall, but not this tournament, apparently. Yeah. It's quite nice in that it doesn't reveal anything. Right? It's keeping your cards close to your chest. And you've still got the option of Trieste in the fall. There aren't as many dots if you're in Venice as there are if you're in Piedmont or in Tyrolia, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah, you seem like you're a fan of moving faster as Italy.
I tend to almost always want to move that unit. The fun thing is, though, that France doesn't want you to move it to Piedmont. Germany doesn't want you to move it to Tyrolia. Right. Austria often also doesn't want you to move it to Tyrolia and doesn't want you to move it to Trieste. So, you know, this can often be the okay. I don't want to annoy anyone at this point, so I'll just pop it. And I've played this for sure.
Well, if you're Italy, there's a 98% chance that army ends up in Tyrolia in spring and fall.
I do like the move to Tyrolia. There's just so many dots next to Tyrolia, and it gives you something to talk with Germany about early on, which I think, honestly, a lot of the time you can move your pieces around to start a conversation with someone, and that's a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's the diplomatic advantage of Italy, isn't it? All right, let's move on to fall of 1901. We'll stay in the east with you, Chris Brandt.
So Italy convoys the army into Tunis. This is always there's a big debate about this. I mean, it does leave the fleet in the Ionian, but it kind of isolates that army over in Tunis. So there's pros and cons to this move. It'll be interesting to see how it works out for Owen. What else have we got? Another bounce in Galicia. The fleet goes into Romania supported. That's the I'm not sure that I can walk in unopposed. That's the guarantee to take that dot, basically. Very common as Russia again. If you know, this is the safe move.
But isn't this a really actually strong declaration of alliance intent?
Well, putting the fleet in it's interesting because the fleet is kind of what everyone wants in there. Turkey likes it because it kind of moves the fleet away from the Black Sea. And Austria quite likes it because a fleet in Romania can't hurt you as Austria.
I see why Austria likes it. I would think Turkey wouldn't like this because I would think Turkey would rather have the army here because this fleet can't really help Turkey. I mean, it's better than being in the Black Sea, but
it's the same argument, right? The reason Austria likes it is the same reason Turkey would like to see the army in there because the army can hurt Austria. But this is very, you can't tell who's allied with who at the moment. They probably don't know, I would guess.
Yeah, well, the build, Russia's build will be fun to watch here.
Yeah, I mean, it does leave Sevastopol open for a fleet build, which I've seen done. I don't particularly like it, but and Russia didn't get Sweden, which seems to be very common these days.
Yeah, let's hear about it, Randy.
Germany gets 3. I mean, Germany keeps Russia out of Sweden, which, as Chris mentioned, I've noticed that to be a very common opening these days, and there's a lot of good arguments either way. But if you're Germany and you can keep Russia from getting Sweden and you pick up 2 others, I mean, you've gotten 3 builds here. Mitch shoots his shot with Bray, and it doesn't work. He's bounced out, and France picks up 2. So we can assume that France will be throwing a fleet down in Bray and probably an army in Paris. And Mitch might want to find a different direction to go after this.
Really unusual to see Germany get 3 builds and not be in a Western triple, isn't it?
It is, although it's not shocking in this instance, given that I'd be willing to bet diplomatically that France and England were just immediately at loggerheads and were so focused on each other, they kind of ignored what was going on with Belgium.
Nice position for Germany to be in, though, at this point. You should be able to choose your ally. All right, let's... Mitch
doing the going for Brest is interesting because that's kind of if it works, it's absolutely brilliant and you're set for a lot of the game. But if it doesn't work, then it's kind of like, you've got nowhere and you've got nothing really. So
yeah,
it's
Randy,
a do or die type move.
So Randy, if you were Germany here, who would you rather ally with, England or France?
I mean, given my druthers, I would keep them bouncing off of each other as long as possible. I wouldn't necessarily ally with either. But probably you want to encourage Mitch to continue fighting against France because France just got 2 and Mitch only got 1. If you're Germany, you want to keep them, not let either one of them necessarily get any real momentum going.
All right. Well, the builds will certainly be interesting for Germany here. He'll have to either put down 2 fleets or 2 armies, or wave a build, or do 3 armies, which would be interesting.
A decision.
And we get probably one of the more ambiguous configurations here. Although I think if you're England, you would really rather have seen this army or this fleet be in Berlin rather than in Kiel.
You would, but what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, but this is a keep your options open for Germany. Like you're not committed to going west. You can easily throw them against Russia. But yeah, it's not a I feel like I need to stay on the right side of England. I'm doing this anyway. What are you going to do about it?
Germany could easily put himself into either Skagerrak or Baltic, and Denmark grab Sweden, put an army in Ruhr, and just support himself and say, you know what, I'm gonna see what happens here and just grab my 7th dot.
Yep.
All right, and we will see what happens there. We do get the 2nd Southern Fleet build with Sevastopol. So it's actually, I see people do this sometimes. It's a questionable build to begin with, but then they do something like Sev to Black with support from Romania, which is the non-guaranteed way of doing it. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we don't get an Austrian fleet build in 1901. A tad bit disappointing given all the other fleets on the board. Turkey and Italy do non-surprising things. All right, let's push ahead here. Randy, we'll stay with you in the West. Tell us what happens.
England does. If I'm guessing, I'm saying that England and France are saying, all right, maybe we let things get a little out of control, and maybe we should rein in Germany a little bit. They don't do anything to each other. England doesn't vacate the channel, but also doesn't try to convoy or do anything crazy, just reoccupies the North Sea. Germany, meanwhile, does more or less what I thought he might. He's put himself in a position to seize Sweden, unless England has anything to say about that. And keep Silesia empty, wisely not throwing everything against Russia in case France pulled armies back onto his borders.
But now he's got a problem, right? Let's hear about it first from the perspective of Eastern movements, and then we'll talk about what this means for the overall tactical situation. Chris, tell us about the East.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Italian army move to Tyrolia now, and the Austrian army up to Vienna to Bohemia at this point as well. It's very early to see play in the center of the board like that. And I guess that's a reaction to Germany getting 3 builds in 1901. They kind of feel like they need to influence that. The question is that coordinated with Russia moving to Silesia as well? Probably would be my guess, because you've obviously Russia's kind of committed against Turkey, which kind of makes them friends with Austria and Italy from that point of view. Yeah, it's an interesting situation. And Germany did the self bounce in Silesia, so presumably suspected that the Russian was coming for them.
It's a waste of the units, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they probably wish they'd done something different. I mean, if the Russian's coming for you, then you want to bounce it. But now they've got those other 2 enemy units down there as well. Yeah.
So is this a situation of, we hear about early leader syndrome. Usually that's something that pops up in 03. Maybe is this an instance of very early leader syndrome?
It's a known weakness for Germany. I can't count the number of times I've either seen it or played a Germany who gets 3 builds and then is immediately dogpiled by 2 or 3 of his neighbors. It's interesting because it's not usually justified. A 6 center Germany, given the location on the map, is equivalent to a 5 center of most other powers. I think that a 6 center Germany isn't even as strong as a 5 center France, for example. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I very much agree. I've seen a lot of people react very badly to a German that builds 3. But honestly, that 6 center Germany is not that strong at this point.
Yeah, and it seems like the East has reacted as if it's a Western triple, trying to get armies to the front line and uniting against Turkey right away. And that's, it's clearly not what's happening. All right, well, then let's have a look at the moves, and then we'll try to figure out who's looking like they're going to benefit the most from this. Let us start stay in the East with you, Chris. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff happens here. Tell us.
Yeah, wow. So the Turkey's not long for this world if this continues. Russia using those 2 fleets to full advantage, getting support into Bulgaria, which is interesting. That Austria is willing to put Russia into Bulgaria, and also the Italian convoy actually makes it into Constantinople
because of support from the Russian fleet,
because of support from the Black Sea. So there's a lot of 3-way negotiations going on to come up with that deal, right? Whereby Russia supports Italy in and Austria supports Russia in, and you take 2 of the Turkish dots as a result.
A convoy from Tunis to Cannes at all, let alone in fall of 1902. That's remarkable.
Yeah, Turkey's got their work cut out at this point for sure.
That's just so well done by Russia and Italy coordinating that. That's very clever, and it's not something you see very often.
It relies on Austria. I mean, like Chris said, it relies on Austria being very comfortable letting the others have the dots first. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for Austria, although I'm a little worried about that Budapest to Vienna move. That doesn't really feel necessary to, even if you think that Germany is a problem. You've got 1 army up there already. I would have kept the army in Budapest. Just, just to be able to influence Romania anyway.
You got to do something as Austria to keep Russia honest. I mean, you're helping him into Bulgaria, but what are you getting out of this? Bulgaria is, if you're Austria, you want to be the one in Bulgaria, not Russia. And the only way to force that to happen is to keep pressure on Russia.
As Austria, I'm always looking to own all the Balkans.
Mm-hmm.
Although if Russia builds in the north here rather than in the south, then it does kind of feel like Russia is kind of spread out in a way that is not that could work to Austria's advantage.
It could, but it's a chance on Austria's part because you don't know what Russia's going to do.
It's a slower play, right? I think she's banking that she gets Bulgaria as, say, Romania gets moved into one of the Turkish dots. I'm sorry, the Russian army that is now in Bulgaria.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Constantinople moving down to Smyrna, Bulgaria moving down to Constantinople, and then Austria following up and getting the dot then.
It's nice if she, I mean, all these other units that could be attacking her are going in other places. So, all right, we'll see if it works out. Randy, tell us about what happens in the West, which also has a lot of activity.
Yeah, well, I wanted to mention this last turn, and I'm mad at myself that I didn't because I would have looked very prescient. But I wondered if England was going to talk France and supporting them into Belgium, which is exactly what happened here. So, just so you all know, I did predict that mentally. That just so we're all clear here.
Randy, we give you a lot of mental credit for it.
I appreciate that. So we see England, exactly. This is unfortunate early leader syndrome on Germany's part. England quite correctly supports Russia into Sweden in order to keep that neutral. Don't need either one of them getting it if you can avoid it. Meanwhile, picking up Belgium with French cooperation. I think this is for England and France got off on a rocky foot, and I think that they very quickly realized that if they don't make up their differences, then they're handing a lot of position over to Germany, and they have clearly made up their differences now.
Yeah, I think one move that we didn't give a whole lot of attention to last turn in the spring was this move from Portugal to north coast of Spain rather than to mid-Atlantic. This now looks like it's an uncomfortable sequestering of the fleet in a place that's not very useful. But by not going to mid-Atlantic, it really looks like France was making a good faith gesture to England to allow for this kind of strategic rearrangement. And
it's a little awkward. I mean, if I'm France, I'd rather have that in either mid-Atlantic or Spain south coast. Yeah. And given the fall moves here, where he does move to the mid-Atlantic, I'm inclined to agree with you that was a good faith showing to England.
Yeah, definitely.
Now that there's no reason to be in the north coast of Spain, he's going to be in the mid-Atlantic because it's obviously just a much better place to be.
I probably would have put it in the south coast of Spain.
Yeah,
because I'm not worried about annoying Italy at this point because Italy's busy. They're not going to do anything about it.
All right. Well, it's delightful to see the north coast of Spain just because we don't see it that often. But all right, let's move forward. And here is what happens with builds. We have England putting down an army in London. We have Russia putting down an army in Warsaw, and Italy putting down an army in Naples. So 3 armies go on the board while 2 fleets come off the board. That's an interesting redistribution of strategic resources. I suppose that if you are England and you want to make nice with France, I mean, you've all with this army, with this fleet in mid-Atlantic, you always have to worry now about the backdoor cut here.
England had to build an army there, but I imagine France wanted him to build a fleet. But I do think
why do you think it had to be an army?
For precisely the reason you just said. If England decides to swing mid-Atlantic to the Irish, unless Mitch covers that, in which case he risks walking out of the English Channel and France walk in, a fleet in either Eddie or London can't protect Liverpool. An army in London can move to Yorkshire, or if I'm Mitch, I probably would have built the army at Eddie, so it doesn't even have to move. But an army there for England is just better.
So, it's purely for defensive purposes. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
It's the wrong place to build it, though. I think he should have built it in Edinburgh.
Correct, I agree.
Because now he's got to decide if he tries to convoy it over onto the mainland and it doesn't go, then he can't defend Liverpool. Whereas if he's in Edinburgh and he does the same thing, then he can defend Liverpool. So exactly. If you like gamble and fail, then you want to try and make it so that if you gamble and fail, you're not dead, right?
It's not actually a gamble.
I see. Yeah. and maybe the army in Edinburgh itself serves as a deterrent for even attempting the move from mid-Atlantic to Irish.
The army in London might look like more of a deterrent because it's closer to France, but it is somewhat less effective than an army in Eddie actually would have been.
Just from the layout of the board.
Exactly.
All right, let's move ahead here. Spring 1903, and we'll stay in the West with you, Randy. I should probably show you the orders.
I
So that
was
you
going to
can
say,
talk.
I'm happy to speculate about what they're doing.
I thought Randy had this great psychic power. He's just going to tell us
Yeah,
what
wait.
orders are.
Yeah.
You're
Right,
supposed to let me
Randy.
tell you
Yeah,
what
yeah.
they're going to do before
Tell us,
they do it.
Randy. Tell us how this game ends.
All right, let me see here.
Use those mental
It
powers.
ends at far too late an hour. That's how it ends.
Oh yeah. All right. So we have a not moving at all. Probably the worst of all options here.
We see the unfortunate consequences of the army build in London versus Eddie. It is now unable to protect Liverpool, which France can now. Theoretically, he could even convoy his army into Liverpool if he wanted to, which he probably does want to. So that we're seeing whether France was planning on doing this or not. They almost certainly wouldn't have done it had that been an army in Eddie versus London.
Yeah.
But now they've got themselves in a pretty good position against England. Meanwhile, Germany is just holding on, doesn't lose anything this turn, and is obviously delighted by that French move because maybe they're able to pick up Belgium, or at least talk France into taking Belgium, and get themselves some breathing room by pitting those two against each other again.
Do you like this move by France?
I don't dislike it. It's not a bad stab. I'm not sure it's the right time for it. I probably would have waited a little bit. I mean, you're going to get a dot off of England, but that's not a lot. And England's still in the English Channel, can still cause you some problems. And Germany is still perfectly strong. So I get the temptation by France, but I think it's probably too early to be really effective.
And Germany is all armies still at this point.
Exactly.
I
The
like
armies
it.
have nowhere to go but towards Russia or France.
Chris, you got a counterpoint?
I think if I was France, then I would be doing this having let Germany convince me to do it, and my price for that would be Belgium. So if I'm doing this, it's because I'm picking up Belgium and Liverpool. Because I'm saying, no, I don't really want to attack England. And Germany's going, please, you've got to attack England. Well, tell you what, you give me Belgium and then I'll attack England.
So you would.
And I think with this situation, you can pull off a negotiation like that, right?
And then the question would be: are you now, middle leader syndrome? Then at that point,
And let me put it this way: I really do understand why France did this because he does not have an obvious path against Germany.
no.
I mean, Germany's 3 armies there. England tried to support him into Ruhr, but that wouldn't have worked even if France had tried to do it. So I understand why France is thinking there's a good chance that I get a dot here. Maybe that opens things up for me.
It would have worked actually if Holland had been tapped, but England was going for position here rather than. Okay, I'm sorry. We just spent.
Usually, as France, you're trying for Munich at this point, right? But you've got all these Eastern powers lined up on Munich, so you can't get Munich anyway, right? So
might as well go around the circumference.
Well, you either go against England or you go against Italy at this point, right? And Italy is kind of tempting. You could have easily moved Mid-Atlantic down to Western Med.
But then you're not even guaranteed Tunis. Whereas with these moves, it was pretty likely he's going to get Liverpool.
Which is why I think this is a good move probably from France.
Yeah. Plus with England and the English Channel, that'd be a tough one to send 2 fleets down. Okay, let's talk about the East, shall we, Chris?
I've been looking at the West. So we do see Austria moving into Belgium. That looks like it's arranged, but it's not pushing.
Bulgaria, you meant, yeah.
Bulgaria, sorry, yeah.
The Belgium of the East.
The BL, something else. One of those dots with a B and an L.
It is the Belgium of the East, indeed.
It's kind of surprising that they didn't push that Russian army into Turkey. They don't seem to have tried to take the other 2 Turkish dots, which they certainly could have done at this point. They've got 3 units next to them.
Well, they tried to convoy into Smyrna here.
But I see. So they tried.
So presumably one of those Turkish dots will fall here, if not both.
I mean, this spring, so they've got 4, and with the fleet in Armenia, I guess they should be able to guarantee both of them in the fall now, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they have to.
They have to. Khan has to be the mover, which means Bulgaria has to follow it up. So
exactly,
it's not nice, but it's okay. And they tried for Munich. They can't get Munich unless something happens in the west. But then Sweden has finally become Russian. So,
all right, let's see how it works out here. And Chris, tell us about it in the west or east.
Yeah. So what we expected, they've.
Well, this is not what we expected.
Okay, they've moved the Italians. The Italians have moved the way we expected, but then Russia has not guaranteed Ankara and has instead gone for Con. I wonder if that's a miscommunication or if that's a stab.
I mean, how? But if you're Russia, you both want to take Ankh and you want Bulgaria to make it into Khan here.
You would have thought so, yeah.
This is not good.
Yeah.
And I'm equally befuddled by what's going on in the West.
All right, talk us through it, because there are a
England-
lot of arrows.
England loses Liverpool to the French army, as we expected, but does get Denmark, but chooses to take Denmark with the army in London instead of the fleet in
Wow.
North Sea, and then covering North Sea with Norway. So it's possible England has just decided to become a Scandinavian power, but given that they're just going to stay even this turn and they have completely abandoned the homeland to a French army, this is a confusing set of moves.
Well, I mean, how much other choice did he have?
He could have taken Denmark with the North Sea. I mean, Russia was the one who supported
Yeah,
him.
and then he would have lost.
Taking with the fleet, because the only other fleet next to the North Sea is Denmark, and that's the one you're kicking out.
But he would have lost Holland or Belgium if he had done this. I mean, the Bulgaria of the West.
No, he could. English Channel would have supported Belgium. North Sea take Denmark.
Yeah.
Norway cover the North Sea. I think that would have been pretty.
Oh,
objective.
Norway covers the North Sea. Yeah. And then you move London up to York, so you can have a chance.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's look at some builds here.
Actually, the other thing that was interesting there was the Italian moves in the south. The fleet and the army both heading west.
Oh yeah. What do you make of that?
I'm not sure, but I guess that's Turkey's basically done at this point, so I need another target. So those are probably heading towards France. Although Tyrolia didn't move to Piedmont, you could have done Tyrolia to Piedmont as well.
You know, maybe this might actually explain what happened here. This might have been a deal to make sure that Italy got a build here. This was the only way to guarantee that Italy got a build. And Russia would have had to agree to
arrange bouncing.
Yeah, that's
people.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Italy does with the build. We get a fleet Naples. We get a fleet Marseille, which is he probably decided he needed a fleet, and that was the only place to put it down. But it does well, and plus with Italy moving west.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right build for France in that position.
And Austria puts down an army here, which also makes sense. Though you do have to wonder what's going to happen here now that Turkey is on the way out. This is always the decision point for the East. And without a big threat in the West to force them to work together, you really have to wonder what's going to break down here. Let's see who you guys like.
I mean, the three of them have worked very well together so far. So this is one of those interesting situations where you've got three powers worked well together, and you're trying to figure out which two are working better than who's the odd one out, right?
Okay, so first of all, who would you want to be?
I'd like to be France. They've already got the army into England. They do not have a persuasive threat from the Italian. I suspect it's not very persuasive because I suspect Italy is going to be the odd one out of the East. I think Austria and Russia are going to work together there. I think France has a slightly more stable position than my second favorite power, which would probably be Austria.
Chris, what about you?
It's not an easy call, actually. This is very much almost anyone's game. Well, not quite anyone's game, but I can see play for Italy. I can see play for Austria, for Russia, for France. They've all got options, and a lot of it depends on what happens in this three-way position in the East. Really, who comes out on top there, or how things work out there.
I think of these three, I'd want to be Austria. I think just because it looks like the most fun. You're stuck in the middle of all of it. You really got to wheel and deal and keep on top of who might move against you, what the other people are talking about.
Austria would definitely be fun. I quite like the Russian with the two fleets in the south.
Yeah,
you've got potential. You build an army, you start pushing those fleets through. You get your fleets down in the Med. A Russian with fleets in the Med is usually done very well in the game, right?
I'm really interested to see what happens in the middle of the board here with the German dots.
Yeah, Germany is far from dead.
I'm more interested to see what France does regarding choosing which one of these to work with. So Berlin is gone here if they do it right and decide to cooperate. But France could sort of decide who gets Munich and use that as a chip to try to drive a wedge between something in the east and sort of muck things
That's
up.
interesting. If I'm France, I'm not letting anyone take Munich if I can.
Or
if I can avoid it.
When France first moved to Burgundy, I wondered if they would work with the Eastern powers to take Munich, and they haven't so far. So,
all right, let's see what happens then. And Randy, will stay with you. Tell us what you see.
All right. Well, Mitch does pull back to cover Eddie while also just walking to Kiel. So I think he's kind of just in swing at everything and see what sticks modes and see if he can survive it. France, meanwhile, puts himself into helps Germany into Belgium. That's an interesting one. France helps Germany take Belgium, and Germany gets Austrian help into Silesia. So a lot of change here, actually. A lot of change in dynamics.
The big action is right here. Tell us about it, Chris.
Yeah, it looks like Russia's the odd one out is the answer, basically. So Italy's committed those 2 southern units, the fleet pushing up into Constantinople. And Austria has committed everything except the fleet, basically, against Russia at this point. Even pushing Munich into Silesia, which the negotiations behind that must have been fascinating. I mean, it protects Berlin, and it gives them a shot at taking Warsaw in the fall. So it's a good move from that point of view, but it leaves Munich open to France. So I don't know whether I would have wanted to do that if I was Germany.
I wonder if that was an accidental support. If Germany was just going to cut Silesia and Austria figured out I can support them in and really mess things up.
Yeah, it's possible.
Berlin didn't actually write any support here. This seems like a big move by Sarin in Austria.
It's a shame it's almost a shame that Russia didn't go the other way. That was guaranteed to take Berlin. But
yeah,
well, not quite guaranteed, but more likely to take Berlin.
Well, he definitely would have gotten. Yeah, if he needed Munich to be tapped in order to guarantee it, but
moving as it is. But
so let's talk about the stab by Sarin, because this is a pretty major move in terms of strategic realignment here. Clearly, she's gone for Romania, she's going to get that, and she's also used Germany as a wedge against Russia. What leaving aside the movement from Greece to the Ionian, which is really curious.
That's my favorite move, I think.
Well, what do you like the stab on Russia? First of all, let's talk about that.
I think I do. The interesting thing is Romania actually moved to Ukraine, so Russia knew this was coming. They chose to take Armenia rather than support Romania, right? Because they could have just held Romania.
Ankara,
Ankara. Sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm messing up all these sentences. It's good job I'm not writing order.
Ankara is the Armenia of the main Turkish. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the Armenia with the dots.
What about Greece to Ionian? I know we got to move on, but like what? What?
I love it. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the Ionian? It's a great place to be. And you can. I suspect Italy's not mad about it, because Italy's pushing fleets west. France has got more fleets than they have. So, either Austria says, hey, would you like my fleet to help out? Or Italy says, why don't you send your fleet west as well? Either way, that's great for Austria.
I love it as Austria. You hate when you're Italy and you have to either ask that or just accept that it's happening.
Yeah.
You love it as Austria.
Well, let's see where this has 3 delicious options, each one in its own way, really palatable.
I don't think you use it against Italy yet. I think it's one of those units I would want it to sort of hang around there for a year or so.
Presuming this was agreed upon. I mean, going to Tyrrhenian Sea is not if you can get in there, it's not a bad thing. Okay, let's, what about the West? No, we already talked about the West here, so let's just move on here. And let's stay in the East here with you, Chris. So it looks like that was not agreed upon.
That was a surprise to Italy by the looks of it. And this is very much you need to put that back in Greece right now.
And here we see the problem, actually.
Yes, that's a direct result of that by the looks of it. In fact, all the Italian units have moved against Austria this turn. So that one you move to Ionian without the diplomatic backing behind it, has caused Austria all sorts of problems.
It's collapsed the entire stab, in fact.
Yeah,
because now she's
it
not
really
getting
has.
a build. She has German, Italian units on her backside, and plus Italy is now building. Appears to have made some sort of truce with France, though the one that could be quickly reversed.
Well, not necessarily. Those could be defensive moves by France.
Randy, tell us about them.
I mean, they're good moves. They are defensive, but they're also now combined with Italy pulling back. This is an opportunity for France to say, "I'm just going to park these here. I'm not going to move any more towards you. You go ahead and deal with your Austria problem while I mop up England." And France is going to need some more units to mop up England, because England does manage to defend London, does not succeed in reconvoying back, and I'm not sure why. Because I'm not sure why.
Because North supported English Channel to hold. It did not support the move back.
Which
this is so. Look, if Mid Atlantic supports Irish to the English Channel, oh, it wouldn't have worked because it was supported. Never mind. Okay.
Figured he could have walked to Paris, entertainingly enough, if that had been, but did not, obviously. So for England is now.
I bet he wishes he had now,
but has picked up Kiel. So England is still even and still has a fairly difficult position. So kudos to making this difficult for France.
So France played mostly to defend Brest, tapping both the possible supports for an attack on Brest and left Paris open, which is they picked right. It's a good move. I like it.
Okay, let's move on to builds here, because these will definitely be revealing. Let's see. Italy puts down a fleet, which I suppose because the army was already in Venice.
Was the only adjustment.
Yeah. That is well, because there were a bunch of pops, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then a lot of exchanges. Boy, how many? A
lot of centers changed hands, but it's mostly one up, one down, right?
That's great. Okay. Spring 1905.
Look at Germany, 4 dots, and like one of them's Warsaw. It doesn't own Kiel or Berlin.
Only 2 of them are next to each other.
Not a strategy I would have pursued. But...
All right. Tell us about it. Let's stay with the West, Randy.
Sure. England continues to make like a Tasmanian devil and just keep swinging and staying alive here.
England convoys the French army into Holland.
Convoys France successfully to Holland. And takes
off
Belgium.
The island.
So
wow.
France decided, I think correctly, that he wasn't going to make any more moves going to successfully take any more dots off of England, considering that his only 2 other fleets were busy in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, because he only had the 2 units up there, one army, one fleet, and that wasn't going to take down those English dots. So this is a good move by both of them.
This disentangles them a little bit, gives them a direction to go in, and if England is willing to just say, all right, you can hold on to Liverpool for now, then this is a good opportunity for England to get himself back in the game and be not just more relevant, but actually able to make positive moves to better his own country instead of just surviving.
I don't know, though. I don't think France is likely to get anything off of Italy, though. I mean, Italy's getting a build here, has access to all of these dots.
No, he's not. But clearly, he still doesn't trust Italy entirely. That's the move in there in Lyon. And if he's able to pick up Holland and hold it, which he just was, then maybe he can put down another fleet in Marseille or swing an army into Piedmont or something.
Yeah. In any case, he needed an ally, and England was his only choice. So that makes sense. Okay. What about the East? Chris, tell us about it.
Yeah, we've got definitely Italy and Russia are working even better now. They've obviously negotiated something in Turkey whereby they leave each other alone. The Ankara fleet heads back to Armenia, and the army in Smyrna heads to Constantinople. Black Sea supports Bulgaria. So there's a lot of cooperation between the 2 powers there. The Italian moves towards the west. I don't know, the Tyrrhenian Sea to Lyon, Naples holds. That looks a little weak to me. I think I might have put the Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis and Naples to the Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, it's peculiar to...
Or bounce Western Med, I don't know. I probably would have wanted to put Tyrrhenian into Tunis, I think, at that point. Bring the second fleet up where it can actually do something useful.
Is that a misorder from Italy there, not successfully taking Greece? Why did Bulgaria fail to support Ionian into Greece?
Yeah, that's got to be a misorder.
Supported Greece to the Ionian.
Oh,
Order.
That's
unfortunate.
Yeah,
But it's spring.
We've
It's
all
not
done
terrible.
that. Yeah, but he has. But Serbia has this choice, right? So he still has to.
Yeah, and I mean he's walked into Trieste and he's got Vienna in the full guarantee.
Oh,
right?
he can just tap
Yeah.
Serbia now. Yeah. Oh, so he's got
Yeah.
Vienna and Greece guaranteed. Oof.
Yep.
He should pick up 3 Austrian dots
should.
this turn, right?
Oh, wow.
This is great.
Oh, so now he really needs to get this. He really needed to
Yeah.
get this fleet out of there. Oh,
And
if he
now-
can't.
Because he can't put Ionian to Tunis now. So.
He's going to have to
Oh.
go Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis and then Naples to Apulia if he actually wants to put down all
To
of his
guarantee
builds.
the build, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. That would be brutal to not be able to build. Okay, let's find out. And he does not do this correctly. Actually, it had to be Bulgaria to Greece with Khan moving. Okay.
Oh, and I guess that wasn't guaranteed either because there are 2 Austrian units next to Bulgaria. So
It still works out just fine for him. He's still putting down 2.
Yeah.
And Austria is in a poor position now.
Yeah, although Austria picked up Munich, huh?
And Warsaw.
And
Austria picked up Munich and Warsaw. Yeah,
so Austria is even. No?
Austria's even.
Austria's
But
even.
has no home centers.
That's pretty impressive, really, to stay even on that.
All right, Randy, disentangle this for us in the West.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes, please.
Well, it looks like Germany retakes Holland because Ruhr goes to Holland with support from Kiel, which was not cut because Holland went to Kiel with support from Denmark, but Baltic supported Kiel. So Germany got Russia on board with slowing down the France-England train. So good for Germany, diplomatically speaking there. But this has worked out very well for England, who has picked up Belgium and also just walks into Ruhr. So England will be building. Hopefully, it will be an army and Eddie to pick up Liverpool.
No, I think they're even because they lost Kiel here.
Oh, you are correct. You are correct.
But they're in position to pick up a build next year.
Still, good positioning. This is
yeah.
a big turnaround. That last year was a big turnaround for England. Has gotten them back in the game.
At 5, at 5, he's not out of it. The board leader is the board leader's going to jump up here. The question is what.
I'm having difficulty figuring out what this new center counts are. So many centers change hands. Right?
How did Germany get to St. Petersburg? When did that even happen?
Let's go back.
He went by Warsaw, Livonia, St. Petersburg. He just walked into St. Petersburg.
From Warsaw. So yeah, let's follow the. This was in Munich 4 turns ago.
and probably
excellent.
Silesia,
probably
Warsaw.
to Silesia, and then went into Warsaw.
What a sightseeing army! You love to see it.
Well, it's interesting though because now it's threatening Norway, so it's actually useful against England now. It ties up that North Sea fleet.
I want that army in Munich to get to Norway so bad.
Oh my god! And there's a fleet in Eddie. Why is the fleet still in Eddie? Oh my god!
Because North failed to get to Holland.
Okay. All right, let's poor Mitch. So all right, so for Mitch to have a shot here, obviously he needs to pick up Holland. He should be able to presumably pick up both of these.
He should get Holland and Kiel and Liverpool. He should get all 3 of those and then be very relevant.
Well, or hold on to Norway, right?
It's going to take a while to pick up Liverpool.
Yeah,
I don't think he can take Liverpool because he needs France to be working against Italy. If he's thinking about board top.
That's some way down the line. You build an army, and whoops, did I walk into Liverpool? Well, you can't do anything about it now, can you? France?
Hopefully, things shake out that you're able to do that in tandem with a stab on France. Throw an army into Picardy and Burgundy, or a fleet into English Channel, and then also Liverpool's in your pocket.
Yeah, but this is a scenario where Italy has gotten pushed back somehow, right? In order for it to be worth it.
Right.
All right. Let's see what chances are of these developing. What the chances are. So Italy drops a fleet and an army. Sensible builds, but so France can guarantee no, France can't guarantee Tunis. There's still a guessing game, and you'd have to risk West in order to do it. Okay, let's Russia is dropping 2 here and is so there's Sweden actually. So England has definitely shot at builds. The problem is the best builds they have after the German ones are from people that he needs to be fighting Italy.
Yeah, but you don't need to worry about Sweden. Sweden's one of those nice dots that, someone else owns it, but I can pick it up whenever I need it.
Right. England's got a good path to slow, steady growth here.
Yeah. But he needs Italy to be pushed back. So, all All right, let's see if any of this is possible. And spring of 1906. Let's start in the West with you, Randy.
Yeah, England blows up the German army in Holland, which is a good first step. Covers Norway and moves into Norwegian, so you can cover Norway next turn and throw North Sea maybe into somewhere slightly more useful. He probably wants to get that into Helgoland or something, because if he ever wants to get Berlin, he's going to need that fleet in Baltic.
Yeah.
But as I said, slow, steady growth for England here. He's going to pick up probably just the one this turn, but it's better than nothing. Down south, France forces its way into Piedmont and is kept out of Tunis by Italy. So France and Italy are getting very locked up there.
Well, let's talk about this.
That's fun. That's a fun little tango they just pulled there. Where Austria, my guess is Austria is just completely ticked at Italy for completely understandable reasons.
Austria's cut a deal with Russia. If you look at Bulgaria, the Austrian, I think, supported Sevastopol to Bulgaria.
Yep.
So Austria's got to deal with Russia. Ukraine's come back to Galicia. Munich going to Bohemia means that they can pick up Vienna.
Good chance of kidding Bulgaria as well with Anki being able to tap Khan.
They're not guaranteed Vienna, but they can guarantee that they either get Romania into Budapest or take Vienna.
Yeah.
This is I love what is happening on this board right now. You have three powers uniting against the board leader. This is
can guarantee Vienna. They can tap Trieste from Serbia.
I don't think Austria should have pulled out of Munich, though. I think there's no reason to give up a dot there unless you are very confident you're going to be getting one somewhere else to replace it. But it's not like Austria can afford to lose dots now.
But what if this army is going to Tyrolia here? What if it's agreed upon?
Better.
I would have put Tyrolia is much better than Bohemia there.
Yeah.
It's next to way more dots, if nothing else, right?
But again, why even move it? Why not just stay in Munich?
Because now she can use it to retake her home centers. Especially if she negotiated a walkthrough here. I'd love this. I'd much rather have Vienna than Munich.
And if you're France, I would rather get that army down in Tyrolia than to pick up Munich.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Plus, from a strategic point of view, it's great to negotiate a deal with France when you both have a mutual enemy in Italy, right?
Yeah. You know what? The more I think we just answered our own question why Munich went to Bohemia instead of Tyrolia, so that from Bohemia it can support the French army down into Tyrolia.
Yeah, or Piedmont does this. I think they attack Vienna, but there's still the guessing game here, Chris. Even if they guaranteed Vienna, then there's a chance they would lose.
Right. Yes.
Actually, no,
there isn't. Serbia goes to Trieste. Right. Romania goes to Bulgaria.
Yeah, and then
a supported attack on Vienna.
All right, let's see if they do it. Let's see if they do it.
Interesting to see whether France just walks out of Munich in the fall, leaves Austria owning it.
That is what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for the board uniting against Italy because this is actually what the tribute scoring system promotes. Is a scenario where a leader breaks out and the rest of the board unites against them in order to bring them back, not necessarily destroy them, but in order to bring them back to the pack so that all of them have a chance to top the board. Topping the board is very valuable. So there's a lot of incentive to keep any player from breaking out too far. And if that's what has encouraged these players to do it, then they have played the system extremely well. All right. Look, Saren does it exactly right. Well done, Saren. Chris, tell us about all of the East here.
Yeah, it didn't go well for Italy, did it? They lose Vienna. They also lose Bulgaria to the Russian army, and that fleet was that was a forced disband as well. They didn't even get to retreat it to the Aegean. That was probably a mistake to try and move Ionia into the Aegean. They should have seen that they weren't going to hold Bulgaria. And you don't want to lose that fleet at this point.
Especially since they lost Tunis unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So Italy goes down 3 here, Vienna and Bulgaria. And
Italy should have covered Tunis, I think.
Yeah.
And now they're going to lose Constantinople as well because the Russians got 3 next to it.
So Russia picked up a build. Austria. So Austria did not get to keep Munich.
Lose Munich,
right.
But at least they're more consolidated now.
And they picked up Vienna, and that's a better position for them.
Yeah. Now they'll be able to get
Trieste. I bet their deal with Russia is you take Khan and Smee, and I'll get Bulgaria.
Yeah.
And,
I would be very surprised if that wasn't the case. Yeah.
and Austria ends up with all the Balkans, which is what Chris wanted back in 1918.
You still need
Well,
Trieste
except for-
as well, but Trieste
Yeah.
should be doable from this position
Yes,
as
it's
well.
technically not a Balkan, so.
No, but you
Oh.
want all of your home and the Balkans.
You
don't just
have
want
so
the
many
Balkans.
requirements, Chris. Come on.
Let's take a moment to applaud Mitch McConaughey for
Yeah.
picking up 2 builds here.
Very well done. Talks France into tapping Berlin so we can grab Kiel. He now has Kiel and Holland and has got himself a much better position. He may not be.
I think he has just put himself in the board top.
And he's got Sweden in his
with
pocket that he can pick
France.
up any time, which is what you really want in tribute, right? You
And
want that
Liverpool
not
as
you
well.
can have any time, but it doesn't count on your score. So.
England will be able to pick up Liverpool whenever he wants as well. So he's got, and with between Sweden, Berlin, and Liverpool, England has 3 dots in his pocket.
Yeah, and so all right, so he's not in the board top yet. France picked up 2. I didn't realize France picked up 2. Oh, they picked up Munich and Tunis. Okay, so France is building 2. England is building 2. So suddenly you've got now dynamic tension between England and France, and which might take the foot off of Italy.
Yes, Italy's down to 6 now, so they're not looking nearly as attractive to waste all those French units down there, right?
No, I hope that Mitch builds Fleet London Army Eddie. I think that's necessary at this point.
And if you're France, Fleet Brest,
Army,
Army, either Marseille or Paris, kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
probably Marseille, right? To give yourself the option of, or to make it look like you might.
Yeah, depending on what Italy disbands, maybe you have an opportunity.
All right,
but I got to imagine Italy will disband Khan and Aegean.
And Russia is putting down Fleet Sevastopol, right? I mean, obviously,
definitely. I hope.
All right, we've got Evan pulling the army, the itinerant army. That's a little disappointing. But now we get to see England and France, or England and Russia.
Yeah.
It out.
Oh, England gets lucky with this.
I
build.
probably would have kept St. Petersburg and pulled Ruhr, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Because St. Petersburg, you can hold St. Petersburg for a long time because neither side wants the other side to be there. So if you're the neutral person who no one cares, it's just.
Although counter argument here, now Germany can try to make a deal with England. Germany can take Munich here, work out a deal with England here. If England goes and takes dots off of France, gets Sweden and Liverpool, he's going to be tough to beat for the board top.
And that would have been great, but Mitch built wrong to do it. He should have built Fleet London and Army Eddie, and then yes, this would have been a very good opportunity to stab France.
Well, but does it really matter here? He can move to York or Wales. North can go to the English Channel. I mean, what else does he really need North for?
Yeah, it's not terrible.
This gives him good cover, I think. Better cover anyway.
It's possible, but given France's builds, it looks like it was agreed to.
Is okay.
But that's great though. If you're England and you can get France to agree to your builds, but you've still got the option of stabbing him, then what's not to lose? What's wrong with that?
It's perfect. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's got English Channel guaranteed. He can take Liverpool if he wants. He can battle Sweden, but he can bounce Russia out of St. Petersburg. Although maybe he should be wanting to work with Russia. I don't know.
Yeah, you can probably make his pitch to Russia. Probably you pick up St. Pete and let me take Sweden.
You still bounce, I think, in the spring though, so you don't have to worry about covering Norway. Yeah,
right, sure.
No, I think you just dedicate a fleet to bouncing St. Petersburg. If Russia really wants it, they'll have to put 2 in it, 2 on it, and that'll never happen. So.
Yeah, the question is, so this is where there's really interesting, I think, sort of global strategic thinking that has to happen. You have to be thinking about not only where your dots are going to come from, but how you're going to prevent people on the other side of the board from getting dots to pass you. So Mitch should be thinking about how Russia can be useful to him, not simply as a honeypot for dots, but as someone who can help him interfere with somebody else. Maybe Saren, who suddenly, his position is much better now than it used to be. How would you guys try to attack this? If for you the board top was paramount, pick a power that you like and tell me what your global strategy would be.
I still like England's position a lot. So my strategy is get Germany on board with harassing France. My strategy is one of 2. Either get Germany on board with harassing France and just move on France right now and hope that Italy keeps him tied up in the south so he can't swing all those fleets towards you, because France does have better position fleets than England does. Or, and this is probably the strategy I would actually employ, just grab the easy dots. Just get a fleet into the Baltic, grab Berlin, take Sweden, eventually get St. Petersburg, and then you've locked yourself, and then you can get Liverpool whenever you want. You've locked yourself into, what is that, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 dots there. And that's
and not
9 or
worry
10 is
about France,
pretty
no.
good for a pretty good chance of getting to board top, or if something breaks your way, you get even more.
Okay. Chris, what would be your strategy?
Yeah, I do like the. I would like to disagree, but I will disagree on a detail. I think I would go for the French dots before the rest of the north. I would feel that I can pick up Sweden, St. Petersburg, Berlin later. I would rather take the French dots now and throw lots of units against France. And I mean, France is the board topper at this point, right?
Yeah.
So you can even get the rest of the board to help you out with that, because they should be supporting you while you do that, right?
They should, but if I'm Italy, I want England to pull France off of me so I can go deal with the Austrian who I let crawl back out of the bag.
But that's even better if you're England, because then it's less likely that Italy or Austria will be able to emerge as a threat to you as the
if Italy isn't taking the French dots, then that means they're all there for you as England, right?
But I don't think England holds the upper hand here. I think France has too many fleets that can easily pull back, and with 2 armies there to protect Bray, I don't actually think England gets anything other than Liverpool and then stalls out.
All right, I'm with Chris. I would move on England. I would take England here. I would move on France. I would make a deal with Germany for Germany's survival. Germany's not going to top the board, but maybe they're happy to survive on 2, which also benefits me as the board topper in tribute.
And I'd try and push those 2 into France.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. You do that regardless of what dots you're trying to pick up.
All right, we've luxuriated on a mid-game year. Let's move forward and see what happens. We had already seen builds, yeah. So, all right, let's start in the West. Mitch does not take Chris and my advice. Instead, he tries to settle the North. So, is there anything more to say in the West?
No, that pretty much covers it. I suspect the Sweden St. Pete was. It might have been arranged. That might have been Mitch telling Russia, look, I'm going to take Sweden, but I won't bounce you out of St. Pete, knowing that he can just get St. Pete later whenever he wants anyway. Otherwise, he made nice with France, arranged bounce in Belgium, and France tried to help him into Berlin, which was unsuccessful, but obviously nice to see from England. You're keeping everyone friendly. And he, again, if I'm England, I leave that army in London or move it to Yorkshire so that next turn he can either convoy somewhere, or I can just grab Liverpool if I decide I need the extra unit.
If you're going to do this, I think you go to Barents here in convoy.
Denmark can walk to Sweden.
Sweden's not the important dot. St. Petersburg is going to be the hard one. Sweden, you can pick up any time. Don't waste your units picking up dots that you don't need, unless you really need the build. If you really need the build, sure, pick up Sweden.
Hopefully what you see this turn is Norway drops into the Baltic so that he can guarantee himself Berlin next turn while Norway picks up Sweden.
Yeah.
But either way, I still would have preferred to leave that army on the island.
It's just a disappointing slowdown of tempo, because the army in Norwegian's not really needed. You can move this you can move this to Clyde, or Norwegian's okay. You can still shift it over to North Carolina. I really wanted to move on France. Okay, all right. What about the East, Chris? What happens over there?
Yeah, so Russia is concentrating on picking out those Turkish dots. Warsaw to Livonia is interesting. Yeah. Why is Austria heading up there? I guess that's part of a deal with Russia to help them take St. Petersburg.
Or it might be a deal with England to help England take St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't see. My feeling is that Austria and England probably aren't talking much at this point, whereas Austria and Russia definitely are.
Yeah, I think Austria and Russia are all in with each other at this point.
Yeah,
which makes sense. I mean, they're both at 6. They're both behind the other 2 on the opposite side of the board. So,
and Italy plays a very lots of supports, very little moving. But you're still not going to hold Trieste. You're going to lose Trieste. You're going to lose Constantinople. You can hold Smyrna this year, but
that's about it, though.
They're just being ground down, basically.
It's
the Ionian.
The problem for Austria and Russia here is that they need France to be pushed back, and the only one who is interested in doing that right now is Italy. And Italy is the one that they're attacking. Maybe the only one that they can attack. But I think a stronger global strategy would be to find a different way to push back France, or to make a deal with Italy and do something else. Because neither of them are on a path to topping the board at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there was play to do what they did earlier in the game and send units up into Tyrolia, Bohemia, and take Munich off of France, things like that.
Yep. All right. Well, let's keep going here. We'll stay in the east with you, Chris. Tell us about Fall of 1907.
So just one more thought on that. It can be very difficult, though, once you start on a path of, we need to get revenge against Italy, we need to kick them out. It can be very difficult to then figure out, well, how do we, even to think of the idea, hang on a moment, maybe we're better with Italy alive and fighting off France and using those units on our side rather than just taking the dots.
That's a great point, especially at 15-minute turns, and there's a lot of stuff to think about here.
So yeah, let's see. Austria takes Trieste. Oh, and Italy decides that it's more important to shift the fleet back rather than covering Smyrna. So Russia picks up both Caen and Smyrna, which is nice.
Going to be building 3, but only has 2 home centers.
Lost Sweden, so
okay. No, you're right.
Lost Sweden, but picked up St. Petersburg. Yeah, so building 2 in the 2 home centers that they have. So
good year for Russia.
Russia jumps into a tie for the board top, actually.
Yeah.
With only 2 home centers. Well, no, 3 with St. Peter.
And not a bad position. Now that when you build a couple of armies in Moscow and Sevastopol, the position is not bad at all, right? Because you can pick up Warsaw anytime. You probably can't get up anything in the north, but there's a lot of Austrian dots there, especially if Austria is pushing against Italy, right?
Yeah.
It's got the potential for sure.
England just
picks up 2
to move into the board top alone.
Apparently talked Germany into just walking out of his last stop there.
Yeah. Germany didn't even try to hold Berlin, right?
He literally walked out to let England walk in.
Yeah. He just had enough. Mitch, miraculously, this is a stunning turn of events. He was stuck at 4 for a very long time, managed to stay in England, lost a home center, managed to stay in the English Channel for a long time, and is now
fought off an FGR, right? He had all for France, Germany, and Russia attacking him at one point, and he fought all 3 of them off, right?
This was excellent. I mean, I assume the diplomacy was good too, but this was excellent tactical play by England, even with a French army in the homeland, keeping it tight, keeping it difficult for France to get anywhere until France decides to go somewhere else, and then capitalizing on the opportunity. So major kudos to Mitch.
Well done, Mitch. Really good defense. And we criticized him a little bit for the slowdown up here, but he managed to, he made up for the tactical deficiency up here with a diplomatic coup in getting Berlin here. All right, so now.
And you can play that if you're England at this point, you can play this as just a race with France, right? Because you've got the dots that you can pick up. You can pick up St. Petersburg at least. You're always going to be threatening Munich probably. So you can sort of say, and whereas France has not been able to take many of the Italian dots, maybe it's a little easier once Italy starts disbanding, but
France needs help from Austria in order to do it. So we get another army in London, but again, right, a cryptic army. This could be used for a lot. Another fleet up here. We get 2 armies for resurgent Russia, who must be feeling some oats at this point.
Has Mitch built anything other than Army London?
I disagreed with Mitch's builds every single year, but it keeps working for him. It's very frustrating.
Well, the question is, right, does he stab France now? Right, like it's kind of like if not now, never. There's a chance that France may get a build. France may turn on him thinking that he's just has to, because why wouldn't England stab me now?
That's what I'm concerned if I'm England, that Belgium and Kiel are pretty vulnerable, and he's got so many units committed. He even moved to Bothnia instead of Baltic, which I think would have been the correct move. So I think he's still walking a real tightrope here with France.
And he can't even take St. Petersburg now until he gets a fleet up in Barents, which he could do in one turn. But
do you want to commit another unit over there?
I know, right? That would be 5 units up in here. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, spring 1908. So Turkey dropped a bunch of units, potentially vulnerable here, but there's stuff that they can do.
Turkey's not got any units to drop.
I see Turkey. I mean,
Italy is back to his alternative starting position, Fleet Rome.
Yeah.
All right, tell us about the purple turkey, Chris Brand.
Yeah, we get the Russian fleets into the Med at last. I've been wanting to see this since they first built that second fleet. Right?
It's unusual to see that work out so well for Russia.
Yeah,
that second fleet usually hamstrings them too much, but it's worked out here.
So Russia gives up St. Petersburg basically, which is, it's. I guess if the Austrian wasn't going to help you anyway, which is possible. We can't really tell whether that Livonia decided, well, it's more important to fend off Prussia, or whether it was like not willing to help with St. Petersburg. But yeah, just giving up St. Petersburg altogether, which is it's sort of reasonable because England seems pretty dedicated to taking it, so they're going to get it sooner or later.
Yeah, although they didn't do it in the way that was needed to guarantee it. But
the unfortunate thing from Russia's point of view is there's 2 English armies up there now.
So suddenly now we're looking at a sort of movement to a stalemate line. A little bit surprising.
Yeah, certainly those 3 Austrian moves: Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, and Trieste, I think. Yes, and Tyrolia rather. Trieste, Tyrolia.
Trieste tried to, supported by Venice as well, but bounced with Munich.
Yeah,
and England removes any chance of an effective stab against France, apparently deciding more important to get to the stalemate line, get St. And to be fair, in England's defense, if he gets St. Petersburg, he goes to 10 knots, and there's a stalemate line, he's pretty much a lock for the board top.
But why do you put that London army into Denmark?
No, I agree. I don't think that was necessary.
You don't need it there.
You put it in Holland.
Put it into Belgium.
Or build an eddy and then take Liverpool.
Right. I'm not sure. Well, we'll see. I'm not sure why. If France isn't going to stab you, you don't need to stab him, right? If France is content to let you have the board top, then you don't need to stab. And it looks like France is.
I think this game is basically over.
Let's see what happens right here. That's the only spot of interest, and it's not interesting at all. Okay. Oh, this is wrapping up. We see France supports Austria into Italy. That's the only thing of interest here.
That's interesting.
And we get England getting another army in here. Russia is able to hold on to Warsaw, but otherwise this game just feels like it's moving towards a conclusion.
The Russian gets a fleet into the Ionian.
Yeah, but again,
I'm a big fan of that.
It's
a little too late to make a huge difference.
It's not going to do them any good, but I like it anyway.
Still has a juicy stab against Austria if you wanted to take it, but for obvious reasons he doesn't.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you work out a deal with France so that France and England can fight, then you have a shot at a board top. But
the ambitious move for Russia would have been force Greece, walk into Romania, walk like that would. And I in this scoring system, you probably take that.
I don't know. I quite like this because you've still got those options, right? You can now take Romania from Sevastopol, you can still force Greece, and you can take Naples.
But will he do it? I don't think he's going to do it.
Armietti, there it is.
Wait, did he built that? All right, and then moved it to north. Okay. All right, so Russia passes up the opportunity.
Russia, what are you doing? Why are you moving Sevastopol to Armenia?
That seems unnecessary.
Okay, so there's been whoa!
But
so
Russia takes Naples, and England loses Berlin but takes Liverpool.
And
yeah, I mean Russia and France,
Belgium.
Russia and France came up with a deal to split the Italian dots between them, which is kind of what I wondered when that army went over there.
So
Austria picks up 2 German centers.
England's going to lose the board top here, and I think it's because they committed too many things to the north. They don't all those units. So you see Fleet, Norway, Barents, Bothnia, St. Petersburg, Livonia. They're doing nothing to advance England's cause.
Yeah, this is and so Austria pulls into a tied board top here, and I believe this is how the game ends. And oh wow. All right, first of all, well done to Saren to somehow manufacture
that came out of nowhere as well.
Mitch and Saren both looked as good as dead and clawed their way back to share our boards out. That very impressive comebacks by both of them.
Saren, I felt like was deader, to be honest.
I agree.
But Mitch, it's unfortunately tempered by a clearly missed opportunity. Chris and I are in agreement on this, that had she stabbed France, Randy, I think you're in agreement on this. You were just suggesting doing it a year later than Chris and I were.
Right.
Is that right?
I thought he should have picked up Sweden, St. Petersburg, and then immediately stabbed for France. I thought that, but either way.
The problem I have with this is that he devoted an awful lot of units to taking Sweden, which he could take with 1 unit anytime, and St. Petersburg, which is 1 dot. And he had like 4 units up there, and
somewhat inefficient use.
All right. All right. So what about Russia and France? Should either one of them have topped this board?
No. I mean, France theoretically could still pick up a dot or 2, but probably Austria will stay ahead of them. I think this is
at this point it's Austria's game to lose, right?
Right.
England, France fighting. So if this goes, I mean, Austria probably shouldn't have taken this draw. But who knows exactly?
Yeah, who knows though, because Venice is not secure. She can walk to Bulgaria, but it's a guess for anything beyond that. Russia still has 3 armies there. I'm not surprised the board ended at this point.
Yeah. It's just disappointing to me. There was so much potential for a bigger board top here.
Yeah, end of the day, huge kudos to Mitch for how we played, but I do think he gave away this board top. I think he could have locked it down.
I am like equally parts disappointed and impressed. Like this is a awesome game because there's so much good that they did, and there's enough missed opportunity to still leave me unsatisfied with it.
It was a great game to watch because there was a lot of changing of strategies and different alliances and all that kind of stuff. It was a lot of fun. And I think to answer your question about, I think all the players could play on at this point, but they've all got upside and downside, right? So it's a question of do you take what you can see now, or do you play for the potential upside but also the potential downside?
Yeah,
so
and after you've been playing for
everyone's incentive to take the draw at this point.
I can absolutely see if this was an actual face-to-face game at a tournament, players are all around the board. I could see this game going on for another several hours. Yeah. But the fact that it is virtual, it is real hard to play hour after hour after hour staring at a screen and in the same position. I'm not surprised that they agreed to the draw here.
Yeah. All right, let's put this game in the books and move on to game number 5, which is game number 6.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost got it. Okay. Game number 6, Lakefront Trail. In Austria, we have JJ Raymond out of Santa Monica. In England, we have David Miller out of Olney, Maryland. David is well known to us in the face-to-face community. He also is running the Tempest tournament out of DC in October. France is Liam Stokes out of Victoria. Germany is Zach Moore, the defending Weasel Moot champion out of Minneapolis, also one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and the organizer behind the Virtual Diplomacy League. So Zach has his fingers in lots of pies. In Italy is Daniel Grinnell, Danny, usually known as, playing out of Richmond, Kentucky. In Russia, got another one of these. All right. In Russia, we've got John Anderson out of Utah. And in Turkey, we have Jason Massbaum. Before I try to reboot this and hope that we don't have another error, I'm going to ask you guys to talk about these players because some of these are well known to you. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to pull the screen away in order to do it.
I only guess more of them are known to Randy than to me.
Yeah, I know most of the players on this board actually have played with at least 1 or 2 of them. David is a terrific player, but John Anderson is a strong player as well. Met him across the board. Danny has perfectly competent as well, and I'm afraid I'm forgetting the other names on there. But this I would expect. Oh, Jason Massbaum, strong player out of the West Coast. So I'd expect to see a pretty solid level of play across this board.
Yeah, this is a very strong board. John Anderson has done really well. Hasn't won a tournament yet, but has placed highly and is sitting at number 12 in the the DBN Invitational standings.
I believe he took Best England at both Dixie and Boston Massacre, unless I'm thinking of something.
It wouldn't have been Boston. No, that was Russ Dennis who took both of those. Yeah, but I think John Anderson has taken some Best Country awards. I believe yes, that is John Anderson, former independent presidential candidate. We've made that joke a bunch of times. Let us see how that joke wears. Do you guys want to switch or stay with East and West here?
I can switch.
All right, switch it
I
up.
don't mind.
Chris, tell us about the West.
Okay. So England does the northern opening basically, and Germany does kill to Denmark, follows up from Berlin, and Munich holds. Which, your options with Munich are go to Ruhr, hold, go to Burgundy, go to Tyrolia. If you know Italy's going to Tyrolia, I think you go to Tyrolia. If you're not sure that's going to bounce, then you probably don't, because you don't particularly want to be in Tyrolia, probably. So that's interesting, given that Italy did go to Tyrolia. And France sits in Marseille, which is fine. You can pick up Spain anyway. That way you're covering yourself against a possible Italian intrusion into Piedmont, but while not actually annoying the Italians by moving to Piedmont yourself. All very friendly, basically. I don't see anything very exciting or very unusual.
All right, Randy, can you tell us about the East?
Sure. Pretty standard, solid moves from everyone. Russia again commits the extra unit down south to Ukraine to help shore up Romania, while also bouncing Austria out of Galicia. So you see some mistrust between Russia and Austria there. Standard bounce in the Black Sea, and Italy opens to Tyrolia, which is fun to see. Definitely gives Italy some more options there. Also moves to Apulia and the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is an interesting combo. So we can say with some authority we will not see an Italian army in Tunis for the first time, I think, in the last several games.
Yeah, Tyrrhenian Sea is very unusual, unless you're also opening to Piedmont.
All right, before we move on to the fall, I have been a little bit oblivious to the behind-the-scenes chat, and we are about to say goodnight to Randy because he is on the East Coast and it is past his bedtime.
It is midnight, and I am an old man. So
Randy, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I'll cover your analysis for the first two games when it comes back around, and we'll see you again at a future tournament.
I'm sure you will. Thank you both, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you around.
All right. And bring it back. We've got Adam Silverman. Welcome back to the stream. You just were watching the East, so we will give you a second to have a look at the board while we look at fall moves for the West. Chris, tell us about it.
So the first place you always look in the West for fall 01 is Belgium, see what happened there. And we've got a bounce between England and France. Germany had already ruled themselves out of Belgium, so those are the only two people who could bounce there. So no agreement on who takes Belgium. England does pick up Norway with the fleet. Germany does not bounce Russia out of Sweden. I think we've talked about that earlier, how that's a tactical and diplomatic question as to what you should do there. Munich does go to Ruhr now, giving them a play on Belgium next turn. So that's interesting because with Italy and Tyrolia, you've got to be pretty confident that you know what that Italian's doing with that army in order to vacate Munich at that point. So that's good to see that they trusted that Italy was doing something that wasn't going to affect them, and they got it right.
Lots of good guessing. Lots of good strategic work going on here by Zach Moore.
And France picks up the two Iberian dots, which is always nice for France if you can do that nice and early. So.
All right, very good. Adam, welcome back, and tell us about what you see in the East.
Yeah, I guess I'll start with the Austrian moves. And, this is just, I think, Austria getting a little too clever with self-bounce in Trieste, right? I can understand you want to cover Trieste from the Italians. You don't want to lose the dot because of... you want to get the build yourself. But, what happens here is Austria finds themselves bounced out of Greece because they used Serbia to self-bounce Trieste rather than supporting themselves into Greece. Now, let's, I guess the purpose of this is to avoid the risk of losing Vienna. You're flipping a coin, but you're no better off than you would have been otherwise. So I don't like it. I think if you're worried about Italy, flip a coin, cover Trieste, tell Italy to take Trieste, and bounce them if you must, but it's a risky move, and it's going to hurt them. Now Italy is hugely incentivized to just jump on the Austrians. So I think it's going to be really difficult. If we look at the Russian decides better to take the risk over Romania than losing the Black Sea, and it pays off. It walks into Romania, walks into Galicia, bounces the Black Sea, gets Sweden. Good turn for Russia.
All right, let's look at some builds here. And we have, you can see a lot of fleets and a lot of armies, which is always nice. We see London putting down a fleet. We see France putting down 2 armies, which is a specific strategic commitment. Germany does the ambiguous Fleet Kiel with Army Munich, although it's certainly a little bit more anti-French, given the army in Ruhr. And the other surprise on the board is an army in Rome.
Wow.
Which suggests that Italy may think very highly of the capabilities of the army in Venice. With a fleet in, with an RT, this is... that's an interesting. I mean, I guess with conflict with Austria, his options are a little bit limited. But in the north, John Anderson is making the calculation that he can do provide diplomatic protection for St. Pete, either that or use the army Moscow.
I don't like the French or the Italian build. But France, the problem with 2 armies is you are committed for the rest of the game to attacking Germany, because you can't attack anyone else with 1 fleet. And you need another dot before you can build another fleet, right? So then what's Germany going to do other than fight you? Because they know you're fighting them for the whole game, no matter what happens, right?
And England, what are England's options here at this point?
Well, England's in the great position of being able to pick a side, right? You've got France and Germany guaranteed to be fighting each other, and you get to say, oh, I think I'll help you for a while. I'll help you for a while. What do I get if I help you? What do I get if I help you? You don't necessarily even have to pick a side. You can just let them fight and pick up the scraps, right?
A little bit like Mitch McConaughey did.
Yeah, kind of.
Extended fashion.
And I can see that working very well for David, actually. David could take advantage of that, I think.
He's a savvy negotiator, so
exactly,
yeah, ambiguity will suit him just fine. The Zach Moore, Zach Moore is a very skilled both tactician and negotiator, and John is proven. This is a powerful north we have on this board. All right, let's see how we do. Let's stick in the West with you, Chris Brand.
France pushes up into Burgundy. I don't see them getting much further than that, though. And Germany supports the English army into Belgium. So there's your first inkling of what we were talking about, right? England's able to go to the 2 of them and say, so you want my army over there, right? I get Belgium then. And the English fleet goes into the Channel. German fleet goes up to Skagerrak.
Yeah,
Skagerrak in Denmark,
isn't it?
That's that is interesting. I would have expected to see a supported move from Kiel to Baltic from here to then pick up Sweden. I mean, Skagerrak kind of achieves the same thing, but
it also gives you a threat.
It gives you more options as well. Yeah, it threatens England as well.
Yeah, but those are options that England may not want to see. So
right.
It'd be interesting to see. And Holland is now very vulnerable if France and England decide to work together on it. Tell us about the East, Adam Silverman.
Yeah, well, the Italians do decide to attack the Austrians to no avail, and Rome goes up to Tuscany, which it's not clear that army is doing much that's very effective. Again, I agree with Chris's assessment that you probably would prefer to have a fleet there. It takes a turn to get it out, but nonetheless, you can do a lot more with it. We do see what looks like the beginnings of an AR. They effectively get rid of Bulgaria. I can't tell what Bulgaria was actually trying to do. Was it offering a support for?
It was moving to Romania.
Yeah, it must have moved.
It was moving to Romania, which was bound to fail. But
Well, unless you think Austria is,
unless you think Austria is supporting you there for sure.
And if you're Austria, you probably offer that support so that you know you can walk into Greece, right?
Yeah.
Yep, very, very sensible. And Moscow holds is kind of an interesting choice. Russia could have moved something up to St. Petersburg to bolster his position up there. Also could have moved Warsaw to Galicia, Moscow to Ukraine, to really focus on the southern position, but elects not to do that. So it's a pretty equivocating move, but gives some flexibility for the fall. So I don't inherently dislike it.
All right, let's see how that works out for him in the fall. And it does not, is the answer. Tell us about the East, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, Sev to arm is sort of an unusual move considering they've been bouncing in the Black Sea for the past 3 turns. So
yeah,
it's a hard order to understand without being privy to some of the negotiation. Chris, do you have some thoughts?
Well, you're picking up Bulgaria. Maybe you're expecting to have a build.
So you want to build something there? Yeah, could be opening it up for a fleet build. Of course, you're losing.
It's not going to actually happen, but it was an idea, like.
Well, you're also losing Sweden and St. Petersburg, so you're probably not going to actually build, as it turns out.
No, you're pulling. You're pulling. This is a debilitating turn for Russia, who not only is pulling, but only has 1 unit north of the lower stalemate line.
Yeah, I mean, obviously thought something else was going to happen in the north, and made moves accordingly, and it didn't play out. Italy continues a futile attack on Austria, moves into Piedmont, which does not particularly improve the prospects of that attack.
But he's in Piedmont. All right, Chris, tell us about the West. Some really interesting stuff happens.
So this is a cementing of the England-German thing. I wonder if Germany wasn't completely sure about England last turn, and when England actually fired through with the convoy into Belgium, now it's like, okay, so now I can take Sweden, and I'll take it from Skagerrak, which makes England feel better that Skagerrak fleet is no longer there, right?
Yeah.
But the really interesting move to me is the fleets right over on the left-hand side there, where England could have gone for Brest or Mid-Atlantic, and France covered Brest with the fleet, and therefore now there's an English fleet in the Mid-Atlantic, which is not where you want it.
England is in the Mid-Atlantic, has St. Petersburg, and now has 2 builds.
Yeah.
And there is only 1 enemy fleet.
They only have 1 army on the continent. But,
also, it's an army in Belgium, so who knows how long that'll last. But this is a delightful position for England to be in.
Yeah. And then from Mid-Atlantic, do you go down into the Mediterranean? Do you pick up Portugal? So many options.
Yeah, you have to be able to back it up here, but you're putting down 2 fleets here. I assume it's fleets Liverpool and London. Is that what you guys would do?
Unfortunately, I think you've got. I mean, you'd really like to get another army here, but I think if this is the direction if you're actually going to attack France, you need to put down the 2 fleets, because you can't leave the North Sea open, and you got to put something into the Channel.
Yeah. The one difficulty here is that it's not clear what else these fleets do for Germany at this point, now that St. Petersburg has fallen. So you unfortunately do have to worry about something up here, unless you just work out if you get Germany to go to Baltic and just keep the fleets there, like then you can demilitarize north.
Interesting. If you're England, you're hoping Russia keeps that northern fleet.
Yeah. But what? Yeah. But I don't know. All right. Let's see how it works out. We do have fleets Liverpool and London. Germany plops down an army, so clearly looking east here with big eyes at Warsaw. So Russia does keep the fleet, which is the fun thing to do. Drops the army Galicia, reversing the aborted stab on Austria, and Austria puts down another army for their sake. Spring 1903. Let's stay in the West, Chris.
So a bounce in Spain, which is fine for England because you can still pick up Portugal in the fall. Italy, that Piedmont army is now trying to get into Marseille. Again, good luck, but it's not going to get into Marseille, but it could definitely have an influence on these logjam between Germany and France. Except that we see something a bit different in Belgium. This is always the problem when you convoy that English army over to Belgium, especially if you then find yourself in a position where you haven't got a fleet in the English or the North.
Yeah.
Because it's all on its own there, and it's surrounded by other armies, and sooner or later someone's just going to go, why don't we just get rid of it? Because it's just sat on a dock there. It's not doing anything. So
this is a dramatic turn for Zach Moore defending Weasel Moot champion here. Does a number of things.
Support that move as well?
Burgundy did, yeah.
Yeah, so this is an agreement between France and Germany that they don't want the English army on the continent. That's not a good thing for England. Yeah, maybe that's a direct consequence of England having such a nice looking position in winter.
Let's count the number of good things that Zach Moore does here. First of all, he gets Belgium with support from France, as you pointed out. He bounces the Russian fleet out of Baltic.
That's a very good move.
allowing him to leave Kiel and Berlin, not having to worry about covering them. He gets the fleet into Skagerrak here, so he now could work out a very easy to work out deal here with Russia, right?
For sure. Russia takes St. Petersburg and Germany takes Norway. So why would you not agree that, right?
Yeah, maybe this was an arranged bounce. That would be interesting to hear afterward. But boy, Germany is sitting really pretty all of a sudden. Although,
that is interesting.
That could turn around very quickly.
Could be arranged or could be a very good guess.
I like it better if it's a guess, right? It's more impressive, but diplomatically, it's also very impressive.
Yeah, one's impressive tactically and one's impressive diplomatically, right?
Yeah. Exactly. All right, tell us about the East, Adam.
Yeah, as you guys pointed out, Russia is setting up to retake St. Petersburg, which I would be surprised to not see happen in the fall. A whole lot of nothing. Italy is continuing to try to attack Trieste for some reason. And, I guess what I'm surprised by, if you're so intent on doing this, why aren't you up in Bohemia and Tyrolia at this point, right? Yeah. This is obviously not going anywhere. Hitting Marseille is really not helping anything on your side of the board, and it's potentially opening up avenues that maybe you don't want to open up. So, that's just a surprising thing to be doing from this position. A whole lot of nothing. Everything's supporting, and nothing's going anywhere.
Yeah, Russia gets away with leaving Sevastopol open, which is at least something.
There's the same problem that Italy's got as France had, is that with those three armies, what can you do with them? The only thing you can do is attack Austria, right? So you're pretty committed to attacking Austria, and Austria therefore is committed to defending against you. And as you say, if you're going to be committed to that, then at least use all three armies to push them up into Bohemia, Tyrolia, so that you've got three.
All right, let's see what doesn't happen in the East, starting with you, Adam. We have one bit of movement.
Yeah, I mean, so the Italians decided to change their plan and make an attack on Munich for some reason. Maybe they thought they were getting French support, though that didn't seem super likely. But I guess to their credit, they made the wise decision to pull that unit so they can rebuild it. If it shows up as an army in Naples or something like that, then I guess that's what it is, right?
So, one can only hope, and maybe then it'll convoy to Tunis.
This is probably the best thing that could happen to Italy at this point, is have that army destroyed.
That's really true. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about the West here. We do see some expected stuff.
Scandinavia went down basically as we expected. St. Petersburg falling back to the Russians, and Germany getting this nice situation where you've got all of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, which is always a nice thing to have as Germany. Yeah. This is a very nice German position at this point.
Especially given that England and France are now basically permanently entangled.
France
is expanding here. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Also note that Russia took St. Petersburg with that fleet, which
Yeah.
is hugely pro-German. That is just
Yeah.
as incredibly pro-German as you can get to not move the army up there and stay in Bothnia. So you've got to be loving the position if you're Germany.
Yeah.
And I mean, from here, you can see the German fleet in Sweden moving back to Skagerrak to set up 2 on the North Sea, while that Russian army is freed up to go south, right? It's great for both of them, really.
Yep.
And so now Germany is dropping 2 here. Fleet and army, or do you think chance we see 2 fleets?
I don't think you want to. Well,
You know, if there was a time where you could get away with it, this might be it.
yeah.
I'm not, you know, I'm not sure you can get them into play fast enough. But on the other hand, you know, I'd be thinking about it maybe.
I mean, you're definitely building 1 fleet, and the question is, do you need another army? You don't really need. I would even consider a fleet and a wave, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing, you know, if you have another army, you could like go into Bohemia or something like that to cause a little bit of trouble. So that might be some incentive to build a fleet and an army. But yeah, I actually like the idea of the wave. I really like that.
I don't think you want to go and cause trouble in Bohemia. There's plenty of trouble there already. Italy and Austria are doing fine by themselves. You really don't need to mess with that.
I mean, the question for Germany here is, you know, where are your next dots? The English ones would be ideal so that you could keep good relations with France and Russia. But those English ones are going to be hard to get, and it's going to take a while.
I don't know. You can get into the North Sea in the fall, can't you?
Well, no,
you've got to worry about losing Norway, I suppose.
Yeah, and England's got, you know, England's got 4 fleets lined up here. You know, the question is how much do they fight with France? What does France pull here?
England's pulling something, right?
I think they were 1-1, weren't they? Oh no, they lost. I'm sorry, they are pulling 1-1
in the north. Yeah, so England's pulling one of those fleets.
Barents.
Probably. Oops, sorry, wrong way. Yeah. Or Portugal and make peace with France.
Or Portugal. But Portugal is basically giving up. I mean, that's giving up a dot the next year, unless you're...
But maybe that's okay if you can trade it for Norway, right?
True.
Yeah,
I might do that. Give up Portugal.
Portugal.
Yep, the whole anti-French thing was a big mistake.
Yep, Portugal and Mao.
France pulls Mid-Atlantic. Wow. And we get 2 fleets, and we get a fleet from Sevastopol. Yes, and an army Rome.
Like to point out that although Liam is Canadian.
Oh man!
Wow,
Danny, build a fleet, man.
Oh, what is going on with this game?
This is great. Oh, I love it. So, like, how often are you ever going to see a turn where Germany builds 2 fleets and Italy builds an army?
and France disbands their only fleet.
Yeah. And Russia puts down Fleet Sevastopol. This is fantastic.
So, let me just get this clear. Germany has twice as many units as France and an infinite number more fleets than France.
Oh man, who's gonna top this board right now? This game goes on for a while. Just take a guess, Chris. Don't think about it too much. Just guess.
I like Germany's position.
Adam.
Italy is going to build 4 more armies.
But they're always going to be the same one, right? It's going to be disbanded.
That's right. No, it's got. I mean, obviously Germany has a significant advantage here, but who knows? You know, you have to put your money on Germany at this stage.
Yeah.
I just love the idea of Germany as a major naval power.
Yeah.
I mean, you can dominate the entire oceans in the north and probably in the south as well. There's only like 3 fleets in the south, in the mid.
Russia's got some good long-term potential.
Russia's not a bad position at all.
Yeah, no, Russia's all right. I don't love the fleet Sev build, but you know, I don't think that's necessarily.
Well, they want to crack Turkey, and not unreasonable for that, because you're guaranteed to push it into the Black Sea, and then you're putting a lot of pressure on the Turkish docks. So I think it's reasonable in the circumstances.
I like it as. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
No, as long as you got a lot of faith with Austria, and since Austria is so tied up with those Italian armies, you probably can assume that Austria is okay. So I guess in this situation, I guess it's okay. Yeah.
And also, that Moscow army is probably free to go south as well. So you've got an army.
I like it. I like it in combination with a deal with Germany, where you leave Germany, where you and Germany leave each other alone, and it's worked out, right?
And that deal might also have involved Germany not building an army, right?
Yeah. All right, let's keep going, man. Let's see how this this naval battle between Germany and Russia works out. Oh wait, I'm sorry. So how many? So there are no fleets. There's one fleet west of North. Okay, great.
Can I just say that I'm looking forward to the German and the Russian fleets fighting across Mao and Western Med.
Perfect. All right, let's start in the west here. Chris, talk to us about it.
Okay. So there's another switch sides by the looks of it. It looks like that English fleet is supporting the Frenchmen up into Belgium this time.
Nice reversal.
Yeah, which follows on from the pulling of Portugal, probably. That buys you a lot of love with France, right? Interestingly, France didn't position to take Portugal back, so that's going to stay English for a while. And sure enough, we see England retaking Norway, moving Barents, which is probably the right fleet to move at this point. You give up on any idea of taking the Russian dots at this point, for now anyway. Because you've got four German fleets to deal with.
Germany was a little ambitious here, trying to break into France.
Yeah,
this was a big. This was a strategic mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been playing defensively with those armies this turn, because you've got to know that I mean, first of all, France, is committed to attacking you for the entire rest of this game because they've got no fleets. And you just built 2 fleets. England's not going to be happy with that, regardless of what happened in Scandinavia and everything, right? So you've got to expect France and Germany working together at this point. So to lose Belgium is, to
lose Belgium and Norway at the same time, right? If he just defends Belgium in the boring way, then North has to choose between helping Belgium or helping Norway, and that would give him at least a turn to get another fleet into position.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, he's lucky that Kiel to Denmark went, because both those fleets could have been sat where they were to start with.
Yeah. All right. Tell us about the East, Adam.
I think you have to love the German moves after our previous conversation, and now Germany, takes advantage of what England's doing and goes up to St. Petersburg and out to Bothnia.
You mean Russia? You're saying Germany?
Sorry. You have to love the Russian moves there. That's just strong play. It's so many options, so many opportunities. The position in the south is solid, right? You don't have to worry about Turkey. You've just kicked them out of the black. Austria again is so tied up with this thing against Italy that that you just can kind of sit there and wait and let them fight each other. Who cares? Maybe you'll get a Turkish dot, maybe you won't, but you can afford to be patient there. So I really, really like the Russian play right now.
Well, Ank can be guaranteed here, yeah.
If
you're willing to risk Bulgaria,
willing to risk Bulgaria, and can be guaranteed. That's correct. Yeah.
And I think that's probably a fair risk in this circumstance.
I think, given that Italy just moved to the Adriatic Sea, it's probably safe. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked for Turkey to just kind of say screw it at this point and go to the Ionian and pirate a ship out. But
And if you can get Austria to work with you, then you're not even risking Bulgaria. You're just guaranteeing.
That's right.
I would expect to see the Austrians go into Ionian.
That's also not that's not impossible. Yeah.
Let's find out, shall we? No.
Oh.
Wow. So they decided to force Khan, which was not a guarantee. But they decided.
It was with Greece going to Aegean.
With Greece going Aegean, it was. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So they decided to go for Khan, and let's see, St. Petersburg supported. What is it supporting? Is it supporting the Germans or the English?
It's Germany back into the.
So again, I think it didn't work out, but this is a strong play, right? Support the Germans back into Norway and follow into Sweden behind them. This is super strong play. Really, really like it. It's good diplomacy. It's good tactics. It's just really solid play. Again, you're getting you're putting yourself in a position to take all of Turkey. Austria is still tied up with Italy, which you're perfectly happy to continue to watch. That nobody's going anywhere over there. We're just doing a little bit of a dance. So, and again, Italy has another opportunity here. Tiroli is dislodged. Again, we retreat to Piedmont instead of fleet.
Well, why? So yeah, he could have built army in Naples.
I mean, what you know, it's been 4 years. What has it gotten you, right? I mean, when are we going to learn?
All right, all right, not much. Sorry,
I really like the choice that Russia made in Turkey, because in order to guarantee taking Ankara, Black Sea has to be the mover, and that risks on ending up in the Black Sea, and then you're worried about Sevastopol. So this is the better way to do it, and also it secures that alliance with Austria, because you're pushing the armies out of the Balkans, which Austria likes, right?
Yeah. Although, but you could have convoyed Romania, by the way, into Ankara if you wanted to.
That's true. Yeah.
But anyway, okay, let's keep on going here. I'm assuming that we all so France gets a build here. I'm assuming Army Brest, right?
Looks like it. Or Marseille. I mean, Italy's in Piedmont.
All right, here's the real question though. What do you build if you are Russia? I believe you're just getting one here from Khan. Army Warsaw?
Moscow.
In order to pull up here, you go to Finland and St. Petersburg.
You leverage. You can go south. You can go north. You know, you're not in a rush to do anything, you're not in a rush to bring it south. But you got an option.
Oh, right. You're not fighting Germany here. So if you can get Germany into Norway and follow into Sweden, that's the deal you want. Okay, Chris, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I don't dislike Warsaw. There's a point where you're going to have to turn on Germany or Austria, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe you just build in Moscow because it's just as good as Warsaw, and you can move it to Warsaw anyway. Yeah,
that's what I like. Yeah, I don't want to annoy Germany or Austria yet. what do I need to go?
You want to wait another year before you annoy Germany or Austria.
Yeah. Certainly not Austria, right? You got to kill Turkey first. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here. We got Army Sevastopol, which actually we didn't. That might be a little bit of overkill, eh?
That was my first thought, but then I looked at it. I'm like, you don't need another army down there to kill Turkey. Turkey's dead anyway.
Yeah,
I think that's a mistake, but it's not a big mistake.
It's not a big mistake. If it goes to Romania, then it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts you. I mean, it's probably overkill, but I don't think. You know, again, it's long term. Maybe it sets you up to do something against Austria next year.
I hope he doesn't convoy it to Ankara.
All right. Yeah. No. Because like the fleet has to get out, right? That's what you're working on next.
Oh yeah.
Although I guess you need an army in Ankara in order to guarantee the fleet through. Although with the other game we saw that.
Don't you just support? You go Khan to Ank supported by Arm, and you go Black to Khan supported by Bo.
Yeah.
Good call. All right, other interesting builds here are an army in Edinburgh.
A French fleet. France needs a fleet.
French fleet.
Fleet Marseille.
That fascinating. God, I hope it can only go to Portugal. I don't know. Oh, it's a difficult strategic situation for France, but partly a consequence of the tactical situation they left themselves in. What do you guys? How do you feel about the Army Edinburgh here? You need fleets to attack Germany, right?
Well,
yeah, but you have 3 fleets. I mean, 4 fleets. The difficulty you have as England is always that you always need another fleet, right?
Yeah.
But you don't want to get to the point where you've got 9 units and they're all fleets. And it's very easy to end up there just building one at a time. Every time it's like, I could really use another fleet, right? So at some point you have to bite the bullet and build armies. And going to 5 fleet, I think 4 fleets in an army is a more reasonable mix of units in general.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't prevent you from getting the next build or slow you down. Yeah,
that's the question. But where is England's next build, or is he just playing defensive at this point? Is he working with France against Germany?
That's true. The problem is he doesn't have an ally in the north.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he can't really push a fleet down into Heligoland, can he? Maybe the convoy to Holland. I don't know.
He could try, but Germany has
Skag. I think Skag, right? I think Norway to Skag, supported by North Sea, and then convoy over to Norway.
Well, yeah, and hope that there's not a supported attack on Norway.
Or you support to Norway and move to Skag without support. I don't know.
All right, let's find out here. Whoa, that's
hello.
Oh, and Germany heads east. Oh, I love it. Strategic realignment. I love it. I love it. I love it. Tell us about it. Chris, you're in the West. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like England and Germany have cut a deal at this point. The English fleet goes down to mid-Atlantic.
Is this the Western Triple in 1905? I think it is.
We'll see if it lasts more than a turn, but
yeah, I guess we'll see in fall is the answer to that. I mean, Marseille went to Lyon rather than Spain, so that's Western Tripoli. But what that English fleet in Mao does, who knows?
All right, we'll find out.
I mean, it's very hard. The one interesting thing is England is going all out in the north, apart from the one fleet in the west. But every other unit is devoted to Scandinavia or St. Petersburg or something. I'm guessing St. Petersburg, given the German moves.
Yeah, he can guarantee St. Petersburg
with German help.
With German help, yeah. Germany would have to be willing to risk Sweden. Yeah, St. Petersburg or Finland supports Bothnia to Sweden. All right, let's talk about the East. Let's try to pick up the pace a little bit here.
Well, we can only assume that Austria is setting up to convoy into Naples or Tunis, whichever they feel like.
Yes, Austria in the Ionian. Well done, JJ Raymond.
So, I said Austria had to go to the Ionian, didn't they?
Yeah.
So while it's kind of cute that Italy finally convoyed to Albania, I think that Austria can pretty safely defend Serbia, can pretty safely defend everything and still take either Naples or Tunis. So again, this hasn't worked out very well with what Italy's doing. Russia successfully takes Ankara and is not positioned to take Smyrna in the fall, however, because of how they've done it. But that's perfectly. They are in position because they moved.
No, they are because they brought the other army down.
Yeah. So now the main problem that Russia is going to have is having so many units locked up right around Turkey, but that'll just take about a year to sort it out, and then they'll be ready to stab Austria or whatever it is they decide to do.
If they can't take Smyrna with 5 units, there's something seriously wrong.
I didn't see that they had gone to Armenia. I think they could probably handle it at this stage.
All right, let's find out. But there are defensive moves that Austria could do to guarantee that they do not lose a center. Let's see if they do it right. They do, didn't matter. And they take Naples. All right, so anything of surprise or interest in the East? Adam?
Well, I think Russia lost Warsaw because there was a free walk-in right there, right? And England just took St. Petersburg. So as great as Russia is doing in the south, the northern situation is no longer nearly as strong as it was. They got a little bit too far out of position there, and we're not counting on England and Germany patching things up.
Yeah, diplomatic failure in that case. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. What about the West? Tell us about it, Chris.
This is looking kind of Western Tripoli. I mean, Germany does actually take a bit of a risk to help England in the north by cutting both Finland and Gulf of Bothnia.
Gets away with it.
Gets away with it. So England manages to take St. Petersburg. Germany also walks into Warsaw, as we noted, which I didn't even notice that army ended up in Silesia. And then down in the south, France, not completely trusting England, does cover Spain, but those two fleets are now down in Western Mediterranean Sea. So this is where, if you've got an English fleet coming down into mid-Atlantic as France, this is what you want it to do, right? You want it to keep going down into Western Med and then keep going even further, so it can't bother you anymore, right? I think Adam and I are familiar with this from Worlds in Vancouver, right?
It's going to be very interesting between England and France here in the next year, and also with Germany, if the Western Triple the mid-game Western Triple can last. Let's keep pushing ahead here. We've got for builds another English army, which I guess kind of makes sense, but it commits him clearly to sticking with the current alliance structure. We have good. Thanks for playing, Jason Massbaum in Turkey. We have Germany putting down another army, which also makes sense and further commits him to. He could potentially turn on France, but why would he if England's not going to be able to help him? Okay, and Austria is growing a little bit here. Maybe short-lived.
You normally think that if you're going into the Mediterranean as the Western powers, you want 3 or 4 fleets, right? They're doing it with 2, and it's probably going to work.
Well, I mean, look, Tunis is guaranteed for whoever wants it.
Yep. And I bet they get into the Ionian. I mean, Rome's highly likely, right?
Yeah. What do you mean? Taking of Rome?
Yeah, I think because Marseille can come down to Piedmont, you cut a deal with Austria, you split them.
Well, that would be the key, is cutting a deal with Austria. But Austria and Russia seem like now they have as much reason to stick together as ever. And
Russia is about to be Turkey.
Yeah.
All
right, let's keep going here. Tell us about the next purple turkey. This is 2 games in a row now where Turkey has gone totally purple. All right, tell us about it.
Actually, the only thing that's surprising to me here is that nothing went to Livonia. But okay, Russia made the decision to go after.
They don't need anything in Livonia. They can pick up Moscow anyway. It's
no. I actually was sort of thinking maybe a Finland convoy to Livonia was, or just to get that.
Well, now Russia does the move that they should have done last time. It looks like we've lost Adam here. So we'll get him back in a second. But interesting thing here is that Sweden is Norway is available for the retreat from Sweden because of a failed convoy, and
looks
like
there?
Norwegian convoyed Edinburgh to north rather than to Norway. So that seems to be a common logistical mistake.
Yeah,
but the retreat to Norway is interesting, right? Wasn't exactly necessary, but I think that Germany can't guarantee the return into Sweden here. So
no, because the English army is moved down into Moscow, so it can't help.
Yeah. And the other interesting thing here is that the army in Spain was convoyed into Tunis, multinational convoy here. I don't think I think it'd be a better deal for England to go to Tunis and Spain to France to retake Portugal.
Yeah, and I mean you've got so many French armies, but do you really need one in Tunis? What good is that going to do you going forward?
No. This is fantastic because now you're stranded because
exactly.
You can take Spain.
Yeah, that's right.
Spain.
No, it's great as England. It's great for England. I don't know why France would do it.
Okay.
Interesting to see the Austrian fleet supporting the French fleet to Rome as well.
Yeah, that was interesting. And that was the exact deal that you were suggesting, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep.
Oh, Norwegian misordered in the spring. Is that what happened?
That's right.
Yeah.
And doesn't get in the fall. Because, Chris Brand, tell us what happens in the north.
Another change of sides up in Scandinavia. Scandinavia is awesome.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to suspect that the Western Triple no longer exists.
Tell us the Western Triple is no more. Germany is siding more with Russia than anyone else by the looks of it.
Yep.
Although it's interesting if you look at. Sorry, I'm going to look over in Moscow as well. The German didn't move to Moscow despite getting Russian support into Moscow. So maybe he just didn't believe that was coming, or maybe he thought getting into Galicia was more important. I don't know.
But what's the risk?
And Holland moves to Belgium
and gets without support and gets
without any support because France just moves out of Belgium because we need those armies somewhere else. I don't know. Why did you move out of Belgium? Because sure enough, having taken the French army out of Spain, that now frees up the fleet to move and take Spain. So that's a diplomatic coup on David Miller's part, I think, to convince France that we should convoy your army over to Tunis in the spring.
Well, so I just want to point this out here. So England got stabbed by Germany and still gets a build. France gets stabbed by England and still gets a build.
No, France doesn't get a build. They're up, 2 down, aren't they?
Up 2 down 2. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So
they take 2 Italian dots, but they lose 1 to England and 1 to Germany.
Yeah. Okay, so they're even. So who's the loser? tell
Yeah.
us about the loser in the East, Adam.
I'm not sure who the loser is. I mean, it certainly seems like Austria is putting themselves in a pretty good position here, though. Actually, I think that they're basically getting the leg up in Italy. This is Russia's position is getting less tenable. I mean, they're not going to get taken out, but their prospects for growth are not looking very good when you basically have become Turkey, but you can't build in Turkey, even if you own all their home sectors. So, I mean, I don't. Where do you go from here? You don't have any prospects of retaking Moscow or Warsaw. You can do stuff, but this is just this is really hard. And I think, you're in a position now as Russia more to be sort of playing this kind of odd kingmaker type of thing. I mean, maybe you can get back into the game if you work with England to get up to Ukraine, or you work with England and Germany start fighting or something. But they look like they're working together still. If Germany really wanted to hit England hard, I feel like they could have gone to Moscow with the Russian help, right?
Then he would have had a third build, and
I don't know, but I mean, there's still prospects for this to happen. So we'll see. It's hard to envision the thing over Norway being so much a fighting situation as it was just Germany being opportunistic, right?
That's what it felt like. That's what it looks like here.
The retreat, I think, almost certainly was opportunistic. The question is whether them staying there with the Russian support, and also the German fleet moved from Bosnia to Baltic, which is definitely pulling off of Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Germany builds an army here. So that suggests that he's more worried about the possible red menace below than the blue menace behind. So maybe not attacking. Maybe there was some sort of overall agreement here. Why did Germany only build one here? Because they lost Sweden. Got it. So they picked up Norway and Belgium, lost Sweden. So maybe there's some agreement with England. We'll find out here.
And the Italian all-army approach didn't work in the
end. Indeed. Okay, tell us about the West, Chris Brand.
I'm looking to see what happened in Scandinavia first. So Germany attacked Russia again, and Russia also attacked Germany, and England also made that play for Norway again. I wonder if this is what Russia told England was going to happen last time. Didn't happen last time.
So England gets the army successfully into Norway. The German pulls the fleet. Though there was an open retreat to Skagerrak or Barents.
That's interesting. In spring as well. So that's that's an interesting move, pulling that. That could be a big sign of friendship towards England at this point, I would say.
Germany also gives
there's
up
a trade of
Belgium.
centers down there as well. Yeah.
And
I guess that's to compensate for. So that was a handed over dot anyway. And this is handing it back again, presumably because England took Spain. France is now able to say, "Oh, but I didn't get. I thought I was going to get builds down there, and I didn't. So now I need it back again."
And maybe Germany, maybe Zach has been savvy enough to recognize that he's not in a position to secure the board top at this point. So being in the lead is not the best place to be.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, tell us about the East.
I really like what Austria is doing here. They've got Russia, who they've been working with the whole time. Russia's got no incentive to move on them because they can't build if they do it. So it's like, let's just work together. I can leave my dots open behind you right now because, why are you going to take my dots? You can't do anything with them. So I like what they're doing. They're covering things like Galicia, Tyrolia, getting up into the middle of the board, putting them in a position to, get some dots somewhere, whether it's Munich or Warsaw. Rome is going to be a possibility, advancing that Russian fleet. I think it's good play by Austria.
Well, the Austrian fleet is the one that advanced, not the Russian fleet.
Okay. Oh, I see. Well, I probably would have tried to do it the other way.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, I think they should have done it the other way.
Yeah,
but you're right. It's very good play by both of them to actually say, we need to play this as if we're one country, basically, at this point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Adam. Russia can't really grow. Their odds of topping the board are next to nothing at this point. But they've had a good alliance with Austria, so they can help Austria top the board. Maybe not a huge board top, so that their own score doesn't fall too much, but at least get them over the edge. And then you've made a good friend, and you felt like you've at least gotten a bit of revenge on the people who screwed you.
Yeah, sometimes that goodwill that you build up early in the game pays off big dividends towards the end of the game, right?
Yeah. All right, let's see. I mean, Austria's got a real shot to top this, right? This actually is a big deal to advance the Austrian fleet here. You can't take Rome here. Naples is now open for a retreat.
I think you really needed to do it the other way. This is gonna, now you got to cover Naples.
Yeah, like what actually were you hoping to do by advancing like that?
Well, I mean, you can take Rome, but then Russia gets the build, and Russia can't use the build, so that's not what you want to happen.
Right? Why do you do it this way?
Yeah,
does this allow Russia to stay even though with a loss maybe?
Yeah, okay.
But is Austria going to be pulling because if Austria is pulling as a result of this, that's sort of a period.
Austria is pulling, and I think you'd rather one of these armies disappear, right? There's no reason for Russia to stay even.
Remove Bulgaria. You don't need it.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so Austria is going to go down, doesn't get either one of these thanks to England. Tell us about the West, Chris.
It's very difficult to read the West, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just a freaking mess, isn't it?
So, I mean, England and France seem to be working together. There's the support for the English fleet in Western Med to go to Tyrrhenian, even though it doesn't make it, but it's tried. Looks like France is retaking Spain, and they're also getting Belgium. So France could come out. Right now, France is looking like they come out with two builds that are both given to them, basically.
And they're going to be tied for the board top here. We now have a four-way tie for the board top at 7, and the next place person is at 6.
Wow.
France is suddenly a huge player here, eh?
Yeah, but the position's horrible.
Yeah, terrible. Like they're dependent on,
they've got one unit here, one unit there, one unit over here.
There are 4 countries with units on Tyrrhenian Sea.
And the army is never going anywhere, right?
Not only are there 4 countries, but none of them are Turkey or Italy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, I mean, you add a couple of builds on for France, and it's not looking so bad. Maybe
not so bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they've got this. You're mad that they built a fleet, not 2 armies?
I'm groaning about the Austrian disband.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Vienna was the one to disband.
No.
It's like dynamic opportunity is this liquid that we're just watching go down a drain. Just slither away to disappear forever. That's so sad. Yeah, just imagine, right? Like the other way you do it, you put Naples goes to if the Russian fleet had been in Tyrrhenian Sea, you support the Russian fleet into Rome if they insist on keeping a unit. But the best thing to do is to talk them into letting you have Rome. And although actually it probably wouldn't work.
You can trade dots in the Balkans anyway if you need to, right?
Yeah, but
it's much better to do it that way.
Convince them to let go of Bulgaria. That's all you got to do. But maybe Russia hasn't given up on topping the board.
Well, I mean, they're joint board top now, right?
They're tied for it, right? I mean, they'll have to stab Austria and somehow hold on to what else they've got. Okay, let's look at
they can push up into Ukraine this turn for sure, right?
Yeah, they need England and Germany to fight, which anything's possible. Who's going to top this board?
Italy.
Oh man, I have to say, I kind of want to put my money on Zach just because of his skill, but
the position is tough, man.
Position is not good. No. Just based on position, who should top this board?
England.
Chris.
I mean, gosh, I don't know. I mean, there's potential for Russia to stab Austria at this point and pick up like 4 from them, but I don't see it.
From Austria?
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah, exactly. And then hope everyone agrees to end the game before you lose the ball again.
All right, let's keep going here. There's no
I
consensus.
don't know. I can't call it.
Talk to us about the Western units, Chris.
Okay, so we've got that fleet, and well, now it can get into Tyrrhenian Sea because there's nothing there. So that works now, and it followed up with the Mid-Atlantic. So England's behaving himself. Well, it's spring, so you would expect him to behave himself in the spring, right? And that other French fleet comes down to join them. So now we've got the 2 French and 2 English fleets in the Med. So now they can do something. I guess push up into Ionian is the next thing, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Well, Naples. I suppose they'd probably take Naples in the fall.
Well, no, Austria got into Rome.
So they need to retake Rome, and they can't do that either.
Right, but then Ionian's open here. So.
Yeah, they have to push forward into Ionian then, probably.
Adam, tell us about the East.
Well, Russia does get Ukraine. Austria gets into Warsaw. This is actually a great turn for Russia and Austria in terms of the play in Russia. They do make some progress here. It's
good
just,
progress there.
It's just this fleet situation is going to be a disaster now. They're going to have a really hard time holding out in Italy.
They've got one fleet, right?
They just needed that one other fleet. This is a big
Tragic.
problem.
You can't hold the Ionian with one fleet.
So,
they didn't even move the Black Sea fleet up. If the Black Sea had moved to Constantinople,
should have went to Khan, to get it out.
Then at least you're sort of at the point where you can stop them getting beyond the Ionian. But
what's so crazy about this setup is that everybody is so dependent on everyone else. There's nobody who has like a really clean position. Everybody is entangled or spread out in some like tragic way.
How did the German end up in Galicia? Vienna didn't cover it when they moved up, when
Ukraine went to
it moved from Ukraine.
So why did Vienna went to Tyrolia? Because it was a march in that direction. I see. Instead of covering Galicia, they decided to cover that way. Okay.
Yeah, Galicia. That would have been a really.
I mean, it's a hard call, right? So
there should be some interesting negotiations at this point because with 4 players all on 7. There's a lot of scope for, well, why don't the 2 of us work together and go, so we go up to 8 and then we'll take the board top with us 2 on 8, right? Between the 2 of us rather than getting it between 4 of us.
Yeah.
And that could be pretty much any 2 powers at this point, right? Except maybe England, Russia, but.
All right, let's see how it goes. Chris, tell us about the West.
The Tyrrhenian Sea pushes up to Ionian and they push another fleet forward into the Tyrrhenian. I wonder when that army is going to get out of Tunis. North Sea to English Channel is interesting. That they don't need a 4th fleet down in the Med, so that's probably not an arranged. Oh yes, we need another fleet down there. That's probably a surprise to France, I would think. In which case, the fact that it's Lyon that went into Tyrrhenian Sea and Western Med is still there. Says to me, really, France? Did you fall for the same trick again when you convoyed that army out to Tunis?
And France is disbanding because of the loss of Rome.
Yep, maybe. Tunis.
I mean, in the center, all those armies support each other. There's nothing happening there.
Yeah, and in the East, it's relatively straightforward. Russia
and some shuffling of the English unit around. But
we do have Russia and Austria bouncing in Budapest. That's kind of interesting.
I think England's setting up to take some French dots, but not doing it this turn. So
Russia is open for a build. Let's congratulate John Anderson on again. And he puts down a fleet.
Well, they needed fleets in the Med, right? We said that. It's a little late.
So far away.
Austria built one too.
Yes,
Austria built a fleet. Fantastic.
Perhaps realizing the mistake in pulling it in the first place.
Okay, so France pulls Belgium. So now who gets Belgium? So somebody's got to make a move here, right? We've got Austria and Russia tied at 8. It doesn't look like they're going to fight each other because they've got everybody against them. But maybe one of these other powers thinks that they can make a move. So let's see if they do. And Chris, tell us about the Western Powers. And let's focus on one thing in particular.
I mean, all credit to David Miller. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, at Tunis to Greece is okay, but the fact that he's following up and then Marseille tried to go to Piedmont, which would leave Spain open for that English fleet. Oh man, the only good thing for France at this point is that England can't take Belgium, but Germany still can. No, Germany probably can't afford to, actually.
But yeah, now it's suddenly England's game to lose. Yeah.
England's got a great position now because France has pushed so far forward. I mean, France is in Rome and Greece, so he can afford to lose 2 to England. But I don't see why would Mid-Atlantic not go to Brest?
Yeah. And
so you pick up those 2 easy dots, and the 2 builds that the 2 gains that France has made actually go to England instead.
Yeah, and as long as Germany stays on side and there's no reason for him not to, then you've just stolen the board top.
Well, Germany can't do much because all those armies basically have to support themselves as long as there's all the Austrian and Russian armies there, and the fleet.
So David does not take Brest here.
Oh,
and is France going to get a bill?
And France is in Naples as well.
Yeah.
So France is, but they lose Greece.
But it wasn't theirs. They convoy to Apulia.
Convoyed again. Yeah, but they don't gain Greece. So France picks up Rome and Naples, loses Tunis.
Is this a strategic miscalculation on David's part? Let's find out. Let's find out.
It's definitely a passed up opportunity.
An army in Edinburgh.
Makes sense. Nothing in the North Sea, nothing in the English Channel.
But what are you doing with it? Is it defensive?
No, you don't need that. You don't need that.
Okay, it's 19.
This is the time when it should be a fleet.
Yeah, I think it absolutely should be a fleet.
You don't need that.
You can bring Norway back to convoy it, but convoy it where? What's it going to do?
He should have taken Brest, put down 2 fleets, and go secure the board top.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Tell us about all these black arrows, Adam. You haven't gotten to say much. Tell us what happens.
What is Sev going to Armenia for?
I guess to get in position to go to Syria. We've got England advancing 3 fleets now. They're in Adriatic, Ionian, and Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we might need it to defend in Turkey. Fair enough. We've got a line in the middle of the board, so not much is going to except that we've just lost Venice. Yeah, this is exactly the problem in the south that we expected to happen. But we've got a line in the middle of the board, so not a lot is. I'm a little befuddled by this.
You've got an English fleet in the Adriatic.
Yeah.
Because the Austrian fleet moved to Apulia.
Does David just want France to top this board?
I mean, that's what is going to happen here. France, by the way, passed up the opportunity to take Portugal.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't need to when David keeps throwing centers, right?
Yeah, and that is indeed what happens. And I believe this is how the game is going to end.
It's a big tie.
Why doesn't why didn't France?
They lost Belgium. Germany took Belgium.
Oh, Germany took Belgium. And Germany was at 6. So we end up with a 4-way tie at 7?
Yeah.
Makes me so sad. Makes me so sad. You know, I really, really liked Austria's position early in that game until that fleet debacle. I really love that position.
Yeah.
What a shame. What a shame. And wow.
I don't.
This position for Russia is kind of interesting, right? I mean, you have, now that you've got some home centers back, there's actually some potential for you to do something here that might be interesting to get the board top yourself if you're willing to make a move on Austria, right? I mean, you can pretty much walk into 2, if not 3 Austrian dots.
It's surprising that nobody really went for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was England had the biggest opportunity to go for it, I think, and passed it up.
All right.
David's a nice guy, but I didn't think he was that nice.
But this is 2 games in a row where people have passed up opportunities and ended up with a weird split board top, a surprising split board top, I should say.
I mean, 20 points is not an awful lot in tribute, right?
It's really not. No, this is, and I mean, by going for it and getting up to 10, one of them could have gotten in the 40s.
Yeah.
So, there's clearly, the players are clearly finding. This is the first time we've ever played tribute at a tournament level, so players are both figuring it out and also telling us telling us what effect the scoring system has on their play. And so, we've seen a couple people go for it so far in the 6 games we've covered, and we've seen a couple games where they said, all right, let's play for a really low scoring draw. I mean, this is the first round, so I suspect things would go differently in the second round, but who knows? All right, we are way over time. I tried to speed up and was only partly successful. So let us bring back to the stream our main host, Brian Preble. And we're a little cross purposes there. Hey, Brian, welcome back.
How's it going?
All right, so you're going to finish up games 1 and 2. We're going to leave game 7 since it's still going. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I'll come back on as analyst for games 3 and 4, so that these guys can still get breaks. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Well, that was a roller coaster of a game, and I was a little disappointed in the finish, but man, that was fun to watch. All right, well, let's get back to game 1. And I'm pulling up my screen right now. Okay, so this is our Wrigley Field game. If you will recall, we've got looks like Germany opened a Silesia in this game and supported Austria into Vienna early on unsuccessfully. We ended up having a strong RT. Everybody started to dogpile in Germany in 03. Then Russia moves to black, tanks anchor at the end of this turn. So I think we liked, who did we like at the end of this position?
Russia,
yeah.
and France.
Yeah, I think it was a toss-up between Russia and France.
That's right, yeah. All right, well, let's find out what happens here. We're going to begin. Russia builds Fleet Sev, and Germany disbands Helgoland. We've got...
We've seen a lot of Fleet Sev builds in the games I've seen anyway.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You can look at an entire tournament and not see a Fleet Sev build in the whole tournament. And here we've had 4 or 5, I think I've seen in the games I've been watching. So, yeah.
All right, and then we've got a Austrian build in Trieste. We've got Turkish disband in Apulia, an army in London. Chris, did anything stand out to you with this?
I mean, Turkey probably did the right thing there. That unit was out of place anyway. They need to go back and fight Russia now. So they need units back at home rather than there. Yeah, but the Fleet Sev Russia's going to be pushing to get those fleets out into Aegean. So it'll be interesting to see who succeeds there.
And Adam, what would you do with that fleet? The Russian fleet.
I'd probably go to Black Sea, but I mean, it's flexible at this stage, right? I mean, I think if you're looking to both finish off Turkey and set up for a play against Austria, it's actually probably the stronger build than an army at this stage. So,
all right, well, let's start in the West. Adam, why don't you go ahead and talk us through?
Yeah, I mean, I think the immediately obvious thing is France pulling back out of the Irish Sea, realizes he's not getting anything. England, I think, made a good choice putting a second army down, really making the England, pretty impenetrable. Interestingly, doesn't even bother to cover Liverpool. So some good diplomacy and some good trusting there. the dog pile on Russia, on Germany continues. This is probably going to be the last we see of Germany bidding Klaus a fond goodbye. So the question will be, what happens next? And, based on the English move to Norwegian Sea, that suggests some friendliness with Russia, and England at least thinking about maybe a move up to now or something like that.
And in the east, we do have the fleet in Sev moving to black. What else do we see?
You got
Didn't really need to be supported, but what are the moves around Bulgaria? I can't see who supported what to where. I guess Greece supported Con to Bul.
It looks like Greece supported Condable, yes.
Oh, Romania misordered? Supported Con to Sir?
Yes.
That's unfortunate, because that would have gone otherwise. So that was some sort of deal with between Russia and Turkey, which is, considering Russia just stabbed Turkey, that's interesting. And no love between Turkey and Austria. Italy can't be long for this world now. Tyrrhenian Sea made it into Naples, and something made it into Venice, right? Because I see a retreat there. I guess Tuscany must have made it into Venice.
Yeah, Tuscany made it into Venice. Just retreated.
Yeah, so not long for Italy.
All right. Let's continue on in the east.
Yeah, so, we have the natural Russia taking out Khan this turn, getting that fleet into Khan, great position, able to move it out to the Aegean. Next turn, continued working together by the Austrian and the Russian, though the Austrian clearly little defensive move there with the self bounce in Budapest, but really great position by Russia. 2 builds coming up, and England does make the move onto France right now. In thanking France for pulling out of the Irish Sea, they take Belgium and secure 2 builds, which I would expect to probably see maybe Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, maybe an army and a fleet, maybe Army London, Fleet Liverpool. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'd go for the Army London, Fleet Liverpool. Yeah.
I wonder if Russia's regretting stabbing Turkey at this point, because France has such a strong fleet presence in the Med that you really need those 2 Turkish fleets in Ionian and Greece to hold them off. So I wonder if that's one of the reasons that we now see Russia played a little bit nicer with Turkey that turn, or that last turn.
That is going to be balanced out by the fact that the English are moving against France, though.
Yeah.
What was nice about Russia's play? What was nice to Turkey about Russia's play here?
Oh, last turn they're trying to put Constantinople into Bulgaria. Although it was misordered, that could have been a deliberate misorder as well.
Yeah, were they really, Chris? Were they really?
I don't know.
All right.
I mean, my worry is Russia here is I can't get my fleets out into the Med quick enough.
Yeah, but you just got an English stab on France, right?
Yeah.
And so you don't have to worry about that. In fact, you might
you need the English stab on France is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we see Russia build in Warsaw and army in Sev. We've got 2 fleets in England, as predicted, Chris. Then we've got just the disbands in the Med, and we say farewell to Klaus de Graaf, and thank you for playing. Let's start in the East. Chris, go ahead.
The first thing that stands out is the Austrian army is heading towards Russia. I think Austria has finally realized that Russia isn't that good a friend to them, actually, or isn't going to be for much longer. The Russian fleets, Russia did nothing, right? Another from Russia. We saw one in the earlier stages, I think, that didn't hurt them.
Yeah, this one didn't hurt them too badly, except for the move to Galicia, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, they're very lucky that they didn't lose Berlin.
Yeah.
And yeah, Italy's still trying to get back in this game, pushing up into well, now that France is going to deal with England, Italy's actually got a chance to survive and is making the most of it.
Yeah,
Could well take Tunis in the fall, right?
The fight for the survival for sure.
Yeah.
Although we do have the Greece move to Ionian, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, we could see a bounce in Tunis between Italy and Turkey, leaving it French.
Adam, there is a lot going on in the lowlands and in Germany. What do you see?
Well, let's start with England, right? Because I think we went into that turn saying, okay, England's going to drop into the Irish and in the English Channel, and he did neither of those things. And I'm wondering if what happened here is Austria got into a room with England and said, hey, I'm going to make my move on Russia now. Do you want in? And England said, you know what, I can maybe pick up a couple of dots faster going after Russia than I can going after France. And I'm going to switch, and that's what I'm going to do, because I see Sweden, I see Berlin, I see St. Pete as easy dots for me if, you know, Russia's defending elsewhere. Now, the problem with this is, look at France's moves. France just pulled everything out of the south, and you know, this doesn't mean France is going to necessarily pursue an attack on England, but your future prospects of making a stab are probably pretty gone in this game. France is not going to get that deeply engrossed down there again, I would expect.
Yeah, but you've got the option to take points off of the current board topper and make a play to be the board topper.
No, I think
that anybody takes that away from you.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting choice, and I don't disagree with it at all. Actually, I think it's an interesting choice. I mean, England does, it looks like, destroy the French army in Ruhr from Holland, if I understand the moves in Germany correctly, which is actually a solid play because you go into the fall in a much more secure position. So I like what England has done here. You know, it does run with some risks, but I mean, worst case scenario, you're keeping a few fleets back to defend against French fleets. France can't really advance the fleets that quickly to cause much damage for you. I might have preferred Liverpool to go up to North Atlantic rather than Wales, just as a more potentially, you know, maybe better coverage up there if France really tried to do something.
But yeah, if you're England, you're looking, you can pick up Sweden and Berlin, then Russia's the right person to take them from, right? At this point.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So yes, they do make the play on Sweden, Berlin, but Adam, what happens?
Yeah, so St. Petersburg cuts Norway. So we did it. I think we had to make some choices there, and you know, it didn't work, right? So neither of those went. What is Munich doing?
Munich supporting, looks like
Skagerrak to Berlin. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, if Austria wrote that order correctly, I don't see how Berlin would not have fallen. So that you have to believe, I guess you have to believe that that's a legitimate misorder, because Austria has no reason not to want Russia to lose that dot. So that's just, you know, unfortunate for England that none of this ended up getting him anything. Sweden was certainly a guess. I mean, you had to decide whether you're going to cover Denmark or you can make the attack from Norway to Sweden, but then you have to decide whether you're going to cover Norway, you're going to cover Denmark. So I think that's a calculated guess you have to take. But Berlin should have went, and it's just unfortunate that Austria, you know, made a misorder there. France does, however, really, you know, as expected, does, you know, keep some fleets in the south, but does keep one fleet in the mid-Atlantic for a probably agreed upon bounce in the Channel.
Chris, we've got some action between Russia and Austria. What do we see?
Yeah, the Balkans is a lot of fun. There's no love lost between these three powers at all. So Austria forces Greece from Turkey, but then loses Bulgaria to Russia, which didn't even try to hold Bulgaria. But they also do take Romania from Russia. So they're up 2 of the Balkans. So Austria's a net win here. And Russia's down 1, right? No, Turkey's down 1. Turkey's down 2-1. Yeah, I think given the fact that Russia had those 2 units there, it's probably a good result for Russia.
So this is where it ends in 1906. If you're Russia, what are you building here?
Just like one comment on that last turn about Russia, that it looks like that Sev moved to Rum instead of supporting Rum, which was actually a mistake. Russia should have held Romania here.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Good point. All right. So we see Austrian build in Trieste and a French build in Marseille. It looks like the only change in builds. We've got Chris disbanding the fleet in Ionian.
Which makes sense. You can hold Smyrna for quite a while.
Yeah, especially with the fleet, the Russian fleet. All right, so we'll stay in the east. Go ahead and take us through, Chris.
Wow, Russia going all out to take that last Turkish dot. This could even be like a little bit of a peace treaty between Russia and Austria, because I don't see there's no real anti-Russian move from Austria. They covered Vienna, but nothing else. And similarly, Galta Rum, unsupported, is not really very aggressive. Bulgaria comes back to Constantinople, and then forcing an army down into Armenia they've now got the units in place to take Smyrna, although it's a bit of luck that Bulgaria to Constantinople actually succeeded. I suppose it's a guess as to what Smyrna did. Smyrna thought they would do a self-bounce in Constantinople and was wrong about that. Italy's back in this game, look. Not taking Tunis, though, but choosing to push the army up into Tuscany.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
And,
gives him a reason to be valuable to
yeah. And I mean, Tunis, you can't hold in the long term anyway. It's unfortunate that, well, I wonder if the Austria knew that the Russian fleet was moving to Constantinople, because it would have been nice to see Greece to the Ionian that turn. They need to hold off those French fleets, right? And right now, that one Italian fleet is trying to do the job all by itself.
All right. In the west, not as much action. Adam, what do you see?
Very little action other than France moving that fleet from Mao into North Africa so that they can guarantee Tunis come fall. But otherwise, England wisely holds in Wales to just in case there's some shenanigans by France, and really just supports themselves around. Sweden is not long for this world, and I would be with 4 English fleets around it. I would be shocked to see it survive another turn, but clearly England is playing cautiously in the spring to see what others are doing, because he doesn't have to move now. Berlin is still there as an option. Sweden is still there as an option. Can make some choices in the fall.
All right. Well, in the fall, what choices does he make?
Yeah, I think this is sensible. Goes all out on Sweden, does the guaranteed move, protects Norway from the Sweden to Norway with support of St. Pete possibility. Just plays it safe. Make sure you get the dot. Don't try to be fancy and get 2. But also he supports the French into Munich, which I think is pretty meaningful. Yet the French don't move Picardy into Burgundy to fill in behind it, which they probably want to do in this position so that they can actually try to make some advancement. So again, I think missed opportunity right there. Maybe there's some lack of trusting or something like that going on, but really you want to be in a position where you can continue to advance your units.
I really like this decision because it's a good balance of power play. If if England's trying to play for the board top, Austria's got a really good shot at competing for that. You're helping somebody who's a junior partner into a dot that's hurting one of your rivals and is solidifying the line. I like this decision a lot.
Yeah, I agree, Brian. I think putting France in there makes a lot of sense. I just, for France's sake, I would have liked to see them. I would have liked to see them play it a little bit more aggressively and move into Burgundy right away.
Yep. Chris, in the East, we've got a lot more movement or attempted movement, but I don't know if there's much of a difference in the results. What do you?
Yeah, this feels like a cementing of the sort of tentative friendship between Austria and Russia that we saw last turn. It's a lot more concrete this turn. Galicia backs out to Warsaw. There's a Austrian self bounce over Bulgaria, which they could easily have just walked into. Russia does indeed take Smyrna, which now frees up both those Russian fleets. So that'll be interesting. And Italy, I'm not sure what Tuscany did. Did Tuscany try to go to Venice, I think?
Yeah, with support Army Tuscany to Piedmont.
No, that's the Austrian order, right?
Yeah,
so it went to Venice, right?
Yeah, it
went
to Venice.
That's odd. I don't know what that's about. Maybe Italy's just fighting for their own survival at this point and hoping that might have gone, or maybe they thought France would support them in.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if they can hold off those French fleets, though, because they're already in Tyrrhenian and Tunis, and Ionian is easy from there, right?
Well, we've got 1 year left in this game, I believe. So from this position, there's Austria on 7 centers, England on 9 centers, France on 7 centers, Russia on 9 centers. Any of these have a shot at topping the board. Who do you like, Chris?
I mean, Russia is going to lose Berlin probably,
and St. Pete.
Yeah. Well, St. Pete.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't think that's guaranteed. Well, it depends on if England pushes all the fleets up there, then yes. So, and they haven't really got anything they can pick up at this point.
I mean, you could make an argument they could pick up maybe Romania.
Yeah. I don't see it. Most of those Austrian armies have nothing to do, right? I think Austria would have to make a real hard push for it, and I don't see them picking up enough to pull ahead. My money would be on England, because I think England's got the gains to make from Russia, and that's all you need. Swing those 2 dots your way.
Adam, how do you feel about that?
This is going to be an ugly shared board top situation, 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 ways. I'm sorry. When I saw that Austria self-bounced themselves in Bulgaria last turn, I'm asking myself, why you self-bouncing Bulgaria rather than either taking it or doing something more productive with your units, like going to Ionian or something. And it just suggests to me that there's just not a lot of will to make this into a major fight by some of the alliances here. And I think that there's maybe just more of a desire to start wrapping this up.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. We've got a army build in Liverpool, army in Paris. We've got a Austrian disband in Serbia. Chris, anything meaningful here?
I don't see anything very exciting, really.
Yeah, what about you, Adam?
No, I mean, the Army Liverpool is fine. You're not convoying it off anyway, so that's okay. You can move it to Yorkshire or Wales or wherever it needs to go. So, yeah.
All right. Adam, we start with you in the West.
Yeah, so England does make the play to go up towards St. Pete, and I think has enough units to take it in the fall.
Yeah.
And certainly there's a potential to take Berlin as well, depending on French help. So that may seal it if it goes down that. If France wants to help England top and is comfortable with that, it may go down like that. Certainly, France isn't making any moves that suggest to the contrary of that.
But also, if you're England, you put France into Berlin, it's almost as good for you, right?
I'd rather have the dot personally, but
Yeah, but as long as Russia hasn't got it, the most important thing.
Right.
All right, Chris, talk to us about the East.
Yeah, anchor to black is interesting, and a bounce in Aegean. So Austria doesn't want that Russian fleet coming out. There's a little bit less trust between Austria and Russia than we saw before. And Warsaw coming down into Galicia. I think Austria kind of sees the writing on the wall here that if Russia's going to pick up, the next dots that Russia wants are Austrian dots, which, given the board position, that makes perfect sense to me, because Austria's not gaining anything in the north or the center. So their gains are going to come in the south. And it's a long way to Italy. It's a lot. The Austrian dots are a lot closer. So this is good play by Austria to recognize that and to move to deal with it.
Yeah.
We do see that French fleet in the Ionian, and it's going to be able to get further if it wants to. You imagine probably the Adriatic is the place that you would see it go to, but it kind of depends on what they want to do. And a whole lot of attempted moves in Italy, none of which succeed. So Timothy's hanging on very well in Italy. Those two units are earning their pay for sure.
Well, Hal can force Naples, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would imagine Austria is probably not happy with their decision to not take Belgium last year. Bulgaria last year after
the Eastern Belgium. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Eastern Belgium. After seeing these orders from Russia.
They wouldn't have had to pull Serbia, and they would be in Bulgaria, which would be a much nicer position to be in.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's find out what happens here. Let's stay in the east, Chris. We do see the fleet go to Naples. What else happens?
It's interesting to do it that way around. I suppose it's guaranteed that way. You don't risk Austria interfering, but I might have risked doing it the other way. I don't know. Oh, mind you, they're also playing for Rome, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe they're not looking at Venice, just looking at Rome and Naples. A lot of shuffling around of units. Russia does make it into Romania. That was inevitable at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But the Austrian retreat to Ukraine is interesting. And sure enough, Russia also loses St. Petersburg. So that army comes south.
All right.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Austria that they lose Romania, because that means they've got to pull another unit, which they can't really afford. I suppose they can afford one in the north, maybe.
All right. Now, Adam, in the west, we do see England taking Berlin, and it looks like St. Pete. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's expected. It's interesting that England took Berlin with the fleet rather than the army. It's understandable, protecting against, it's a more of a defensive way to do it. Certainly not the more aggressive way to do it, which would have been to advance your armies, but certainly understandable. And Russia takes Romania off of Austria. And so that unit gets a retreat into Ukraine, but Austria will, I think, have to pull after this turn.
All right, so I believe this is where the game draws. Let me make sure. Yep, this is where it ends. So we end with Russ Dennis in England topping the board with an 11 center England. Following up, we've got France, Hal Sheldon France with an 8 center England, and Eric Grinnell in Russia with an 8 center Russia. So congratulations to Russ Dennis. Adam, how do you feel about this draw? Is there any power on this board that would want to veto in this position?
I don't think so. I mean, this is, England is not in a position to solo very likely in this game. I suppose England could try to grind it out for a while, make a move on France, but and there's actually not a huge danger in doing that because there's so few fleets down in the Med. But it would be a long, long game to try to actually grind out a win in this. And I don't know that you're ever going to get Munich. You run the risk of of Austria and Russia patching things up. It's not a big risk though to do that, to keep playing. I think for England, I think it's just, do you really want to play for another 3 or 4 hours to see if you can do it? Certainly on the other side of the board, there's not really a lot of a shot for anyone else to top, unless there was really some kind of concerted effort to push England back. They could make a play on Berlin, for example, if everybody was game with that. They could probably let Russia push some units back up north. But the reality is the diplomatic situation on this board is not going to allow that. Austria and Russia are too entangled. So I think this is a logical outcome.
Chris, do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, France has got the potential to pick up the rest of Italy and maybe Trieste, but yeah, or Greece. But the question is, what's England doing meanwhile, right? And can you actually get ahead of England doing that? And I don't know that you can. Plus, it's a long grind to do that, I think. Yeah, I mean, France has got a good position with the fleet dominance in the Med and everything, particularly with Austria and Russia fighting. But yeah.
Well, congratulations again to Russ Dennis, and definitely subscribe to the Diplomacy Briefing. It's a really fabulous contribution to this hobby, so highly recommend. We'll move on now to round 1, board 2. We'll pick up where we left off. So in this game, looks like what did we have here? We have, let's see, Italy didn't build and went to the Aegean. Germany went to Skag in the fall. We had a misordered convoy from England to Norway. Looks like we had a FG versus England.
Yeah, this was a very strong FG.
Yeah, fighting a rat. Then where we left off, looks like we had an EF, and let's see. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so this is where we pick up. Who did we like here? Do you remember, Chris?
I don't remember.
I think Turkey.
Yeah, with Turkey Nicola's playing a very slow game here. Right? We were wondering why he didn't take Sevastopol that last turn.
Yeah, so Turkey was...
but he's got that fleet out in the Ionian already, which is very nice. So.
Yeah, Turkey made a stab, and then we were also wondering if we'd see an Austrian fleet build here. So let's find out. So I believe for this board, Adam, you're in the east, and Chris is in the west. So we do not see a fleet build. Austria builds the army. Chris, talk to us about the east.
So we've got that third Turkish fleet that we were wondering about. And we've got the Russian fleet disappearing. I wonder if that was an arranged thing where Nicola didn't take Sev, and part of the deal was, well, you pull the fleet there, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, 2 armies for Austria. That's a solid block of armies in the center there.
Yeah, Adam, we've got 2 French fleet builds. What do you make of that?
France is very, very fleet heavy right now, and it appears even more so because you really only have 1 army in France. The others are really spread out in Holland and Tyrolia. It's going to be a challenge for France to figure out how to make optimal use of those units, and but conversely, there's not a huge threat. I think Austria, if anything, is liable to fill into Piedmont and strand that army in Tyrolia at some point, which could cause some problems. And that's really what I would be worried about, getting that army destroyed and having Austria kind of behind you, and Germany doing whatever they feel like doing in the middle of the board, because you can't really stop it. But
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
think in this situation, I like army build in Marseille. I think it's got a lot of flexibility. Can back that forward unit up in Tyrolia.
Yeah.
So, all
It
right.
seems that, I mean, now that they've killed England, you wonder, France doesn't really, maybe needs one fleet in the north, but not more than that. So are 4 of those fleets heading south?
It's going to take some time. It takes a
Yeah.
while to get them around is the problem, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got a free walk to Western Med, Lyon. You can support the next fleet down, so you can get 3 down there pretty
But
fast.
only one fleet can fit in Mid-Atlantic at a time, right?
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, let's find out what they do. Adam.
Yeah, looking at the east, I'm on the east here, right, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at the east here, we see what looks like a continuation of the rat, actually, and perhaps this was more planned than we thought. We see Turkey continue to advance the fleets, probably taking Tunis with Austria's agreement. Maybe the plan is to move it out to North Africa or Western Med or something like that afterwards. But you can see the advancing into Galicia, Russia moving up to Prussia. Very trusting moves on the part of all of those Eastern powers.
All right.
You've got to think now that the taking of Romania was agreed, so they could effectively move the fleet from Sev to Smyrna.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's a major effort by
Did we lose? Oh, looks like we lost Adam. So
Okay.
is he going to continue that that thought?
Yeah, I don't know what Adam was going to say. Let's talk about the West.
West.
So we do see the fleets heading south. You've got to wonder why Brest to English and English to Mid-Atlantic rather than just Brest to Mid-Atlantic. But and there's a lot of love going on between France and Germany here. Holland pulls back to Belgium, freeing up the Kiel to go to Berlin. So they're vacating that border as well. London to North Sea. It's all very, very, very friendly here between France and Germany.
I really like the play here. I wonder how far they're going to be able to get. I feel we're heading towards that line getting stalemated pretty quick, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody in the east, mainly Turkey, breaks that up.
Yeah, I mean, if we've got a solid 3-way alliance on the east against a solid 2-way alliance on the west, then this game is pretty much over at this point, right?
All right, well, let's carry on. Go ahead and continue, Chris, in the west.
Yeah, so the French fleet continue to push forward. Who was in Tunis?
It was Austrian controlled it, but it looks like there was a Turkish unit in it.
Oh, that was the Turkish fleet, right? That's interesting. I wonder whether France and Austria agreed that, and that was a stab of Turkey then.
Or it could just be really clever play from.
It could just be really clever play from France, yeah.
It's not productive for the AT alliance for sure. I mean, almost taking that disband would have been probably much preferred over that.
Yeah,
taking the loss, the Austrian loss would have been better for the alliance than that. I mean, now you've got 2 fleets, you've lost Tyrrhenian Sea, you've got no way to hold Tunis. This is not optimal.
You've got 2 fleets and probably some doubt in the alliance because we don't know whether that was intentional or not.
and that French fleet in Lyon is not good at all, right? In Tyrrhenian Sea rather now.
No, that's not good at all.
Oh. So very, very good turn for France. Adam,
and look, England completely vacated. Look, convoy the army out. Oh, well, try to convoy the army out. That looks like a misorder there. I'm assuming that's not a deliberate misorder. I think that's probably a genuine misorder.
Convoyed himself, yeah. North convoyed north.
All right. So Adam, looks like we've got Turkish forward movement into Bohemia. What's going on?
Well, Russia decided to cover Warsaw, sensibly, I suppose. But the Germans and the French continue to be in lockstep with those armies in the middle, and so, the AT gets Bohemia, and the FG gets Silesia and Prussia, and now is in the Baltic as well. So, it's not a great position for Russia. They're going to lose either St. Petersburg or Warsaw. Well, no, I guess Moscow supports St. Pete. They still only have 2 on it, and I guess that Galicia could help Warsaw hold. So there is still a possibility of holding out if everybody's in if the whole RAT is in lockstep. But that requires a lot of coordination, and that's always very difficult, especially when you have kind of chinks in the agreement, like with what happened over Tunis.
I wonder if Germany can get that army. The army's not in Denmark.
No.
The army was in Denmark if they could get into Livonia, but it's not in Denmark.
No.
Probably what they're trying to set up for.
Yeah.
All right. So in the winter, we've got probably a rebuild or a build for the Turkish fleet in Khan, and that is the only adjustment.
It's actually unfortunate because if Germany had left the fleet up in the Gulf of Bothnia, then they could guarantee St. Petersburg now.
Correct.
Yes, because Prussia can cut Livonia, right? Because they're in Prussia.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was seeing the fleet in Irish, and I forgot that they had moved out of Liverpool. I thought they were moving the other direction. I was like, whoa, that's a big change. Okay, so let's look in the west. Adam, go ahead and take us through.
So east, I'll do east here. I think, so we see Austria pulling back and Turkey making an attack on Serbia unsuccessfully. So clearly, maybe something not agreed upon going on here. The Turks do support the French up to the Tyrrhenian Sea, but that essentially gives France a forward retreat into Naples. So not great there either. So we'll have to see. I mean, this breaking in the alliance seems to be helping France a lot more than it's helping Turkey right now. So, that's hard to see how this is going to go better for Nikolai unless something really dramatically changes. This is looking really strong for George.
Definitely. Speaking of going well for George, talk through the West, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, he's picked out 2 in Tunis and Naples. He's managed to push Marseille forward into Piedmont. Didn't get into Warsaw, although if the German had actually supported that and cut Livonia, which presumably would have been the plan, then they would have made it into Warsaw as well. So you could have been looking at 3 French builds. But this is presumably a German NMR at this point, which is very unfortunate timing, really.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate for this turn. So we've got 2. If they're able to hold on to it.
This is only spring, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 builds for France. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We'll go ahead and stay in the west. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, so they couldn't actually hold Naples because Austria was in Rome, right? But they do hold Tunis. And they push the other fleet up. So the fleets now are in Tunis and Ionian and Tyrrhenians, which is a great place to be from that point of view. And then more fleets coming up behind. They've actually got all 5 fleets down in the south now. Germany does succeed to convoy into Denmark this turn. And they do get the orders right for taking Warsaw, but this time Galicia supports Warsaw. It looks... no, I don't want to stray into the east and tread on Adam's toes.
Well, Adam,
they're doing the right thing here. Germany and France are putting the pressure on both St. Petersburg and Warsaw, trying to overload those Russian defenses, basically.
Yeah, Adam, what are you seeing in the East?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Nicola and Stephen kind of figured it out after, Stephen made that move into Tunis that probably upset Nicola, and then Nicola responded, accordingly. But it looks like they're a little bit more in lockstep now. Stephen kind of walking out of his dots in the direction of the line in the middle of the board. So it seems like they're getting more on the same page, and they have to. I mean, there's really no choice right here. Look at France's position. France is in Naples, takes Ionian this turn. They make great tactical moves to hold out in Russia, Galicia supporting Warsaw. The risk is ultimately going to be at some point Germany's going to probably make a guess and be able to take Livonia or something like that, and then it's going to crush the line. But so this is going to be really hard for them to hold out in the long run. But good moves, and hopefully, if they're on the same page, they can figure out how to make it hold a little bit longer.
And
Russia and Germany are so much in lockstep here that Austria, Turkey almost have to be in response, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Ed's got to be kicking himself for missing that last turn, because I don't know if they'll have that chaos that they did in the last turn again. So also, I'd like to just point out we've seen a lot of very dynamic and to me very entertaining games, kind of like the game 6 where everybody's turning on each other. This is a great example of two players who figured out a solid alliance and are sticking together and making it work, and they're forcing the other side of the board to react to that.
Yeah, I think that's right, Brian. And I think, a lot of games are really won this way, right? By strong alliance play, not by wishy-washy back and forth. I mean, you see a lot of great dynamic games where people can do very well in that environment, but this is a great example of success right now for both powers. We'll see how it goes in the long run, but opportunities for success for both powers by sticking together and really being in lockstep.
Yeah. So I believe George picks up a build here. What do you build if you're George, Adam?
Army Marseille.
Same. Yeah, Chris?
Yeah, you don't need any more fleets. You need, if anything, you need an army, and you need it in the south. So it's got to be Army Marseille.
Yeah. All right. Sure enough, Army Marseille. And we'll stay in the west. Chris, go ahead and take us through it.
Yeah, we've got an arranged bounce in the channel, which makes sense given the situation. We have got some interesting German army movements in the center, moving to Ruhr and to Kiel. This could be the I want the board top move.
With support, though. Oh, no. Burgundy.
No, not with support. Supporting the Munich to hold. Right?
Hold. Yeah.
It's interesting because... Yeah, I guess it guarantees Holland, but covering Munich is difficult, though.
But now you got 3 enemy units on Munich, right? You got 2 Austrian and now the French guy you just moved on. So is this a good play? I don't know, but I don't know that. Do you net a big gain from this or not?
I think you gain Holland. I don't know if you get anything else, and you're definitely risking the line.
Well, you make a play for Holland and Belgium, right? Because you can put north into Belgium.
Oh, you probably don't bother even covering Munich, right? You probably just go Holland. You go to Holland. You support yourself into Belgium.
Yeah, maybe you just guarantee those two and don't try and hold Munich.
You say, if they're going to take Munich, they're going to take Munich, right?
It's not great though. You're only +1, and France can just pull Silesia. They don't need to pull anything else. Right?
That's right.
And where are you going to build?
I
suppose you're building Kiel, right?
Kiel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a play for the board top. Germany's one behind France at this point.
I don't hate it. I mean, he's taken a shot, and otherwise, I don't know that he's going to be able to outpace France.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you pick up St. Petersburg, but you can't really expect to pick up anything else pushing the line, right?
Well, you're going to get St. Petersburg right now. So the question is, can you leave Berlin open as well for a build? So you can build, so you can actually get the second build. Because if you take 3 and lose 1, you put 2 armies down. It's actually not a terrible position if you can actually get that second army down somehow.
I'm just wondering whether he knew he was going to be guaranteeing St. Petersburg. I suppose.
Yeah, well, it was very likely. Moscow
Yeah,
was not so likely.
those are pretty solid moves to guarantee St. Petersburg. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you see in the east, Adam? We've got some nice little French movement down here.
Yeah, France goes to the Adriatic, very sensible in this position. You want to be able to make the plays around Italy. Bounce in Ionian, get that other fleet down there. Mostly a lot of bounces, but still lockstep moves by Italy, by Austria and Turkey, which again I think is the right play. Covering Tuscany, getting into Venice, can make some plays to try to knock them out of Piedmont or at least hold Tiroli at this stage. Of course, all bets are off at this point based on Germany's move. So this is going to be a frantic negotiation period between now and this fall, and a lot could really change dramatically, I would imagine, both on the dynamics of the board. This may open the opportunity for Turkey to make his move on Austria right now because of what just happened.
Particularly Serbia moved this turn.
Yep.
All right. So next up,
there it is.
Nicola takes full advantage of the situation.
Yep. Budapest and Serbia. That makes
is that beautiful patient play from Nicola.
Yep.
All right. And in the West, how does France and Germany sort out?
Yeah, it looks like, lots of credit to George, because this looks like he's managed to convince Ed that that was the wrong move and he shouldn't follow through with it. He's not 100% confident that he's done it, because he still pulls a fleet and a couple of armies back. He leaves the 3 forward fleets. So it's kind of that sort of says to me he's fairly confident, but not 100% confident. So he did make a play for Munich. So I don't know what the deal was around Munich, but yeah, it's hard to read that. But I mean, the fact that Germany didn't try for Holland or Belgium kind of says that George had some good arguments to make at this point and convinced him that he shouldn't follow through with it.
Solid moves as well, right? You pull back a little bit, but you don't pull everything. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, really solid way to approach this type of position where, you've got to cover some things, but you really don't want to sacrifice your whole forward position. And George really struck the balance well there.
And I mean, if you do end up pulling a couple of units, then you can pull a couple of the forward units and you've still got a very solid defense. But if, on the other hand, you have convinced Germany, then you haven't given up on Italy at this point.
Well, look at where Austria disbanded too. That's very good for France.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we've also got a German army in Kiel and 2 more armies in Turkey. I love it. Chris, why don't you take us through the West?
Oh, this is interesting. Look at this. France is still moving towards Germany there. Like tapping Munich, moving to tapping Ruhr, bringing Gascony up. I guess they've given up on the whole Italy thing. It's interesting here because you've got the dynamic that's changed in the East now, with Nicola having made the move on Stephen. Then you've got to sort of figure out, well, what does that mean for my position in the West here? Because Nicola's going to grow quite rapidly at this point, probably. Is that going to put him ahead of? There's only what are they? 9, 9, 8. Yeah, so Nicola only has to pick up 1 dot in the East to then be joint board top. So I wonder if George has now decided that the dots he needs are or either that, or he's worried about Ed again trying for Holland or something.
Yeah.
But Ed's very well behaved here. I mean, he's basically not moving anything. The fleet moves to Baltic. There's the agreed bounce in Aegean, but everything else is just support.
And we've got the Austrian armies moving back. Adam, talk to us about the East.
Yeah, I mean, this is cool because Chris started to allude to this, but look what George does here. He actually supports the Austrian back into Trieste, right, to help Austria get into a position where he can defend against Turkey. Because right now, George is looking at this and probably saying, "Who are the biggest threats to my board top right now?" Well, it's certainly not Austria. So maybe I can get him to in a position where he's defensible, and I can get those Italian dots later. I don't know that I feel so great about the withdrawal from the Tyrrhenian Sea.
It's interesting to see that he changed his mind there. Look, the Tunis actually supported Tyrrhenian Sea to Ionian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I like that, mainly because for as long as you're going to be doing this bounce in the English Channel, you've got no way to feed your fleets back up. So you either have to not bounce and let Germany into the English Channel, which is okay if you're going to get a build and be able to build another fleet in Brest. But where is the dot that you're going to be using to do that, especially with Germany sitting in Ruhr anyway?
Yeah.
So I don't terribly like the pullback, but otherwise, I like conceptually what he's doing here.
Yeah, I think maybe that's too much to pull Tyrrhenian Sea back as well, because you've got the two fleets in Mao and Spain to deal with the German fleets.
That's right.
I think that's sufficient, probably.
All right, so we'll continue on in the east. Looks like we've got some coordination between possible coordination between Turkey and France. Adam, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's probably coordination. You've got Turkey going to the Adriatic and France going to Apulia and Ionian, Tyrrhenian. Again, this just shows, had we not vacated the Tyrrhenian Sea in the first place, this would not have been an issue of getting bounced back out in the fall, right? I think you probably realized that it wasn't the right move. So, and then we see this bounce in Belgium. Kind of a strange thing to see. If Germany wanted a dot, why not go to Holland, unless this was something that was agreed upon? And if it was agreed upon, why did Marseille follow up into Burgundy? So this to me seems like Germany may be taking a pot shot for some reason, but I don't necessarily get why you would go to Belgium if that's what you're doing.
I'd also point out this Russian or Turkey took Sev from Russia.
Yeah.
That's going to give Nikola, what is that? That's his 9th center. So he's tied for the board top right now, I believe.
Yeah, but that French army down in Galicia, if that helps the Austrian, then maybe he can't hold all of Austria at this point. I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see. All right. And then Chris, talk to us about the West.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is Belgium, which is, as Adam said, very difficult to read. Mm-hmm. I feel like George is playing defensively in the West. It's hard to know what Ed's doing, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we, I believe, in the game right here. So with Germany and France and Turkey all tied for a 9-center board top. How do you feel about that, Chris? Is that the right result?
It's not unreasonable. Yeah, I mean, there are Austrian dots that could go to other people, either Turkey or France or both. French dots could go to Germany, although he didn't seem to be wanting to do that. But there's not a lot of dots that can change hands. But then, I mean, they get 24 points each, versus if one of them was to pull one ahead, that would be, I suspect, double that or something. So It's not a great result for any of them, but it's not an unreasonable result.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I feel like Turkey in particular had some opportunity to keep playing. I can understand a little bit France and Germany. There's a lot of risk for them, and there's clearly a lack of trust. And Turkey's sitting over there gobbling up dots. But I don't think I take that if I'm Turkey. Adam, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Turkish position, it is a little bit hard to swallow this. I guess the only question that comes up is, if you do make some progress here, what does this do for France? What is this? I mean, Germany is maybe looking at trying to get some of those Russian dots. How quickly can they do that? How quickly can France take Rome, Naples, whatever else? I don't know. I mean, this may be a situation where you're looking at it and you're saying, I'm playing for 2 rounds. I want to get a solid first round score. I want to just guarantee that solid, but maybe not great first round score, and go into the second round and be able to go all out to make sure I get on the top board. Because there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of things that could happen if you keep playing, I think, from any of those positions. I mean, if you look from Germany's perspective, certainly there's some opportunities there to make a move on France. But if you do that, does that end up pushing the game into Turkey's hands? Right. And so I can sort of understand where the players are coming from. I think Turkey is probably the least incentivized to take this, though.
I wonder how big of a deal this French unit in Galicia is, because like Chris was pointing out, if they work together with Austria, maybe there's a little more play than otherwise. So.
It's a big spoiler unit. I wonder if Germany can pick up units. Russia's putting one at this point, right? So I wonder if Germany can pick up Warsaw and Moscow as well, if they keep playing.
Well,
all right.
Never know. At this point, we are going to let Chris take another break, and we're going to welcome Brandon back in as an analyst. Chris, thank you so much, and we'll, if you want to stick around, we'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Hey, Chris. We still have a lot of material to cover. Let's we should just hop into it. Let's see if we can go faster, eh?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Because we still have a monster game that is still going that we haven't even started yet, the 14-year one.
Fantastic. So. Let's go ahead and bring up round 1, board 3. We're picking this one up in 1907. Peter McNamara has a very, very solid England, and that one was played very tactically. And then the opposite theater, we've got Jake Trotta in Italy, who has been playing a very dynamic and diplomatically strong game. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this game turns out. I can't wait. We'll get started. Adam, do you remember which theater you were in?
I was doing the East.
All right. Why don't you stay in the East, and we'll let Brandon take the West, and we'll start in the East.
All right, so let's just look really quickly. Italy and Turkey continue to work together, and it looks like Italy, Turkey, and Russia in many ways are working together, actually, and making this. Italy's real focus seems to be more on pushing against France. They make some tactical choices to go out to Lyon and give up Spain for the moment. So that's kind of interesting. It's also interesting to note that they convoy into Greece. That may be with Turkey's agreement, or it may not be. I think we probably have to wait and see.
Brandon in the West.
Yeah, the West, you see Peter McNamara just positioning. He's trying to get armies over to try to make some headway in the Russian centers. Well, Warsaw left. He'll need some help from France in order to do it. And there was a 50-50 guess here between France and England. And I'm sorry, between Russia and England, and Russia got it right. But I think Russia will still need to be winning guesses at this point in order to hold it. Otherwise, it looks like France and England are on board here.
All right. Staying in the West, Brandon, it looks like we've got England moving into Holland. That's of note. What's going on?
So it looks like it's probably not agreed upon. There's bounces in Kiel. The army pulls back to Belgium, probably hoping that he might bounce England going to Belgium. And in Warsaw and Moscow, we have a little dipsy doodle, which involves just an exchange of centers, but nothing else really happens. France holds on to Spain, which is significant.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most significant thing I see on that side of the board. Chris, on the East, talk to us.
Yeah, so I think the most notable thing is that Italy decided that Turkey's outlived their usefulness. So we're taking Trieste, we were going to try to take all three centers. We're going to get two of them instead. And this is a very sensible play for Italy, I think. You'd rather those units be yours.
Yeah, and here we see Ukraine making it into Moscow, Moscow making it into Warsaw. So I believe the count stays even. Do you feel like that changes position any?
Yeah. England's position is better here.
Yep.
And they can't guarantee that they take Moscow. So there could be a stalemate there. So if Italy takes Romania, I mean, the thing is, Italy is securing the board top at this point, and it's coming to the point now where Italy can't really lose. England can't really board top without throwing a solo to Italy. That chance evaporated with Turkey going down, which is what's happening now.
All right, and go ahead and go to the builds. We've got an Army Venice. Turkey's disbanded everything except black, which is the fun option. England builds Fleet Liverpool, and that looks like that's it. Anything stand out to either of you?
Well, certainly Fleet Liverpool implies that that England is not at this point going to be making a move on France. You would have expected an army in London probably, or an army of some sort if there was going to be a play in that direction. It doesn't preclude it, but it seems less likely with that build.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. This game should end. I'm surprised it goes on another year after this.
Yeah, I think that Brandon's analysis is probably right. This is probably going to start to wrap up with Italy probably getting the top here.
Well, let's find out. Adam, why don't you go ahead and talk to us about the East?
Yeah, I mean, in Russia, England is trying to make the play onto Moscow and is unsuccessful in doing so. He does work with the French to destroy the Italian fleet in Portugal, which is a big success for them.
This is a misorder on Italy's part. Leon should be supporting Portugal to Spain.
Yeah. So Portugal should have made it into Spain, but this is just that's pretty painful because this really locks up the line for England and France at this stage.
And it's a 2-center shift because it goes from Italy to England.
That's right.
That's big.
England.
Sorry. Yeah, you go ahead.
England does go in from Holland into Belgium. Not clear if that's agreed or not. Certainly, it might be, given that England has sort of left quite a bit in Germany open. So there's not a lot of incentive necessarily to make a one-dot stab like that without having a discussion around it.
Yeah, this may be a case of France being willing to throw the board top to England. Since it won't impact France's score all that much. Anyway.
All right.
Well, that being said, that France may not be able to afford a disband to hold the line in the middle.
Right. So the question would be, like, Bohemia, can the English armies replace that? I suspect that they can. But then the question is, does Italy go for Romania in order to get the board top? Let's see what happens.
We'll find out. Brandon, why don't you talk to us about the West?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is in the north here, where Russia pulls units back and gives up on Moscow. That's a curious one. It's hard for me to understand. Maybe he thought there was going to be a bounce with Italy, but it's in Italy's interest to leave Russia up there. So that's something very strange happened there.
Italy support them into Romania?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Otherwise, it's France pulls a couple units back here, which suggests that maybe that was not so kosher, taking out Belgium.
Well, you also could wonder if this is sort of a defensive play just to get into the Rome Munich.
Yeah, set up the line.
Yeah.
But look, that the misorder over Spain is could end up being pivotal here in terms of the board top.
Yep.
So it all comes down to numbers here. What are the center counts after this turn?
Let's see.
I think it switches 14, 13.
Yeah, man. It's that one center.
It's huge.
Yep. I mean, yeah. So England still would have had Portugal, but Italy would have had Spain. They'd be tied, and then Italy could try to go for the board top by taking Romania and probably Sevastopol. I think, since they'd be able to get into black, I think they'd be able to secure that. Maybe that's what I'll do. Let's see what happens.
All right. So we've got.
Oh, Spain. France pulls Spain.
Wow.
Hmm.
Wow. I
Well,
wonder.
So I think that right now is okay, though, right? Because you can go Burgundy supports Marseille, Gascony can go to Spain with Portugal's support, and you've still got the fleets behind Mid-Atlantic to hold it. So
No, but then there's a guessing game over Marseille or Spain.
There's not, though, because Burgundy doesn't need to support Munich. It can support Marseille, and Portugal can support Gascony to Spain. You only got 2 on Spain. You only got 2 on Marseille.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying Marseille go to Spain. You're saying
No. Gascony can go there because you don't need it to support Marseille right now.
Okay.
So I actually think that's the right move. That's the right disband.
Okay. And then so Italy, to get the board top, will have to go through the 2 Russian centers, and
We'll find out. Adam, talk to us about the East.
Yep. So obviously, as Brandon just pointed out, Italy is going for those 2 Russian centers. So the question is, he'll get to 15 this year. Can England get another center in some way? And it's not clear that they really can afford to take a dot off of France unless France wants that to happen. I could see a situation where they arrange to get an army into Munich or something, but we'll have to see. I don't know if I was France, if I would agree to that.
All right. And Brandon, anything jumping out to you in the West?
No. It's just things getting in position. But Brest is the one that England can take here if he wants to try to.
But you lose the line as soon as you do that, right? I mean, France does not have a unit. There's not a unit to spare for France to pull and still hold the line. You've got to have Burgundy supports. You got to have Ruhr supports Munich. You've got to have Burgundy supports Marseille.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the army convoyed over to Denmark in order to be sent to Berlin this turn, or pulled Prussia back. Like there's other things that Peter could have done here in order to enable him to take Brest, but it would all have to be done with French permission, because French could throw a solo to. Maybe not a solo. Oh God, I don't know, but definitely throw the board top if you wanted to. Okay.
I think you want to get in. Yeah, you want to get into St. Pete so you can hold this line and not worry about losing Warsaw, though.
All right, let's stay in the West, Brandon.
Yeah, so they conspire the West to give Spain to England. Man, this really kind of comes down to. That's the loss of Spain. If Italy had been in Spain, then he could have at least forced some guessing. Marseille would have been a threat, or they would have had to risk Mao in order to try to take Spain. In fact, no, I think they could have guaranteed it. No, there would have been guessing and stuff. Anyway, but no. So France is helping England board top, and
is it a question? No, it's a tie. It's 15-15, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I believe,
and this is where it ends.
It ends in spring 11. So
yeah. So the only question now is whether they really have the line set up as Adam has been talking about, and I think they do.
Yeah, they go into Baltic. Baltic will support Prussia. Well, I don't even know if they need Baltic supporting Prussia.
They just need another army.
They get that army into Kiel, the fleet into
exactly.
Baltic. And I think this is a lot.
Yeah, I think that's it.
This is a cool game, though. I mean, as far as playing the scoring system goes, this is given how the other games have gone tonight, 41 is actually quite a good result for the first round. This play has been tighter than we would have expected for the first round, and these guys will be in the top 7, I think, almost certainly.
Absolutely.
And hats off to France for playing that middle position, really, really, precarious position and playing it to get a pretty reasonable result. Actually, that 17 points is actually close to what we've seen in some, though some of those shared board tops weren't very much higher than that. So it's actually not a bad score at all.
Yeah, for force center survival, that's this is how the system works, right? Like if you make it to the end, you're going to get 10 to 20 points. So okay.
Well, I for one really enjoyed this game a lot. I think it was a great contrast in styles between what I feel like is a very tactical game versus a very diplomatic game between England and Italy. Love to see the contrast, and I don't love split board tops, but in this case, I think this is the right result.
I'm with you, and they both I think had to navigate some difficulty earlier in the game. Jake especially had some strange positions and some difficult I think alliance moments to navigate. So it's impressive to see this result.
Yep. All right, let's move on to round 1, board 4, Millennium Park. We last left off in fall of 1904. This is a game we had a couple of replacement players. Ali Adib, I believe, picked up France fairly early on, and then Doc Bender, a couple of years into the game, picked up Austria.
Both in 1902. Ali in the spring and Doc in August, winter.
Okay, excellent. So, from this position, I think we were saying it's either France or Russia. Adam, why don't you take the west, and Brandon, you can take the east, and we'll start in the east.
All right, let's get some builds first.
Yep. So for the builds, we've got the Fleet and Eddy, we've got Army Marseille, Army Warsaw, Fleet Con. We've got a disband for Austria. Thank you for playing, Doc, especially for filling in, and then disband in Silesia.
Right. This is where the German was intent on taking Trieste, no matter what.
Yes.
Okay.
So, all right. So, go ahead, Brandon, in the east.
All right. We see a bit of drama in the southeastern corner here. We've got Russia thinking he's good with Turkey and moving units forward along the line, and Turkey slipping in the back, and now has Sevastopol guaranteed, along with Turkey, which is also guaranteed, and none of his other centers are under threat. So. For Karl, this is at least an effective short-term stab. We'll see whether that holds in the long term. Given that there's this big threat on the other side of the board, I would question the utility of that stab at the moment. In the north, we see Russia advance in Norwegian and in north with support from the German. I think I'm encroaching, so I will shut up.
It is exciting, though. Adam.
Yeah, so... the dog pile on Germany continues, but it's really France making all of the gains. So England is mainly dealing with the Russian up there, and not in a good way as Russia makes some advances. France continues to have a totally dominant position, taking Berlin, having. What is this? 4 or 5 armies all pushing in towards the middle of the board. No enemy units anywhere near France. Just total dominance right now.
And not just having the units, but the strategic choices. Like, I really feel like the decision of Turkey to stab here is only benefiting France.
Yeah.
It's certainly benefiting France a great deal because it makes his next target, which is likely to be pushing towards Russia, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. All right.
Well, France has got to be starting to think about 18 here. He is now into the Ionian Sea with this, which I guess counts as east, even though it's France doing it. He's got major competitor for the board top on the other side of the board, who is now occupied with pretty much everyone else on the board. Only problem now is he's got England slipping into the English Channel in a possible. I'm sorry, I'm encroaching. Turkey takes Sevastopol as expected, and Germany helps Russia into Serbia. So I was wrong about there being none under threat. To you, Adam.
Yeah, I think you pointed out one of the problems. Also, the Berlin was pretty fleeting as the Russians. Russia puts Germany back into Berlin. So still a strong position, but definitely some challenges right now. I think that France is still going to be building. They've taken Venice and they've had a disband. So
they're putting 2 down.
They should be putting 2 down. So, I think the English Channel fleet is not a huge problem. It's not desired, but it's dealable. And, the fact that Russia is in fact not going to be disbanding, I think, because
Russia's pulling 2 here, aren't they? Or
they're going to pull 1. So they lost
Sweden,
and they lost Sev, but they took Serbia. So they'll
pulling
one. But there still may be those Russian units in the north. They may end up pulling one of those armies out of the middle. So England may still be dealing with Russia after this turn.
Yeah, and let's just give props to Germany for the retreat into an open supply center.
Of course.
All right, let's see some builds.
Right. So for our builds, we've got a fleet in London, fleet in Brest, army in Paris, a lot of disbands. We've got an army in Caen. Anything jump out to either of you? I think the fleet in North is probably the biggest one for me.
Yeah, it's an olive branch to England saying, okay, all right, we're done. Go after France.
The army build in Paris is interesting. I don't. It's. It says that I'm going after the weakness in Holland rather than being overly concerned about protecting my flank, which is Mid-Atlantic, which...
Well, is that necessarily true, though, Brandon? Because it may be covering Brest with Mid-Atlantic. You may be going Mid-Atlantic and then the army into Brest.
Yeah, that's what you're forced to do now. But if you had built another fleet in Marseille, then you don't have to do that. You pull... Anyway, let's not get too absorbed in tactics. Hey, Adam, why don't we each take one season? So you do all of spring, and then I'll do all of fall.
That works. Yeah. So we have the Turks advancing into Sev, advancing Sev into Moscow, advancing into Romania. Good tactical play here by the Turks to advance their position against the Russians. I think this is not necessarily played out as pro-France as we wanted, since it looks like France at least has some things to think about in the middle of the board. But France does continue to make an advance into Italy, which is going to be problematic. But they lose Venice because...
Not only so Germany supported Italy into Venice, but then there were 2 retreats to Rome. So both of those units are going to be blown up.
Oh, nice.
I did not see that.
Okay.
But that means that France is guaranteed Rome. So it's not so bad for France. And then they're going to be putting down 2 units again, unless they lose one of their northern dots.
All right. And in the fall, do we lose any northern dots?
No, I'm sorry. He'll be putting down 3 now because he's got the two pickups and a rebuild. But he loses Venice. I'm sorry. So anyway, the big story here is that everyone is fighting each other and no one's fighting France, the board topper, with clear avenues towards lots more dots. So France really should be thinking about 18 at this point. He now has a 4th fleet through the Mediterranean. He should be going after those Turkish dots while also kicking England out of the English Channel.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of game that could easily end up in a solo, just because it does not look like the East is far more interested in fighting each other than the person with the solo shot.
Yep. Oh, and I'm sorry, France picked up Berlin as well. So France picked up 3 dots and has a rebuild. So he's going to have 1 in the bank after his builds here.
All right, so we've got 3 builds from France. Puts down a fleet in Brest, army in Paris, army in Marseille. England puts down an army in Eddie. Russia disbands Barents. Germany disbands the army in Prussia. We've got Russia disbanding in Bohemia and Armenia. Turkey building Ankh and Smyrna. Anything stand out to either of you with the builds?
Ali in France building 2 armies is interesting. He's making he's making a play for more dots in the center of the board rather than focusing on both getting the Turkish, trying to get either hold Turkey back or get more dots over there and pushing England back.
Do you think that's a diplomatic agreement? Like maybe Andre's, I mean, this build here, he could easily just convoy over, take St. Pete, focus on Scandinavia, and maybe be satisfied with second place.
Andre looks committed to not topping the board, but everyone else on the board does as well.
Right.
I just wonder if I'm France and I'm trying to count to 18 here, or find my easiest path to 18. If I'm in a position where I feel comfortable that I can hold what I've got in the south, and right now I have 2 Turkish fleets against 4 French fleets down there.
Yeah.
Maybe the army situation isn't the greatest. Maybe I need a second army down there to make sure that the holes are all plugged. But really, if I'm counting up in the north, I see 3 English dots. I see Holland is 4. I see Denmark. I see Norway. I see St. Petersburg. I see Sweden. That's 8 dots. That's 20. That counts to 20 if I can hold what I've gotten in the south. So I'm not sure. Do I really want to be pushing towards Warsaw, or do I want to be just kind of seeing if I can make my play, against those English fleets?
I think you definitely go for Venice. You probably look to try to get Trieste and Vienna. But then you got to go through English dots. I agree with you. So that means sending fleets back up north and building more fleets up there.
Yeah. Vacate Brest and build another fleet, and you probably need at least 3.
Yeah. Take Holland. Yeah.
All right. So Adam, take us through 1907 spring.
Pretty passive moves by France here. Does not push anything. Moves to Tyrolia without even supporting it from Munich. Shifts the fleet, certainly advancing the fleets a little bit in the south, but otherwise very, very passive play right now. Russia is pushing back against Turkey, who takes Romania, loses Moscow. Just a lot of dancing around. Takes Trieste off of Germany. That maybe that dot. Oh, and Germany takes Serbia off of Turkey. So, just a lot of dancing and not a lot of effort to stop the leader.
Yeah, the only thing I think Ali probably should push those armies forward.
I don't see any reason why you're sitting there. You're Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, support the move to Tyrolia at least, instead of just trying to walk in on its own. But you could be in a lot of those mid spaces without a lot of risk right now.
Yeah.
How do you feel about English holding? I feel like I would have gone to Brest.
Just do something to slow it, to try to slow France down. He's just not thinking about slowing France down now at this point, which is why France should probably stab him.
Yeah. All right. Brandon, 1907 fall.
There it is.
All right. So here we go. Finally. So now here you see the problem with not having moved a fleet, not having kept a fleet in West, because he can't back up that stab very well. Mm-hmm. He's taken 1 dot. He's got position, but England is going to stay even here. So there's not, he's got a raft. France has a raft of armies in the north, so England's not going to be able to get much off of him. But without more fleets up there, France isn't going to be able to get much off of him either. Also, we have he wasn't able to take Venice, France. So the east looks like it's resolving in a way that's going to stalemate him as well. So. Yeah,
I don't see why he needs any dots in the east. I mean, all the dots. There's 8 more dots, and he takes 1 of them. So he's at 13, and there's 7 more dots on the northern part of the stalemate line that ultimately he can grind out as long as he doesn't lose in the south.
But he needs fleets up there, and he doesn't have them right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with your point that he should have had something to back up Mid-Atlantic. Obviously, he can build Fleet Brest now. And he'll be able to take Liverpool without a problem immediately. So, I think it's a grind, but I think he's got it if he wants it.
I just have to look at this.
That is dipsy doodle.
I don't even want to touch that.
But Russia ends up down. So a dot ends up getting transferred from Russia to Turkey, effectively through Germany.
Yeah, and they are still more focused on fighting each other than stopping a potential solo. It's crazy.
But Sorry.
Turkey's winning that though, which is going to be key to stopping the solo.
Yeah.
So.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred to see France go into Adriatic here, right? Block that up, and then you've got some supports for the Ionian, and force Turkey really to grind you out in order to make any advance on the position.
Yeah, because you're getting armies in position to get Trieste, Vienna, and hold them. So that's Vienna, Venice, Trieste, Vienna. That's 3 dots right there. Maybe you can get Warsaw and hold it for a year, and that gives you more units to send up north before Turkey retakes it.
All right, so for our builds, I've got Fleet Brest, disbands a fleet in Baltic. So the lone German center is Romania. And we'll keep moving on. Adam, spring of 1908.
England, it's just absolutely amazing that when you've got a 13 center France with so little threatening, you still have things like Russia bouncing England from barons, trying to get a fleet back as they convoy home. I mean, that's just kind of unreal, and just speaks to the diplomatic breakdown that must have been occurring on this board. It's completely natural that everybody is trying to get rid of that German dot. It looks like Turkey and Russia might be somewhat on the same page right now. Ali's NMR clearly doesn't help him.
Yeah, that's it, without knowing what the NMR. But actually, I mean, like, he doesn't have to deal with Mid-Atlantic, right? So
it honestly doesn't hurt him.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to try to advance the position. I mean, it hurts him in the sense that now Liverpool is not a free shot. But then again, it would have forced. I guess he could have lost it by the Yorkshire and Wales. So.
Oh, he definitely would have. But again, not having a fleet to backfill into Mid-Atlantic was the problem. Is everything here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep on going here.
The fall.
So Ali returns and supports. So the Russian, the dipsy doodle in the Austrian centers is the best part of this. France and Italy both support Russia into Trieste, which was Turkish. France also supports Germany into Vienna so he can survive. And there appears to be more strife in the north between Russia and England. France takes Smyrna. We missed that last time. I thought Turkey was getting a build last year, but I guess he didn't.
I thought they did too, but there you go.
So France is lucky that his misorder didn't give Turkey a chance to get a unit into Khan, so that he couldn't take Smyrna. Well, but now the solo is really back on.
How is this not? How do you not solo from this position?
Yeah.
You just got Smyrna, and you've got everything. You've got everything leading up to it.
And Turkey is going to pull at least one. Is pulling one here. This should be a solo. And you've got position in Irish and English Channel. England can't take anything from you.
You build another fleet right here. I mean.
Yep.
Wow. All right. Let's keep going. I got another fleet in Brest. Disband of the army in Albania. I think that's the only changes. Adam, spring of 1909.
Mm-hmm.
No, come on.
What are we doing, Ali?
I guess he was afraid of losing English Channel. Didn't want to risk it. At least send Brest to Mid-Atlantic here.
What?
All right, so he gets Venice finally, which is important because it frees up units and gives him better purchase over other centers.
We're putting the Russian into Vienna for some reason. I don't know why we would do that.
That doesn't make sense.
Russia is attacking Turkey here again. There's no will to stop this.
Let's keep on going. I have a feeling that there are I have a feeling that Ali is not going for the solo at this point. And it looks like an agreement to end the game, to eliminate Germany and end the game. Eliminate Germany and Italy and end the game.
All right, let's find out if that's what happened. Yep, it ends in spring of 10. So this is where we will end it. Ali on 15 and very commanding lead, 58.5 points. We've got Turkey with 7 in second, and Russia with 6 in third, and England tied for third with 6. So congratulations, Ali. Very commanding board top, although a little disappointing because there was so much more to play for. Brandon, thoughts on this game?
I mean,
go ahead, Adam.
Other than leaving 41.5 points on the table, this was a great game by Ali. It was a well-earned board top. Obviously, those of us who like to see people go for 18 are disappointed in the outcome. But let's not take away from the fact that this was just a thoroughly dominant game from very early on. He kept everyone away from him. He kept the board in chaos on the east side. The east side of the board was consistently in chaos. There was never any effort whatsoever by any neighbor or anyone on the other side of the board to really stop him. So I think that this was just a show of great force and really well done. Again, disappointing to those of us who would have liked to see it really pay out in the way that I think it could have. But great job.
It's the strongest performance we've seen tonight. It's just hands down. So congrats, Ali. Well done.
Absolutely. And Christian, for keeping that little squirrely German unit alive, circling through the Balkans forever. Very entertaining. Okay, so I believe we went through all of round 1, board 5, and all of round 1, board 6. Shall we begin on round 1, board 7?
Yeah, so it's still going. So I think Chris was originally, but Adam, were you supposed to take a break here? Oh.
I'm fine either way.
I mean, this is going to take another hour, even if we go fast. Are you good for that, or do you want me to sub someone in for you?
I'm fine either way. If somebody's itching to come in, I'm happy to come out. If otherwise, I'm happy to stay and do this one.
Let's bring Chris on, and we'll each take a season at a time and just run through it.
This is just going to be killer.
All 4 of us, or you want me to duck off? Here?
Let's do all 4. Let's just
all right. All right, 30 seconds each.
Yep.
And no commentary. I'm gonna have to cover my face. I make these rules and then I break them. I'm the worst with it.
All right. So we'll go ahead and begin. We'll just
let's do the board list.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Round 1, board 7, the Chicago Riverwalk. We've got a couple players that are well known to people that have been watching this stream. I guess, Brandon, anybody stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few people here. The big name here is Tommy Anderson, a newly minted big name. This is a guy who, up until a month ago, was considered a softie and somebody who didn't have the guts to go for it. And he went for it and he won Liberty. And now he's 3rd in the DBN Invitational rankings. And he's the big fish on this board. You also have Hunter Ketcher, who has become a big fish of his own. Last year, he won several tournaments, including the European DipCon. And he's definitely capable of being a top 10 ranked player. John Jameson, he oscillates between being the worst player ever and one of the best players on the tour. I suspect that we will see the latter tonight, one of the better players. Those are the players I know. Do you guys have any comments on anyone else?
I do not.
That's the same ones I would have picked out.
All right. And I mean, clearly Douglas and Richard. I know I've seen Richard on the stream. Doug, we've seen before. So good to see them back. And Calvin, I guess, has played a game with us also. So good to see some newer faces. And Ben Smith looks like this may be his first game also. So we'll go ahead and start. We will just run through from top to bottom. Brandon, we'll have you go first, then Adam, then Chris, and then I'll go.
Right.
All right. So spring 1901, Brandon.
All right, we have a lot of standard stuff. Venice to Trieste stands out as something, but it's followed up with Rome to Apulia, not Rome to Venice, so that could be a precursor to a strong AI. The West is very copacetic all around. England especially gets away with not opening Liverpool to York. He's in Edinburgh, which gives him some tactical flexibility, but also left Wales open if France had opened to the English Channel, which he does not. Otherwise, Germany has nobody surrounding Munich, which is really nice for him.
All right. And in the fall, Adam.
Okay, so the French look like they're supporting the English into Belgium, and they don't go there. The English instead opt to convoy to Norway and go up to Barents. Very aggressive, anti-Russian opening, coupled with Russia taking Sweden and Romania. So I think we'll probably see something anti-English in St. Petersburg come the fall, come the winter. France takes their 2 dots. They opt to take Portugal with the fleet, so not being provocative to Italy. Italy convoys to Tunis, setting up the whole Lepanto thing while holding in Trieste. And Russia takes Galicia. And nobody's in the Black Sea. So pretty interesting stuff. I think what's unusual certainly is the English going up to so strongly anti-Russia without a commitment from Germany to bounce Sweden, or maybe there was a commitment to bounce Sweden and it didn't happen.
Yeah. I think it's also worth noting we've got the Italian in Trieste, and they also convoyed to Tunis. So it'll be interesting to see when we've seen this recently. That's been a precursor to a Iberian play, but with the potential RT that could be changing. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. With our builds, we've got Fleet Eddy, Fleet Brest, Paris. We got Fleet Kiel, 2 armies from Germany. We've got an army in Venice, fleet in Naples, fleet in St. Pete, Fleet Sev, and Fleet Smyrna, Army Vienna. So anything stand out to anybody?
I would just, maybe pose the question, is Fleet North Coast the right build here, or is an army stronger? Because that fleet really has nowhere to go, right?
I mean, I think if I were John Jameson, I would think that I was looking at a Western triple right here. And I would have, I probably would have done something that would hopefully try to break them up. So maybe that's his thought, that if he builds Fleet North Coast St. Pete, then he might be able to get Germany to work with him. Just a guess. But Fleet Brest is not Western Tripoli. So everything else is definitely Western Tripoli.
All right. Chris, why don't you talk us through 1902, spring of 1902?
So I guess that's an English overreaction to the French build in Brest, because Barents comes back to Norwegian, then allowing Russia to take Norway, which is a bit unfortunate for England for sure. The English fleet in Skagerrak as well, and a bounce in the North Sea. So a lot of play in the West. France, on the other hand, that looks more Western Tripoli, shuffling the fleets down towards the south.
Yeah.
And Russia, this is not an RT anymore, that's for sure. Sevastopol down to Armenia. Romania back to Sevastopol rather than to the Black Sea is odd in that situation.
He wanted to get the army into Rum, so.
You want to guarantee getting the army into Rum, so yeah, that makes sense. Worried about Ankara to back. Yep.
Yeah, but why would you? But if you're going anti-Turkey, why would you care?
Good question.
I think you'd rather go to the Black.
Yeah. That's probably it. It probably would have been better to go to the Black, even if it does bounce.
Yeah.
And then the Italian pushing up into Eastern Med, but fails to follow up with the Ionian, because the Austrian pushes into Ionian and tries to take Trieste, but is foiled by Turkey. So it's a real mix to the east, basically.
It's a mess. Wow.
Love it. All right. I'll take fall of 1902. Continuing on with the fun between Austria and Italy. Looks like Austria does force Trieste. Italy retreats back to Tyrolia. We've got just madness going on in Turkey. Turkey is now in black, so I'm sure John Jameson's second guessing that decision. Italy supports Russia into Smyrna. We've got a lot of defensive plays by Turkey. Looks like John's pulling the Russian unit up to Moscow to defend against Finland. And we've got, they're going to hang on. It looks like they're going to hang on to Norway. So that will be a big change there, but they lose St. Pete. We've got Germany in North Sea. That's huge. Always love to be in North Sea as Germany. And we've got France moving into Irish and Mid-Atlantic and Brest. So I would not want to be England right now. Moving on to our builds, we've got a Russian build of an army in Warsaw. Austria builds an army in Budapest. And we've got Turkey disbanding in black, and Italy disbands in Tunis. Anything stand out?
No, I think I noticed on the last turn, it was interesting to see that the Italians supported the Russians into Smyrna, when Smyrna is usually the logical piece of Turkey for Italy to get. And also, it was unlikely that either of those was going to get cut, but if one of them was going to get cut, it was more likely to the east anyway. So interesting that was kind of finagled by John. Probably good diplomacy there.
Yeah, I think John's, his positioning is weird, but it's got a lot of long-term potential. So I actually kind of like how he's played that. But yeah. it depends on his relationship with Germany and Austria going forward.
And I think it's helped too by France moving towards England. He'll have a very solid position up north. So, all right, Brandon, I'll let you take 1903.
All right. Things actually turned a little bit sour for John here, mostly because he loses the Northern Fleet. That fleet, and he worked hard to get that fleet up there, and to say goodbye to it is just really not what you want to have happen. And it's at Germany's behest. Germany taps Sweden, which allows St. Petersburg to come back and retake Norway, and Norway has no way to retreat. Let's see, elsewhere on the board, we have France convoying into Liverpool and getting seemingly insurmountable position. And England has made a choice to punish Russia, it seems, and to allow his home centers to be taken by Germany and France. And elsewhere, we have Italy and Austria playing some sort of game, but potentially working together against Turkey here. It remains to be seen. It looks like Austria will have purchase over Venice. There'll be some guessing happening there. But
the Italians in Bohemia as well.
Exactly. So. Yeah. So messy East. Long term, France and Germany are in great position, and I think the question is which one is in better position. And it's hard not to like France right here because they're picking up a dot and they've got nobody attacking them. So,
but on the flip side, with England is not going to be long for the world. I think Russia will have some potential to go back into Scandinavia. I think Germany is going to be the big deciding factor of who does better between those two. All right, moving on, we've got Adam. Take us through fall of 1903.
Yeah, so France is satisfied with Liverpool, or maybe figures he can take Edinburgh for free next year, so sends the fleet south. So really a lot of commitment to the FG right here. In fact, we even see Germany moving out of Belgium with a French unit right next to it. So clearly a lot of trust being built right there. The Italians and the Austrians do exactly the sort of shenanigans that Brandon started to describe last turn. This is hugely productive in that they each take one of each other's home centers and net zero. So I mean, I guess if it works, it works. But meanwhile, another not so great turn for John in Russia as the Turks take. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter because the Turks take Smyrna back and he retreats there.
This is an improvement. His position is so much better.
Yeah.
This is a much better position. So this is not a problem.
And he gets a rebuild. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right, and it's hard to understand what possessed. Well, I guess it's what possessed Turkey to do this instead of just bouncing Ankara, because he's relying pretty heavily on Austrian help here.
And where's the Russian going to retreat to? I mean,
right, yeah. So pretty strange. So Russia doesn't end up too much worse for the wear. They hold St. Petersburg, so they'll build something from the rebuild.
Turkey goes up a dot here. He just doesn't have a home center open to build. If he
That's
hadn't.
Austria decided not to move Serbia to Bulgaria as well, knowing that they were supporting the Turk out that way. I don't know why you wouldn't follow up to Bulgaria.
Yeah, I want to say also, I think France has made a mistake by moving into the Med here. I think if I were France, I would have either moved on Germany or taken Edinburgh and followed up with Liverpool. I think
I would have taken Edinburgh and Liverpool, because why leave Edinburgh English? I don't see any advantage.
Yeah. Yep. And you want to leave your units in the north in order to make a move on Germany, because Germany's your competitor right now. Maybe Russia more distantly, but you want to leave Italy and Austria fighting each other. That benefits you.
I think playing a longer term FG is okay in this position. I mean, there may be some built up trust from the first few turns of the game, and you've managed to demilitarize some of the middle areas. So I don't completely disagree with what they're doing here, just to kind of play the counterpoint.
All right, well, let's see how that works out. Chris, take us through. I'm sorry, I skipped over builds. We've got a fleet in Brest, an army in Kiel. England disbands Norwegian and Barents. John builds an army in Sèvres, and I think that's everything. German army in Kiel. Chris, take us through spring of 1904.
Yeah, I was wondering what that German army was doing, and there's the answer. It's going after Russia. So this is a pretty serious commitment from Germany against Russia. Even the convoy from London to Norway, with and supporting the English fleet from Norway into Sweden, that's pretty cool. Actually, I like that.
Yeah, but even more reason for France to hit Germany here. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If not last turn, then this turn or next turn. It's a great opportunity for France for sure. Interesting that John doesn't retreat Sweden. He pulls it. I think we said on one of the earlier games, I don't like pulling that northern fleet. If I can keep that, I want to keep that around as long as I can. What else have we got? France is making a serious commitment to pushing those fleets down into the Mediterranean. It looks like there's an army going that way as well, Gascony to Marseille. And Italy's coming the other way. Italy, I guess, saw the fleet down in Western Med and said, I'm not going to let you walk into Tunis. Unfortunately, that means giving up any possibility of any Turkish dots now. And Turkey and Italy continue to fight, though. A bounce in Trieste, Austria covering Budapest, and the army down in Apulia. Yeah, Italy's got some problems with France. I mean, Italy could deal with Austria alone, but dealing with Austria and France, that's not going to be easy. And really, it's not in Austria's interest to let Italy die now. There should be some serious attempts to fix this and work together now. They've got bigger problems.
Does this look like a game that's going to go on at least until 1916?
It really doesn't.
Does it?
I'm wondering, are they just going to all back off and undo everything again or something? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like Turkey's going to be around much longer.
Maybe Turkey.
I don't know, Chris. I don't know about that.
Turkey's going to get a build, yeah?
I could see Turkey's going to build.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they have to keep Smyrna clear and hold on to both Khan and Ankh here.
But Eastern Med pulled out. Oh, they got a guess. But
Russia's. They got Russian units all over them.
No,
There's a
actually,
lot of Russian units there.
they should lose something. Yeah.
All right. So Turkey does get
What? How did Russia screw this up?
Tried to convoy, which is a waste of a unit. It's a waste of a unit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a con. I wonder if that's a case of just being too clever.
Yeah, no, there's really no reason. In fact, I think you just tap Armenia and support Black to Khan.
Or the other way, you tap Khan and support yourself back to Armenia and Khan, or whatever. It doesn't matter. You got your choices on how you do it, but
yeah.
Oh, well done, Ben Smith, on getting a build and
Yeah.
see what the result of that is.
Well, it's more badly done, John, rather than well done.
Austria taking back Vienna and covering Venice. Looks like we've got France taking Tunis, Italy taking the forward retreat. It'll be interesting to see which units Italy decides to keep. We've got, this is interesting, France moving into Yorkshire. I would assume at this point that may be negotiated.
why were you in Wales in the first place instead of just being in Yorkshire to begin with, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
take Edinburgh. Yep.
That's going for Edinburgh for sure. But yeah, why was it in Wales is a very good question.
I mean, you just go to Edinburgh.
Yeah. Okay, let's move forward.
Germany.
I'm excited to see how this game just continues to rebalance because it looks like an FG is just going to roll this right now.
Somebody's making a move.
All right, let's find out.
So for our builds, Germany builds 2 armies, Kiel and Berlin. Ben gets his build in Turkey for Smyrna. Italy disbands West and Galicia, and France builds Army Marseille.
And now it should be Germany's game from my perspective.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And Germany's Hunter. How does Hunter not say? Okay, let's go.
All right, Brandon, take us through 1905.
All right, Hunter optimistically tries to convoy York to Belgium. Why would that even be optimistic? That's very confusing. Can you show us that convoy just so we see exactly what it is? York to Belgium. Maybe he's hoping that the unit would pass through. I don't know, but he supports the English into St. Petersburg. This looks like some too clever by half play by Hunter here. It looks like he's trying to play a super long game, and it's going to benefit France more than him, at least in the short or intermediate term.
Well, we know he achieved the super long game.
Very good. All right, in the south we have Italy taking Ionian, retaking it from the Austrian with French help, and we had an Austrian fleet build that we went a little bit less remarked upon. Probably, you probably wanted an army there.
Yeah.
And then John Jameson gets Khan finally, possibly to pass through. That would not surprise me if that passes through.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's arranged.
But John's got to do something for himself at some point, so he's going to go down another dot here. And it looks like right now he's setting up for a stalemate line against Germany in 1905, not realizing that there are at least 10 more years to go.
I mean, to be fair, the Black Sea to Con might have been arranged anticipating it'll move out, but there's no guarantee that it does move out in the fall.
Yeah, true.
All right. Adam, it's fall of 1905.
Well, there's your answer on Khan.
Yeah. I played John a few times.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, it doesn't look great for John. This is another situation where we've got Russia trying to become Turkey, a little less successful than some of the others we've seen this evening. But this may not be a long game for John, which, he might be the real winner here because it's 2 a.m. Central Time and the game's still on. So, all right, so let's see what else happened. There's go back. We got a bounce in the English Channel. France finally takes Edinburgh. And yeah, the Austrians are coming up and lose Venice to France. Is that with Italian help? I can't tell what Rome is doing.
Yeah, it has to be because it was supported from Adriatic.
Yeah, so good position for France.
You've got 3 players down to 2 centers already. How does this game go on so long?
Yeah. And well done, Hunter, by the way, for getting Moscow out of that. By the way.
Yeah. So we've got Army Brest and Fleet Marseille. John disbands the the fleet in Caen. We've got Ben disbanding the army in Smyrna. Yeah, that's it. So Chris, why don't you talk to us spring 1906?
Okay, so John is realizing that he probably should try and defend some home centers and pulling everything back to do so, basically. Ankh to Armenia is interesting. That may well be to help John. I love the Turkish moves here. Yeah, I've got 2 home centers, so I'm going to send Ankh to Armenia and Eastern Med to Iona. I need my units in opposite directions and as far away from my home centers as I can get them.
Oh, that's delightful. It's really delightful. Turkey's going to top this board.
Could happen.
Hey, you would have played a long game as Turkey, right? The 2 Austrian fleets help the Turkish fleet to the west. It looks like we've got a pretty good agreement between the Eastern powers now that they really kind of need to do something about this, France and Germany. That's the way I would read this. And look at Germany. Germany's down in Galicia.
Yeah.
They lose Moscow, which is unfortunate, but there was...
and it's piffed. Yeah.
Yeah, and they lose it because England decided to go for Norway.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And France got into Picardy and Burgundy.
Yeah. So Germany shifted everything down to the southeast and then has got some problems behind them and is probably wishing they didn't move so many units that way.
Yep.
All right. Well, in the fall, we've got Austria moving into Bulgaria, Romania moving into Galicia. Looks like, it's interesting. We've got France shifting into English Channel Mid-Atlantic. We've got France moving into Belgium. Looks like there may be a little trouble between the FG. We've got North moving into Norway, piffing England disbanded the fleet. And what happened Hunter successfully got the fleet into St. Pete South Coast. Hunter holds Warsaw and Venice, yeah. So Italy moves back into Venice and France retreats back to Piedmont.
So Italy doesn't get a build. Turkey does.
Yeah. Wow.
Also, Germany is even up 2 down 2, but is going to be putting 2 units down, 2 rebuilds.
And Russia's even as well, right? Up 1, down 1.
What did they go down? Oh, Bulgaria. Yeah. But Austria can't even use it. Yeah.
Mm.
And do we recognize at this point England the true winner of this game, who gets to
Totally.
All right.
I think so.
For our builds, 2 German fleets, one Kiel, and army in Smyrna. Who wants to talk about the double fleet build?
That's a statement. I kind of wonder if you need another army at this point, but I certainly one fleet made sense, but it certainly sends a statement. We'll see if it's the right statement.
Yeah. I actually really like it. I think I wonder if his game would collapse completely, because right now France needs a counterbalance, and he is the only one capable of providing it. So This tells the rest of the board that he wants to do that.
Yeah.
And and it's basically a dare for them to let him do it.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect they do because the game is not even half over.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he can throw all 4 fleets against France, basically.
Mhm.
And provided Russia is willing to leave Warsaw alone, he can just go for it and say, okay, I'm going to go deal with France. You guys just let me do it. And
Russia should. He's got a build in the bank, but he doesn't he? No, he doesn't. Never mind. Okay.
All right. So Brandon, I think it's your turn.
All right. My eye is drawn to Turkey, first of all, just because the build came in and I'm curious to see what he does with it. Clearly has a purchase on Khan if he wants it, but is going to need some help to hold on to Naples. And so far he's getting it because France didn't try to take it. But Italy has now got 2 units down there to try to take it, and but has to contend with Austria, who wanted Venice. Just lots of really messy stuff over there. You've got 4 different countries. It's a little kaleidoscope of colors all around the boot, and I'll be curious to see how that works out. Elsewhere, Russia takes Warsaw, France takes Munich, and Holland does not get into Norway, but will also take London. However, the German fleets do start making their way west. So the question is, will Russia allow Germany to do it? Or will Germany start pulling lots and lots of units off the board?
Well, Adam, take us through 1907. Let's answer that question.
Yep. So it looks like there's a little bit of yes, a little bit of no on that, right? It looks like the Russians do hold on to Warsaw, as they probably should. But they don't otherwise interfere, and Austria similarly doesn't interfere with the play there. In fact, it looks like Russia is for some reason taking a pot shot at Budapest with 1 and doing something. Is that supporting Germany into Vienna with Galicia?
looks like it.
Which was unordered. It's actually sort of surprising. If you really wanted to stab Austria, why not just support yourself to Budapest?
Italy's getting a build.
Italy is getting a build from Naples.
Turkey's getting a rebuild.
Turkey is going to take Greece. So apparently Russia and Turkey had this agreement to do something about the Austrian. Really interesting. I mean, it looks like France ends up +1 on Germany, and Germany's -1 or -2.
2, right? Munich and London.
Munich and London is +2.
And Warsaw.
Warsaw.
And so Germany is down 3. But plus down 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, rough term.
All right, and there they are. We're disbanding North, Helgoland, and Holland, so that's a statement.
Yeah, that's very much a. Well, John, I said I'd be a counterbalance to France. You don't want me to do that? Okay, I won't do it then.
How does France not only top this board but potentially solo?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe that's why we're in 1916 and going. Maybe France is trying to grind it out, right?
Yeah.
This might be a grinding situation. We'll see where it goes, but it
Yeah.
could certainly be that.
Yeah.
All right, well, France builds in Fleet Brest, Army Paris. We've got Italy building Army Venice for a very hard-fought build. We've got Turkey with another hard-fought build in Smyrna, Fleet Smyrna, and Army Sev in Russia. So we'll go ahead and have Chris take 1908.
I just like to say, isn't it awesome when you're down to 2 centers and then you manage to recapture your home center and you get to rebuild and you're back up to where you started? Yeah. It's such a great feeling, man, and
it really is.
very hard to do. So many times you go down to 2 and that's it; it's all over basically. So, I like the attempted convoy from Naples to Albania, even if it didn't go. It's a good effort there. Let's see, what do we got? So. Germany continues to fight France.
and doesn't now fight Russia. Although it looks like they had a bit of difficulty making up their mind, because that looks like Livonia is supporting Silesia to Warsaw, but Silesia actually went to Munich.
Yep.
And yeah, France is still seems to be gunning for Germany. The move to North Sea and the move to Ruhr and the bounce in Holland would say that this battle is still going on. And your money's got to still be on France at this point, because Germany's units are just not in the right place to defend. They've got enough units to defend, but they're not where they need to be.
Yep. Yeah, if he had kept those two fleets and disbanded, say, Livonia and Bothnia, much better.
Yeah. Well, on that note, Brandon, why don't you talk to us about 1908?
All right. We see France with a potentially catastrophic misorder. The convoy, he tries to convoy from London to Holland via the English Channel, which is not possible. It could be worse, because the dot that he loses to Germany cannot be used for a build, because Germany's home centers are all occupied. So if Germany had taken a chance and moved to Helgoland here, which it would have been the smarter thing, if he simply wanted to protect Denmark, then he would have had a build here. But France loses one, has a unit piffed in Tyrolia, so that's it. Doesn't have a rebuild. Still has great position over Germany, although a little bit less great than it was before. So the question is, can Germany get the fleet into Helgoland and the army into Berlin and somehow keep Holland, while also getting help from the Eastern powers? Elsewhere, the convoy from Naples to Albania goes this time. So Italy is janissarying for France. I suspect that will change unless this really does become France grinding out a solo. But that actually feels a little bit less likely now. We're seeing Russia picking up Budapest, losing Khan, so isn't going to build here. Turkey picks up another dot and builds a fourth unit.
All right. What do they do with the build? We've got maybe you're right about the Russian board top at the end, or the Turkish board top at the end of this.
Turkish solo, I think.
Another fleet, Smyrna.
It would be spectacular.
And then we've got a disband in Bulgaria from Austria. All right, moving on. Adam, take us through spring of 1909.
Yep. We continue to see some lack of, we see some fighting in the east. I think it's just jockeying for position between Russia and Austria, with Turkey really coming out here again and taking advantage. We're about to go up again this turn, and taking Bulgaria, getting into the Ionian Sea. So, good job for Turkey. If it just shows if you can hang on. It's very hard to get knocked out of this game. And Turkey is certainly an essential part of this game if they're going to manage to stop France from getting a huge board top or even potentially 18.
France has just given up on that.
France takes their foot off the gas, which I frankly strongly disagree with here. I think your path is through the north here, and you're leaving a lot on the table by doing that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to give up Holland at this point, even if you stop there.
Why not support yourself to Holland, convoy to Belgium?
Yeah.
Support Ruhr, or support, make an attack on Munich. I mean, you still have potential. You can still get fleets around in the north. If you get your build, you can go up to Norwegian, you can go up to North Sea. There's a lot of play here. This is not anywhere close to being locked.
This is a painful mistake, I have to be honest. Remember, Germany is sitting on a build here.
It's and let's also credit what it was presumably very strong diplomatic work by Germany to allow that to happen. So let's put some credit there as well.
Absolutely. All right, Chris.
gosh, this is a much more stationary turn. So what is France doing? Come on, France, get your act together. Now you push the army forward into Ruhr again. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. At least they pick up Venice. That's good. And they also pick up Naples, right? Because they had to retreat there. And they're in the Ionian. So the position in Italy is looking really good for France now. They're picking up basically 2 of the 3 Italian dots now, and the third one's there for the taking.
All right.
And Austria is not having a good time. Loses another dot to Russia.
Although at this point in the game, maybe they're just grateful.
Yeah.
Well, but this was like 3 hours ago.
Yes. So we've got a French fleet in Brest and Marseille. We've got a German army in Kiel, another fleet in Smyrna for Turkey, and a couple of disbands from Italy and Austria. Brandon, why don't you run us through spring of 1910, and I'm going to step away for a moment, and I'll be right back.
All right. I have the ability to forward the turn here. Okay. We see in the east Russia advancing and continuing a somewhat surprising comeback, and an impressive one, potentially very impressive, in fact. So we have an RT sort of in full motion now. E and G are, France and Germany appear to be fighting a somewhat cold war. It's certainly not very hot, although that fleet in Brest could swing up and around and really change the calculus there. So that'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Otherwise, in the south, we've got what looks like a stalemate in the Ionian, which France is happy for, and we've got the 4th fleet in Con that could come around. Not a whole lot happens here, but we see Russia advancing and stalemate elsewhere. And then the question again becomes, what changes, what breaks here that causes this game to keep going? It does not look like France is really positioning, maybe the fact that the slow assault on the north is what ends up dragging this game out. I don't know. Let's see. But Germany is in, no, Germany doesn't really have an avenue here for growth. So it's really all about France. Okay. That was a little bit circuitous. Any quick comments before we move on to the fall?
I know Russia's been making these steady gains each turn, right? They've been picking up one more each turn, and they could walk into St. Petersburg in the fall here, as well as picking up Vienna.
But can Russia catch France without essentially throwing a solo, right?
The difficulty is ultimately you're both playing for those German dots.
The German dots, yeah.
If you take your one on your side, do they get 2 on the other side? So yeah,
Yep.
It's not easy to do.
Okay, we're ready to go, Brian.
All right. So is it Adam's turn now?
Yeah, and I'll be right back.
All right, Adam.
Yeah, so as Brandon pointed out, that fleet Mao is going up to North Atlantic, and so once it wings its way around, it could help break things in the north. We'll see. So the French fleet in Lyon is moving down probably to try to get into Tunis to get that extra support onto the Ionian now that Turkey has the extra fleet. Turkey made a mistake here. Should have slid up to Albania to slide the fleets and get the 4th fleet out. Now France has the time to get that last fleet down into Tunis and protect the Ionian. This was a missed opportunity, and is going to be costly actually for the Turks. So that's something they missed here, and I think is going to hurt them. Turkey does go to Romania, which you have to figure was probably arranged, because there's really no play for Turkey to make a real stab on Russia here. So this must be arranged. It's either trading a dot it's probably trading the dot. So instead of Russia building it, the Turkey gets to build it, which makes some sense. In the north, I think it's still just some positioning work by Germany. I guess getting the fleet into Skag to cover that. making sure that France doesn't slide in, moving the army down to Denmark, really just positioning the units so that he's as well defended as possible. Of course, there's going to be this continuous guess. You can't go to St. Petersburg and leave Norway open for forever. So at some point, he's going to have to just put some trust into Russia, I guess, and leave it in Norway.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky he got away with that.
Yep.
He's lost Norway there.
Well, France has been playing very conservative the past few turns, right? And so I think it was a reasonable, calculated decision to do that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and I think France is doing a really good job of just slowly and surely, like it's like a python, just slowly squeezing on the German position.
It's a little bit too slow, though. I mean,
well, you pulled back, you missed that earlier opportunity, right? And so you kind of compromised your position and your ability to make faster progress.
I mean, even here, you could have moved north to Norwegian, English to north, and Mao to English, right? Yeah. And it's, yes, there's a small risk that Germany ends up in North Sea, but is it really likely?
Yeah.
All right. So for builds, looks like we've got a army in Smyrna and an army in Sev. Austria disbands fleet in Adriatic, and I believe that's everything.
I'll just comment on when I see the Turkish army in Smyrna, well, I guess Russia got a build anyway and built in Sev. See, this is really not putting units close to where you want them. That army you really wanted in Warsaw, right? And if anything, I mean, it's fine to give Turkey a build just because, as an alliance play. But, you guys are building in a position which is not very close to where those units are ultimately going to be needed, which is, in this sort of middle land near the line.
That just makes me question if that was, in fact, an alliance play.
So certainly, if it was a dotting play, then it would be very understandable that Russia would build in Sev.
Yeah, that's true.
Brandon, spring of 1911.
No.
Oh, Brandon back. Brandon, you're on mute.
All right, here we go. So, shocker, France allows the Ionian to be retaken by the Turks. I suppose he thinks that it was dispensable because he has the reinforcement coming in from western to Tunis, and he can retake it. The retreat to Albania is interesting. You might have thought that retreat to Adriatic would work better here. Other than that, Russia and Turkey are fighting, and that is, if anything, is going to lead to a French solo. These two need to have put their differences aside. Turkey needed to have gotten the Fourth Fleet onto the Ionian already by shifting up to Albania. And like Adam was saying, Russia needs to have those armies on the stalemate line 2 years ago. In the West, we have France taking Holland, which I assume required some guessing on Germany's part. So can you show me the supports here? So Kiel supports Holland to Ruhr, and Holland goes to Ruhr. So Burgundy support. Okay, so close the support. So Munich, for some reason, supports Vienna to Tyrolia here instead of supporting Holland to Ruhr, which would have popped that Ruhr army and would have changed the tactical calculus there somewhat significantly. No, it wouldn't. I'm sorry. It would have been able to retreat to Belgium. Still would have been better for Germany. But look, this is now just a slow. It's now just a slow sort of water torture here, as France is now in position to solo, and it's now just a matter of time.
What did the Tyrrhenian Sea do?
Looks like it tried to convoy. Yeah, can you show us that order?
Were they convoying Rome to Albania? Tyrrhenian Sea and the Ionian kind of convoy. Strange thing to do.
Yeah. That's one of those silly moves that looks interesting at the time, and then you don't realize, oh dear, now I've lost Ionian as a result of it.
It would have been cool looking if it had worked, though.
Well, but the thing is that Italy is now trying to work against France. That's the moral of that story.
Yep. All right, Adam, take us through fall of 1911.
Yeah, so France does not retake the Ionian because they elect to support Trieste instead of the extra move there. So really no movement with respect to France and Germany. But Germany does lose Holland and will have to disband, which is going to cause some problems up there.
No, he had the unit piffed already, so he doesn't have to pull another one.
It was piffed. Okay. I stand corrected. So, but it's this is still going to be a more difficult position for Germany, especially with the assumption that there's going to be another, I guess, fleet build. I mean, you kind of are going to need an army too at some point, but probably a fleet first. And then we have Russia moving up to Silesia, finally where it needs to be. Yep.
All right. So,
but we're in agreement. Sorry, we're in agreement. This is a
Sebastopol
Russian solo. Sorry, Chris, you go ahead.
I wonder if Sebastopol was arranged. The East seems to have figured out that they need to actually work together at this point.
Seeming more like it.
So I'm guessing that put the fleet in Sebastopol, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. We trade those dots, Romania and Sebastopol, right?
Yeah, I mean the units are wasted behind the lines, but this is a French solo, right? Like, I mean, France is at 13 now. Rome is 14. Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg will all fall, as will Denmark. Eventually,
Kiel goes. Yeah.
I don't see how it doesn't end that way.
Yeah, it should be a 19 for France, right? Something like that.
France needs another fleet in the north to feel more secure about that, right? But doesn't have it.
I think
they have a build, don't they?
Yeah, I think you got to get one more fleet up there.
But they had a build here. They put down Army Marseille.
Oh,
which is probably to take Rome without losing Venice is the idea there. Yeah.
Let's find out. Chris, I think it's your turn.
So yeah, it looks like that's where that army is headed. It gets into Ionian. How did they manage that?
Tapped Greece.
Tapped Greece. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I like that. That's well played.
Yep.
The Turkish fleet is heading back into the Black Sea. Yeah, so this looks like the East has definitely figured out what they need to do now. The Turkish fleet needs to head down into the Mediterranean, but they've still got all these armies hanging around Romania that they really need up in Prussia and Galicia, right?
Yes. Livonia, Prussia, Galicia. I mean, we're not, we don't need Budapest. We don't need Romania. We don't need Bulgaria. We don't need, maybe we need Serbia.
Yeah.
But they need, it's Naples they need to retake. Naples and Venice. Retake Naples and Venice and hold on to Munich, and you've stopped the solo. But because they can't, I mean, holding on to Berlin would be nice too, but
then the first thing you got to do is take Trieste, right? And you do that by cutting Vienna to Tyrolia and Budapest to Trieste. Serbia supports that. Greece taps Albania, right? And that's how you do it.
Well, do they want to take Trieste? Trieste has been sitting there, and both sides have been supporting it, right?
Okay, if Trieste is helping them, then they don't want to do that. Yeah.
You need Trieste to help, but they should have been working to retake those Italian centers a while ago.
I mean, Brandon's right. If you want to stop the solo, because the north can be ground out.
Yeah.
The alternative would have been to give St. Pete back to Russia in order to allow to generate fleets in the north. That would have also changed it.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to build a fleet up there.
Well, now it's impossible.
Particularly as France has done the right thing and sent that fleet right up to Barents, which is where it needs to be. Mostly for that reason, actually.
Yeah. So it's my turn. Yeah. So he finally took the chance and risked north in order to get the fleets in better position, and kind of astonishingly just took a chance a second turn in a row and got burned this time. It's not. I'd have to look at the tactics more carefully, but there had to be a better solution than this, because he needs another fleet up there. So I think he probably could have just waited in that alignment until he got the other fleet up there, or maybe take a chance in the. This is the fall. I'm sorry. So is he picking up a dot anywhere? He's not.
No.
I mean, yeah, Barents could have guessed between St. Petersburg. Yeah, it was stuff you could have done.
So show the supports here. I'm confused now what he did. Oh, he tried to convoy up to Norway. Yeah. Oh, completely unnecessary. Oh, wow. Oh, that was a totally unnecessary convoy. Tap Skagerrak and take Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, it's also rough because, number one, you're putting Holland at risk. I mean, it's unlikely that Germany's going to go for Holland, but there's no reason to put Holland at risk like that. Yeah. Number two, actually, what's even more important than that is you've only got 2 armies on that side of the line, and you're convoying into Scandinavia.
You don't need the army up there. You need the army where it is.
Yeah. We talk on this broadcast a lot about the power of convoys, but about not getting advanced position without having to move the fleet out of the way. But this is one of those cases where that is absolutely not what you want to do. He needs those armies right where they are.
Yeah, and you can't take this risk without guaranteeing a dot.
Yeah.
You have to force Germany to take a disband if you're going to risk north, and you probably just shouldn't risk north anyway.
Wow.
Okay, but this is why it's taking so long, because he still has the solo. He just now needs to protect the English centers, get Rome and build a fleet, and it's just gonna be a little bit of torture. Yep. He needs to protect English Channel now too. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So we've got army in Warsaw. So we are building on the line or closer to the line, and that's it. So, Adam.
Oh my God.
Fascinating, huh?
Oh, this is painful.
Wow. Well. Okay, so there goes one of the. Is that the French
army in Holland is disbanded?
Disbanded. This is a great set of orders by Germany, and there really was not a whole lot that France could have done about this. Because the only way to stop that convoy is to dislodge the North Sea Fleet, and if you dislodge the North Sea Fleet, then it's going to retreat into Edinburgh, which you can't do anything about. So,
Edinburgh or the Channel or all sorts of lovely places.
All sorts of places where you don't want it. So, really well done by Hunter for realizing that he could get away with this. Cutting Ruhr gets cut, so the attack on Holland is guaranteed. The attack on Belgium may not go, but was France likely to see that coming? Maybe not, and so really good play there. And this is really a big damper for France's chances at winning this game.
It's totally. The solo is now done.
I think that's right, and also though it opens a lot of other avenues, right? Because now we see Russia has retaken St. Petersburg. Yeah. There may be opportunities for other shenanigans on this board, and let's see where that goes.
I mean, can I just Germany say ends up down? Well, if nothing changes now, Germany ends up down, right? Yeah, because they've lost Norway and St. Petersburg, and they picked up Holland. Why didn't that French unit retreat to Belgium?
No, the convoy Norway was to Belgium. There was no retreat available to France.
Oh, Germany, I see. Okay, I was misreading that. Okay, so the convoy Norway to Belgium.
Germany's even because they picked up both of the local.
-2.
Yeah. That's very well played by Hunter.
No, it's fantastic. And
fantastic moves.
Can I just say I am so happy that this game is turning not into a slog to like the last dot of a solo, but to something much more dynamic here. And John Jameson is
great
in the best position. Yeah.
He's I don't know about best position, but I think he's certainly up and coming and starting to look a lot better than he was for a long time in this game.
Because France,
Where France pulls,
well,
Does France pull?
France probably only pulls one, right?
I don't think
Oh,
France pulls. He's going to get Rome and he's going to get
Yeah.
Norway. So I think he's going to be even, unless he guesses wrong on Eddie London. He's
yeah, and he's got to,
and
well,
he
he's
can
got to
cover most
rebuild,
of those.
and he's got to rebuild. But Norway could fall if John and Hunter collaborate.
Yeah, Sweden's open though.
Right. Good point.
I don't care if I get dislodged from Norway.
All right.
I kind of like. John. Yes.
Wow.
Oh.
Nice. Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Norway went to Skagerrak.
Norway went
What?
to Skagerrak.
What?
Why would you do that? Why you do that? Huh?
So France picks up 2, loses 2, so he's still even and has.
Wait. France got Trieste? How did France get Trieste? Had 2 supports, but it looks like Russia has like 3 supports there. So how did
Turkey supported him in?
Turkey. Yeah.
Turkey supported the French?
Show, show that to us.
Yeah.
Yep.
That had to be what it was.
What?
Yeah, because it goes with the Constantinople to Black Sea
Yeah.
Oh,
and the army up into Bulgaria, right?
Yeah,
So
and it
he's
should
got
be
his eyes on Russian dots again.
and it should be noted that Vienna moved to Tyrolia here rather than supporting Trieste, which would have held it.
Hmm.
That was a tactical error.
Ben Smith clearly does not feel like there is a French solo threat anymore.
That's a very good read of this move. Yeah.
So Ben would be in better position here if he had gotten a build somewhere, but he doesn't.
right.
So he's got
Yeah.
he's
It's
got good.
unfortunate that Russia has 2 builds now.
Just one,
no,
though,
one
right?
build.
Yeah,
One build.
one, but pretty good position. Sort of. Oh God, this is a blender.
All right. So for our builds, we've got Russia building an army in Moscow, France building a fleet in Brest, and an army in Marseille. That's the only change. Anything stand out to anyone?
Yeah, the fact that France has, let's see, like 5 units all within an inch of each other on the map around the Adriatic. That's probably his only, like his biggest problem is just his positional alignment. But he's still at 13, and this is going to be a fascinating. I mean, I'm sure he would rather have some armies back in the home territories.
But it's not a terrible position as France, even. Because you can pull one fleet back, you can pull an army back out of Italy. It just takes a while to get where you need it.
Yeah.
The question is whether it takes too long to get there, right?
All right. So, Chris, I think it's your turn. If not, please go ahead.
That army's not coming back. Okay, so west to Mao makes sense to me. And yeah, you realize you can't hold Burgundy. I would probably have waited and retreated Burgundy, but whatever, that's fine. Yeah, not sure about Marseille to Gascony. I guess that's worrying about Brest, maybe. I don't know why you moved Marseille to Gascony.
Yeah, I don't either.
Skagerrak to North Sea. That's smart. That's going to help.
You wouldn't rather pull Eddie into the north and get some purchase over Denmark?
Yeah, I'm not sure why Edinburgh goes to Clyde. I mean, you want to be in the North Sea, so the support to North makes a lot of sense.
Oh, covering Liverpool in case English Channel. Irish. Yeah.
That feels like I wouldn't have worried about that. I'd rather have that fleet in Skagerrak. I think if that fleet ends up in Liverpool, that's great. There's a lot worse places it could be, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to not worry about the odd dots in the back there. And then Turkey, Russia fighting, but Russia seems to be more worried about the French in Trieste.
Oh, and Turkey picks up Naples. That's
which
big.
is interesting.
Yeah, but he can't hold it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of very little in the south, really. I mean, Moscow comes down to Ukraine, not Sevastopol, which is
Yeah,
interesting.
curious, isn't it?
And unfortunately, John commits like 3 units to trying to take Trieste and fails.
I'm wondering why are we going black to rum? If we want to do this, why don't we do this convoy Kana?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do this for real.
I mean, he's supporting Bulgaria, which wasn't.
From what?
There weren't 2 units next to Bulgaria, right? Yeah.
Wonder
A
if
missed
there's
opportunity to convoy Constantinople. I mean, even if you come to Constantinople to Romania.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I wonder if there's some
Yeah.
Sorry. I wonder if they're trying to work something out here, and this is part of the deal is giving up Romania
Yeah, it's possible.
in exchange for Trieste, maybe.
All right. Well, Brandon, why don't you take us through fall of 1914?
Yeah, and there we have it. Oh, but John does it in a way that he loses Vienna to Bohemia. So John finally takes Trieste back. A bit of a white whale there for a while, but again he loses Vienna to the Germans. And now suddenly it's a little bit of a free-for-all, even though France is still on 13.
Tyrolia could have been the mover there, right?
Yes.
We just
or Serbia or Budapest. I don't know. Tap Vienna from Tyrolia, and then, if you're confident that Turkey is going to be tapping Adriatic, then I would tap Venice and probably move Budapest.
All right.
Go back. There's more stuff to talk about there. Oh, they finished. Cool. Okay, so in the West, though, English Channel takes London. So somehow, even though France has fleets in London and north, he manages to lose London to the Germans, who also take north.
this is just
He moved London to Wales, right? He's so worried about Liverpool that he's lost London as a result of it.
Oh boy. So France goes down 2 here, and Germany goes up 2.
Yeah.
And has north. Wow. Okay. Now we can go forward.
Great tap dancing by Hunter to turn that position around. I did not like his position a couple turns ago. All right, so we've got France disbanding in Wales and Mid-Atlantic.
Wow.
John disbanding in Finland. Turkey's building army in Cannes, and Hunter in Germany builds fleet in Kiel and army in Munich.
And army in Berlin, right? Or is that already there?
He
just built the 2. Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
So I heard a lot of books. Talk to me.
It's Hunter's game to lose now, all of a sudden.
All right. Adam, take us through spring of 1915.
Wow, some interesting choices. So Hunter convoys out of Belgium into Norway. Something powerful diplomatic is going on here. I gather that he's convinced France that hey, show me some love and I'll show you some love, and we'll see where this goes. Burgundy holds. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to keep my foot on your neck, but I'm not going to pull the trigger. Vienna is not attacked by anybody. It just sits there. It doesn't help anybody. It just sits there. Really, some pretty careful play right here. I think there's, for a 4-power game, there is a lot of diplomacy going on, a lot of negotiation that's leading to this. I guess I didn't talk about the East, but Russia and Turkey are fighting again.
Back at it again. All right, Chris, what's going on in 1915 fall?
Well, Russia and Turkey are fighting again. It looks like Russia's got ahead here, because Russia's ending up taking Greece and taking Romania and losing Sevastopol. So that's a
No, not losing, but not taking Sevastopol. So that's 2 up for Russia against Turkey.
Loses Trieste, so he's only 1 up, but still. And Norway, so he's even.
Right. And yeah, those German units are definitely heading against Russia. This has been the theme of this game, really. And some kind of complicated bounce in the North Sea, and France does a whole lot of nothing, basically.
Yeah, wasted units.
Yeah.
Do they pick up Trieste, though? They do pick up Trieste.
They pick up Trieste. And they managed to keep Marseille open for building. That unit in Burgundy actually hurt them because they felt that they had to cover both Marseille and Paris against the German army in Burgundy.
All right. So for our builds, you've got an army in Marseille and an army in Kiel. Turkey disbands in Apulia. Any comments about any of those? Seem like the right builds to me.
I mean, the question for me for Hunter is how do you top this board? And you don't do it without taking Edinburgh. You're going to get St. Pete and Warsaw, and maybe we're headed for another split board top. I mean, maybe that's just what it is.
After all that,
yeah.
Yeah.
I sure hope not, but we'll find out. Brandon, take us through 1916.
All right, we've got a triple bounce in North as Hunter has decided he's not going to take any dots off of France, but he does take 2 off of Russia, who continues the fight against Turkey, taking Sevastopol but losing Greece, which is piffed. Otherwise, we just have France rearranging units in an effort to tell Germany that he's not getting any of his dots. But Edinburgh is the one that Germany could have gone for and is opting not to. But this will put them even unless France can finagle another one of the dots in the east.
I wonder if Germany can pick up Moscow as well.
Yeah, it's
one thing that's worth commenting on perhaps is, games that go this long are really tiring, emotionally draining, and it becomes easier to make mistakes, easier to make misorders, easier to make, not just tactical mistakes, but strategic mistakes, and not, stop reading the board as well as you were doing earlier on. This is such a slog. I mean, it's pushing on 3 a.m. Or perhaps even later for some of these folks. And they've been playing this game for 9 hours, 10 hours, something like that. And so we shouldn't shouldn't understate the emotional drainage that goes into getting to positions like this, and what's involved in dealing with it. And I think somebody like Hunter, certainly, who has played in a lot of tournaments and probably played some games like this before, may have some advantage over those that are less used to it.
Yeah, and I know personally when I've been in a situation like Richard and had a shot and then felt like I was going to lose it, I tend to start to want to play more conservatively, and I think that may be a little of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think tilt in this game is definitely a real thing.
Yeah. All right, Adam, I think it's your turn.
Oh man.
Sure.
Shit.
Well, it looks like France again doesn't do a whole lot. A lot of holds, a couple supports. Again, I think that this is getting to the point where there might be some kind of feeling of inevitability about a specific result, and tiredness, and just trying to get to some result, whatever that is, and that's probably either a tied board top or a Hunter Germany board top.
Hunter's taking the lead here. He took Moscow.
Yeah, he's taking 2. Is that going to put him at the lead? Because France is
taking
12.
3. Taking 3 from Russia.
He's taking St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Warsaw. So that might be enough to satisfy him for a result on this game. With Russia and Turkey still fighting, France not doing anything. I mean, this is potentially Hunter's board to grind out if he really wanted to, even. but there just may not be a desire to do that at this stage.
I would take the board top here if I were him. That's 50 points.
All right, so we've got building a fleet in Kiel, an army in Berlin. We've got Russia disbanding in Livonia, Budapest. We've got Turkey building a fleet in Cannes. How do we feel about the German builds?
Great.
That says to me that he's playing for the solo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I need more fleets than France if I'm going to take the French dots, right?
Yeah, either the solo or telling the board, hey, you'd better take a draw or I'm going to solo.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's the negotiation side of it as well. You're absolutely right.
All right. I think, Chris, it's your turn. Spring 1917.
Oh, wow. What?
Russia, Turkey still fighting.
Oh, my God.
And Russia, Turkey helping France into Budapest. That's an interesting move. But it looks like this is the end of Russia here. I mean, I don't see how you come back from that position.
Do you think that the putting France in Budapest is just kind of sending an oh yeah to Germany, but maybe I'm gonna let the two of them, I'm gonna force this into a tied top unless you want to keep dragging this on. Of course, you're kind of asking for it if that's the case.
I mean, that's definitely possible. It could also just be that they want to get rid of Germany as quickly of Russia at this point, and it doesn't matter who takes that dot. We just want it not to be Russian anymore. John can have that effect on people in longer games sometimes.
I think it ends the solo bid. Yeah. I don't think Germany can't solo from here.
Giving France a build is a big thing at this point for sure.
Well, why does Germany give up the North Sea here? Is this a mistake here that Holland just didn't get ordered there? Yep. Yeah, that's actually a kind of a costly mistake too, right? Because
that's a very costly mistake.
Yeah.
All right, I think this might be the last turn. Brandon, why don't you take us home?
Yeah, this looks like they agreed that it was going to be over here. We've eliminated Russia. We all benefit from that. Although I think, they're all going to benefit from that a little bit. The smaller powers a bit more. And Hunter's accepted that he doesn't have a solo shot. And although he's gone for Burgundy here, which actually forces a bit of a choice on France as to what to build. But there's still, I still think they've got more or less a line set up.
Does this split the board top?
It does. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So let's see the final scores here.
All right. So
that's that. Hold on a second. There's this. We might have a crash here. I might have to reboot. Yeah.
Because splitting the board top costs Hunter a lot of points all of a sudden, doesn't it?
I think it does. Yeah. I think it's going to drop him from 50 down to
30 something.
Yeah. So he's at 50.5 right now. 38. So not a major thing, but
it's pretty significant.
Let's hand it to. I mean, I think that a lot of credit needs to go to all three of these players who made it to the end here. I think Hunter was in a lot of trouble in a lot of the mid game, and really, I think some great diplomacy, some great tactics throughout the middle of the game really put him in this strong position. France, he went for it. I give so much credit to that, and he went for it. It didn't go, but you got to give somebody credit for taking a shot. Ended up with a shared board top. So what was the penalty for going for it, right? You ended up with a great result anyway. A lot of credit there. Turkey down to 2 centers. Getting a great score. I mean, what can you say? What can you say? The point is fight it out till the end, right? Fight it out till the last dot is clawed from your dead hands, because this can happen and you end up with a great result. So a lot of credit to all three players.
He scored higher than some board toppers did tonight, right?
Yeah.
There was a split board top where they all scored 20.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I also think he contributed to the forcing the end of this game. I think that support of France getting that bill
definitely
was a big he was very meaningful in this game.
And well done to John Jameson as well for, it was a real roller coaster of a ride. And he looked dead in the water at one point, and he came back and had a real shot for a big score. It didn't work out, but like that was a fun game, and showed a lot of good tap dancing skills.
So John could be a candidate for both the Icarus and Lazarus Award.
Is the Lazarus, does it depend on where you finish or just where you get to?
I think it's finish, but
it could be where you finish, yeah.
So
this was an entertaining game. This was really fun.
It was. Is everybody satisfied with this result, or is there more play to be had?
What do you guys think?
I think the moment where France took his foot off the gas at one point, and before kind of losing some position in the north, there was a moment where France pulled some units back and then it re-advanced them a few turns later. And I think that was really the turning point in the game that caused some trouble. But this is very difficult, and we don't know entirely what went into this happening. I think it might have been even later than this, but it was this turn. Yeah.
This is it, yeah.
It was this turn. But a lot goes into this, and it's hard to, sitting on this side, it's hard to get too critical of that. But I think that this is probably going to something that you got to look back at and say, what might have been had the foot stayed on the gas here. Nonetheless, I think the 13-13 split made a lot of sense given where the board was at and given the time and everyone's likely exhaustion and difficulty in continuing from that point.
I was having a hard time keeping up with the game just watching other people's moves, so trying to plan them out.
I think France should have soloed this board. I think France did a lot of great things to put himself in position for that. And even after this miscue here, still was in position to solo again. So great kudos to him on that. But I think he should have. This should be a learning experience. He should look at this and examine what caused him to not follow through. To not put the final hammer on that nail. Did a great job of not tilting after that. Right. Like, so Brian, I think you talked about this, like that it's hard to come back when you're so close to the really big bite of the apple and you fall short, and he did a great job of not collapsing.
Yeah. Congrats to Richard and congrats to Hunter on the shared board top for this game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's the last game of the night. I know it's extremely late, so I think it's a good idea for us to start wrapping this up. We'll start with Chris, Adam, and Randy. Thank you all for joining as analysts. Brandon, thanks for helping as a host tonight. I had a fantastic time. A lot of really, really fun games. Chris, any highlights of the night for you?
Oh gosh. I like the recoveries. We saw a number of powers come back from two centers and still have play in the game. I love that. It can be very disheartening when you're playing a game of diplomacy and everyone's ganging up on you and you start losing centers. You're down to that too. A lot of people, it's very tempting to just give up at that point. Just walk out of your home center and say, okay, I'm done. But we saw more than one person come back. I mean, the Turkey in this one was the best example, probably, ending up one of the three powers who survived, having been down at two centers at one point. I love that kind of thing. I think there's almost something more spectacular about recovering from those really low points than if you just have a game where you just keep growing all the time.
Yeah. Adam, how about you?
Yeah, a lot of great dynamic play on a lot of boards. I think the England-Italy head-to-head board fighting for a top, that game really stood out for me. It's really awesome to see some dynamic play that leads to that, and see, not only how the two players that are in that struggle fight for it, but how the players around them react to that and try to stay in the game and maintain a score for themselves. And if I recall, that there was quite a bit of that going on the other side of the board. And somebody who was fairly small ended up with a pretty solid score. I think it was France in that game ended up with a pretty solid score because they were, made themselves essential to that game. So, just really exciting dynamics in that one and many of the other ones. So a lot of fun.
Brandon.
This is really interesting. This is the first time we've seen Tribute played with in a tournament setting, and there's by a lot of people who had never played it before. So there was some surprising activity. There were several games where there were large split board tops of 3 or 4 people, which is not what we would have expected with this. But on the other hand, like Adam just pointed out, the survivals are worth something in Tribute. I've seen some people criticize Tribute for saying that survival is worthless compared to the board top, and games like tonight just simply disprove that. We'll have to crunch the numbers, but I think the average survival has got to be around 15 or higher. So it's really interesting to see, this system we came up with for a variety of different reasons. There's a lot of mathematical analysis. We had a lot of ideas about what incentives we wanted to promote. And it's fascinating to see it in action and for it to work a little bit differently than we expected. So I'll be interested to see if that's a consequence of people still learning how to play the system, or that the system just has a different effect than we might have anticipated.
Yeah.
So.
I definitely was surprised by the number of split board tops for sure. And I'm really curious to see what impact that has going into next week. We're going to see a lot of lower scores than I was expecting. I really thought we were going to have a lot of 50, 60 plus scores. And we didn't see a lot of that over tonight. So that's going to be meaningful in 2 ways, I think. One, it's a wide open game for next round. We've got several players that we're anticipating more players in round 2 than we had in round 1. And a great score, a solo or a high board top could conceivably put that person who only plays one game into the mix, especially if they're just trying to make it into the top 7 for next week.
Easily. 50 points could get you on the top board. Yeah.
And I think with as close as it is, those survival scores may be the difference. Who survived and who survived with that 1 extra center, 2 extra centers, that could be the difference for making into the top 7. So it's going to be really, really exciting next round.
Brian, thank you very much. This was your longest workload tonight, and you did a great job. Thank you for that.
I think this one is longer than all of my other ones combined. So, all right. Well, I think it's time for us to sign off. Thanks again to everyone. I'd like to give a shout out to Christian Klein for acting as tournament director, to Corey Nesland and Dave Miletsky for being a GM, and to all the other folks who worked behind the scenes to help make this broadcast a success and the tournament a success. And I, for one, cannot wait for next week. Have a great night, everybody.